Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Florida Mayhem Winter Classic, brought to you by Zaxby's. I'm Big Hungry Phil, and joining me across the desk, as per usual for this sort of event, is Thibbledork. Thibble, welcome to the broadcast. We've got quite the day ahead of us. Why don't you line it up for the nice people?
Boy, is it a day. Hello, everyone. It's good to be back. Crazy shenanigans abound, as usual. This tournament is a swan song, a love song to Tier 2 and the collegiate scene, as you can see from the matchups here above me. We got Slept On versus Maryville starting us off, but we've also got Gator Esports, we've got Solaris, we've got Redbirds, we've got like a ton of really amazing teams. We have Harrisburg, which is, it's got some names on there that I haven't seen in a long time that I'm very excited to see back. $5,000 on the line, some spicy chicken sandwiches. We got the whole deal.
Yeah, it's going to be quite the day. We've really got the creme de la creme of the Tier 2 and collegiate scene. We've even got some visitors from my home shore, the EMEA region, in the form of Shoes Money Crew, coming out to play today as well. So if you're not familiar with the format, we can break that down for you here. We've got a the word just fell out of my head the second I decided to say it there.
It's a
double elim. There we go. Thank you.
go.
I'm glad I've got you to keep me on track here. Let's actually have a look at how this bracket shanks out. Of course, nobody in the lower bracket just yet, but lined up there are our 8 teams and their path through to the grand finals.
Yeah, things are looking pretty interesting here. We've got Solaris in the top spot, which if you've seen past Winter Classics, you might be like, well, what about Redbird? And of course, if you've been keeping track of Overwatch, you'll know that Redbird was ripped apart because that roster was really good. And Overwatch League teams love to go, good roster, my roster now. So a variety of players from across all of these teams have been shuffled about, kind of smashed together at speed, I believe is how you put it, put through the Large Hadron Collider or on a couple trains and just slammed. So you'll see players on rosters that they weren't on, and then some of them have switched back and forth or changed names. And I think we got a couple people with XQC names in here. I can only imagine how that will go. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I think the thing is, like, Tier 2 is and always has been kind of a movable feast, right? Like, just because you are on roster A for season 1 of Contenders is no guarantee you're not going to be on their arch rivals the next. So we've got a few of those matchups coming this way over the course of today. 6 matches coming at you total for this A stream. That is, of course, courtesy of Bad Patch and Mario League. A B stream going on at the same time here, but let's have a look in at the mainstream schedule to start things off here. As we said already, Slept On going up against Maryville University to kick us off, followed by the lower bracket or loser bracket, and then winners brackets all the way through to the grand final. This is, of course, all going to be done and dusted over the course of one day. There's no second day here in the Florida Mayhem Winter Classic. It's all done and dusted, and our teams back home to enjoy their winnings at the end of the day.
Yeah, we've had multi-day tournaments before, but I think having the one day kind of shorter format, let's just quick and dirty knock this out, is kind of a unique challenge for these teams, right? They have to be able to put up with a full day of games, and if you're winning, that's a lot of Overwatch. So these teams, we've always wanted this to be like a real test, like a real tournament. This isn't some streamer showdown. This isn't some haha funny 6 Winstons or 5 Winstons and a Lucio, as is optimal. This is
God intended, yeah.
Right, of course, exactly. We wanted this to be like a real deal, like show what you can do sort of tournament. And obviously there's not a lot else going on in Overwatch right now. We've got some time between developer updates, as it were. So this is we get those in years gone by. But in the meantime, we just want to show what these guys can do and give them the chance to really strut their stuff.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said here about the 8-team format, right? We could have opened this up to all comers, and if you look at recent tournaments where it has been open to all comers, it makes for a very long, very grueling day, not just for players, but for production staff. Keeping things nice and tight and focused here ensures that our teams and our observer teams aren't exhausted, and that you, the viewer, get the most that you can out of today's Overwatch games. Thibble, I was thinking about this the other day. I feel like for the past 6 months, we have been saying, oh, this is the last time you're going to be able to see pro play on this particular map type. And here we go again. I think we may even have started talking about that back in the fall classic.
The last classic. Yeah,
Yeah.
we brought that up. We were like, guys, this might be, you never know. Like,
Yeah.
I guess it's been real. And then, of course, there have been tons of other amazing tournaments since. We've had a couple Flash Ops tournaments. We had the Empowerment Cup, which is amazing, which is a ridiculously fun day of Overwatch for a great cause. And every time we're just like, okay, so I guess that wasn't the last time. There will be more, and there will be more. But
so we won't say definitively this is the last time you'll see Assault.
Right.
But it's one of the last times potentially you might see Assault.
Yeah, we're certainly not down to the wire or anything, but we're getting closer to that. We have dates for Owl season. I think they just want you to say season 2022 or whatever. But we have dates for that. We have a homestand coming up. Like, those dates did not exist the last time we were here, or even when the Empowerment Cup, which was the most recent tournament, was going on. Like, these are all very new developments. So the closer we get to that, you know, all the 2CP fans, your days are numbered, I guess. all three of you sitting there watching this, waiting with bated breath for 2CP, which of course is funny because we don't have any 2CP in this tournament. There's no 2CP.
No, that's a fair point, actually.
Sorry,
I raised that, but, you know, we're still not going to be seeing it. It's still going to be the last time you'll see 6v6.
6v6. Yeah, there you go. Some of the original Overwatch action in all of its glory. The tank duos.
Yeah.
Oh, that is up there with losing like the last minute flex swap. You know, the Raucous on Widowmaker getting a 4K or whatever. I miss that.
That's a deep cut. That's a
deep cut. Yeah. Like Harry Hook, Soldier 76, and like Raucous on the Hog or the Bastion. Yeah, all that stuff. Losing that was a big blow to me. But right behind that is losing tank duos in Overwatch 2. That's going to hurt. But we'll learn to love it still.
We'll learn to love it. I want to take a minute now. Let's actually delve down a little bit and see what it is we've got coming up in this first matchup. Because those of you that have been following the Tier 2 and collegiate scene for a while may be familiar with the name Slept On, with the name Maryville University. But as we alluded to earlier, things can be a little bit fluid. We get a lot of people moving around here. So starting off, Slept On, who are also playing under DICE for some tournament. I'm not exactly sure what's going on there. And like, this is a who's who of Tier 2, right? Doge, Cowman, Aspen, Moser, like some really strong names here for Slept On.
Yeah, I love this roster looking at it. Like, these are not always the biggest names in the Tier 2 conversation, but even so, these guys have been putting together just phenomenal performances across the many teams they've been on for, at this point, years. Like, we're getting into the years line here. Players like Doge have just been showing up. Cowman has been on so many different teams and has generally been a pretty solid piece in all of them. Aspen, one of the premier main support prospects left in North American Tier 2 at this point. Petal, of course, is just insane. Dynasty on the flex support with the Echo, especially as one of his, you know, like signature picks. Like, this roster's got a lot of firepower.
Oh, absolutely. Which is not, of course, to downplay Maryville University. And I immediately want to zoom in here a little bit on Luke Minnow, because we mentioned ISU Redbirds in the lead into this, looking at the bracket. And Luke Minnow is an ejectee, if you will, from that particular roster, picked up by Maryville University. And I think, honestly, one of the stronger flex support options that didn't get picked up for Overwatch League this year, like particularly with how strong Daniela can be in the meta alongside those ball comps. Like, expect Luke Minnow to be a big part of whatever success Maryville University find today.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised he didn't get picked up anywhere. It was very funny. Full disclosure, folks, I used to work for the Florida Mayhem. I used to be their social media manager. So all those tweets that you either loved or hated, that was my fault. I don't apologize for anything. And as we were going through the roster announcement process and getting through all the players that we had signed and everything, of course, Reddit threads abounded about who was next, who were they adding, this, that, and the other. And many people assumed that Luke Minnow was going to be going there, which was very funny to me because I knew the whole roster by then. But I almost kind of agreed with them. If I didn't know that Sir Majed was such an absolute nut, just a complete animal, I definitely would have been like, hey, Albert, you heard of this Luke Minnow guy? Because he's ready. He's pretty good.
Who
So
knew that the social media manager had any kind of input on those decisions, huh?
Oh, I don't. Albert's always like, "What are you doing in my office? Why are you talking to me? You
Get
didn't
out,
schedule an appointment." And I go, "Yeah, that's fair. I'll go make a TikTok." But yeah, it was always fun to see because he really is that good. I'm very high on Lucmino right now. And I mean, he's got a great partner with him too. Halo's been around for a hot minute.
Yep.
Was on the Boston Uprising for a while, if I remember correctly.
There are a couple of Halos, so need to be careful. We're
not the guy who spells a lot of things wrong but gets a lot of leaks right.
Right.
Yeah, no, the main support. He's very good at Brigida, especially. His Lucio's pretty damn solid. His Mercy as well. It's just popping off. Just like really, really solid stuff from him. So
but it looks like, Thibble, we are ready to move out of the realm of theory and into the realm of actually getting some play under our belts. Here we are. Lijiang Tower starting off control map, of course. It's just how we start Overwatch and has been for a while now. And looks like we're going to be starting, I believe this is Control Center. Yeah, Control Center. So Brawl abounds here in Control Center.
Yeah, I mean, tons of opportunities here for a variety of compositions. This is generally like the weird map, air quotes, from Lijiang Tower. But yeah, it's looking like we've got a couple interesting compositions coming out. I like the Rhine Sigma, especially from Slepton.
Yeah, that is an early kill. Pedal down. Yes, the TP is there to bring them back that little bit quicker. But Maryville University press the advantage, take both DPS off the table here. And now it is cleared up time. Don't really care about ripping the point just yet. That's not even unlocked. Let's get right to the spawn door and let's get Holden as quickly as possible.
And I love that from Maryville, right? You get the opening pick, and why not do something with it? Push right up, make that space right away. And Haley doing a fantastic job here. Cyrus. Okay, shouting out for that. Just a double trip mine kill.
Yeah, I mean, that was so quick for Maryville. Wins the fight, goes up to keep this going to spawn, backs up just for a second to cap the point, and they are already back and holding at spawn here. Giving up a little ground as he slept on start to make their way back in here, see them rotating through the stairwell. Cyrus backs off here, has the Riptide already, an incredible amount of damage. That's going to go in straight away round the corner, but a huge fire strike from Doge takes that off the table. Wasn't enough though. Moses is going to fall down here, and with that bulky in taken off the table, it's back towards spawn for Slepton.
Yeah, Burger Bandit here. I can only assume that's Cowman.
You know,
really got his work cut out for him right now. There's so much damage coming through. Haley is obviously just kind of like moving and flowing this entire team back and forth between holding the point and then pushing up and taking that space. Lucio is so key to that style of composition. Now Aspen, though, with the early lead on the Soundbanger, could be a good chance to initiate.
We'll get the photon barrier out first, and Moses the first to fall again. Cyrus once more finding a big entry frag here. The hammer comes down and the gas comes on for Maryville University. Looks like we've got a Cassidy rolling for the life here. Not going to be quick enough. Pedal down here. We're at the 70% mark near here.
Yeah, and I mean, some ultimates still in hand for Maryville. They're doing a very good job of holding on to what they need, only spending what they feel they need. And of course, Cyrus building towards that second Riptire already is certainly an advantage you're happy with. Meanwhile, Slepton are still trying to really figure this out compositionally, and Cyrus is not giving them any space.
No, I mean, just light and fast decision-making here from Cyrus, and Doge didn't stand a chance. I don't think Doge actually has had their first shatter online yet, and we are right in the middle of last fight territory here. Slepton need to get onto point and start getting this contested, or it's done and dusted here. Riptire out, around the houses, back on itself, twisting and turning, looking for a target. There's Doge with the shield down, dodges away, looking to go through, finds him over the top, but Petal shoots it out. It's not been enough, though. Burger Bandit and Dynasty all down here, and it's a 100-0 on Control Center.
Yeah, I mean, pretty clean. 100-0 is about as good as you can get. Some just great individual performances there, but also you can tell that Maryville as a team is running on all cylinders. They are moving together. They are using their ults really effectively. Their economy was great. And already you can see some immediate swaps coming out. They have their plan down, at least here on Lijiang. They know what they want to be doing. They know what suits them. And it's hard to argue with those results so far.
No, not at all. 100-0 is a good indicator for Maryville University and a little bit of a wake-up call for Slepton. Let's see how they adapt into this here as we move on to Gardens. And both teams currently hovering over a Wrecking Ball-centric comp. In fact, we are now out of the gates, and it's slightly quick off the mark here for Maryville University to take a slightly more aggressive line around that middle point, but Doge finds the first kill. Lupino on the brig, down and out already. It's a 5v6, and it's not a good start here for Maryville University. They need to equalize quickly. Dynasty takes a bit of damage, but giving as good as they get here. There's an Orb of Discord on that Diva. Won't find... No, did actually find the D-Mech. The fadeaway chases down Ice, and Ice is down, and Slept-On coming out on top here. Maryville University caught napping on this one. Slept-On looking to get the first cap.
And I talked about this coming into this game. Dynasty's Echo is an easy signature. He is so comfortable on this hero. And this entire composition, you know, you might think, oh, where's the Mercy, right? There's an Echo. There has to be a Mercy. Not with this comp and not at this level. A Brig and a Zen are actually pretty solid options because you throw that Harmony Orb. Of course, you don't need to aim an armor pack because Brigida's a dumb hero and everybody hates her. So there's a lot of room for Dynasty to work with. And Cyrus, of course, is coming in a match, but is not going to be able to do it.
Okay, traded out 1-for-1 there. The tracking there from Dynasty was a beautiful thing to watch here. Still, Echoes off the table for either team here. Still going to favor the defense. Moza falls down here, though, actually. Ice with a swap over onto the Tracer, already finding value. And we are on the hunt here. It's Tracer, a Tracer, and the recall forced out. Pedal now having to run for their lives back towards spawn. Slept-On are going to try and hold this as long as they can to get that capture percentage ticked up, but it's not been enough. Maryville back in control.
Yeah, and as Cyrus swapped over to the Echo, you see Haley swap from the Lucio to the Brig as well, wanting to be able to do the exact same thing Slept-On are doing, but because of those resets, they're a little behind in ultimates. Ice and Pedal both with pulse bombs. That's an insane Tracer matchup, by the way. Keep an eye on that, because they're both ridiculous. So those could be opening options, but you have the Transcendence from Moser and Luke Mino already, so there's going to be a lot of interplay between these ultimates here.
Ooh, Doge down. And with Doge down here, I think it's going to be difficult for Slept-On to keep themselves in this fight. Moser's going to commit the Transcendence here to try and make their way through it, but we've already lost 2 players, 3 for Maryville. Ice has the Pulse Bomb. Doesn't need to throw that in just yet. Maryville still have the numbers advantage. They're forced out the self-destruct here. We'll find one pick. Luke Minnow down, having already committed the Transcendence. Began trying to pick self-destruct. Dynasty down here as well. So while Slept-On are getting a couple of good punches in here, Maryville University with the cross counter, punch back just as hard and keep control of the point.
Yeah, and that objective control is so key in these like really back and forth fights, right? You're trading, everybody's dying, there's ultimates being committed, but that whole time, that percentage is ticking up for Maryville, so they come out on top just by sheer force of attrition. And they didn't actually commit a lot of stuff there. Your tank ult, sure, your Transcendence as well, but then you have 3 other ultimates, both your DPS, that duplicate can be huge. The rally, of course, is very impactful. And Slept-On, they've got a couple to work with, but they're definitely down.
Okay, interesting placement of the mine for that. Actually stuffing up that left-hand approach onto the point. Cyrus with a duplicate of the Wrecking Ball, so double Wrecking Ball on the field for Maryville University. It's 87 here to Maryville, and Slept-On not really making the trades they need to make this go back in their direction. Moser down, Burger Bandit out of mech here, and Maryville with the numbers advantage. They take Pedal off the table, and Dynasty just not quite enough for Monster here on the Echo compared to Cyrus. Cyrus getting a lot of work here. Maryville University, they squeak it across the line with players from Slept-On still in the offing. That's going to be 2-0 on Lijiang Tower, and Maryville University taking a lead in the series.
And a great showing from them. I almost was going to, if that fight went another way, I was going to critique Cyrus because the duplicate did not get much value there on that Wrecking Ball. But then he just turned around and was like, oh yeah, I can just play Echo normally and get a ton of kills that way. So just so integral in that last fight. And in this first one here that was just shown for play of the game, that Junkrat, insane. Just the amount of value you can get on that. It's been an iconic pick on Control Center for literal years, since like season 1 of Owl or before. So seeing that come out and actually be effective against that composition, I think was great foresight from Maryville. And like I said, it looks like they really have a plan, and it's working for them right now. So bravo.
And I want to bring up Luke Minnow. I kind of set this up when we were looking at the roster. Like, look at Luke Minnow to be like almost the stealth carry on the Zenyatta. The initial read from Maryville University as they came into point was for a different composition. Eventually they went to the mirror, which meant Luke Minnow swapping onto the Zenyatta, who then not only lapped their opponent in terms of charge on that Transcendence, beat them to it, was the first one there, having started at about a 20% disadvantage. Like, this is exactly what I was warning you about with regards to Luke. Like, keep your eye on this guy over the rest of the series and the rest of their career, because I do think they are one of the best Zenyatta, at the very least, pickups currently in NAT2.
Yeah, I mean, just there's something to be said for a guy who can come into the lobby and build 3 ultimates over the course of their opponent's 1. You know, like, I hate to break it down to Madden analysis like that, but more ultimates do win you the game. Pressing Q more times than the other guy means you're more likely to win the fight. But getting to that point also means you're doing more damage, more healing, you're dying less. Like, all of those things lead to all those extra Qs. So, you know, the fundamentals are making those things happen for them. And Maryville, I think, fundamentally is a very sound team. These guys are so experienced. They've been around so long, and their entire program really is dedicated to having that structure and that communication and sticking together as a team and playing on the same page. And in a game like Overwatch, that's really 90% of the battle right there.
Yeah, there's a reason why Maryville as a team are currently 4-0 in the Overwatch Collegiate Championship, and it's because they have not just a good roster, but like a strong and established presence as an organization. Like, they understand how coaching works, they understand what they need to do for their players to make life easier for them, to give them the best possible outcome. So, you know, I think maybe as little as a year ago, we would look at a collegiate team against a tier 2 team and go, well, it's a collegiate team.
Right.
We're not really expecting
that's very
it,
true.
We are seeing now the evolution of the collegiate scene to be like a parallel path to pro, almost, and Maryville a real exemplar of that. And we're looking for them to continue to be an exemplar of that parallel path to pro. As we move into our next map, we're going to be going to Route 66 for our escort map.
I like this. I think this is a great pick, frankly, for both teams. Of course, I believe it's loser picks map. I'm not entirely sure of that format because I'm not in charge of this tournament anymore, which is very nice. But in either case, whoever chose this map, I think both teams have the means to play, like, give a really good showing on Route 66. Plenty of room for that Echo pick. Also plenty of room, though, for like sniper compositions or even double shield if you want to be boring. You know, lots of options, especially across the many stages of Route 66. Let's see what we got. Here for Slept On, at least, because we can't talk about the guys in spawn. Pedal on the Ash is a fantastic pick. His hit scan is just beautiful. Dynasty on the Tracer as well. Not a bad pick for him. Dynasty has almost a Yaki-esque hero pool, which, sorry to all the Mayhem fans whose memories I am forcing back. I had to live with it too. I miss the guy. I love him dearly. He's really good at the video game. But Dynasty's like a little baby NA Yaki. Think of it that way. I like this composition from them, and I'm liking what we see from Maryville too. Just that opening Sonic arrow for Cyrus, but then he swaps to the Sombra, which I actually like quite a bit here.
Yeah, a lot of setup potential here between the Power Driver, the Orbiter Discord, and the Hack. Let's see how they put this to use. Cyrus out early here, and there we go, toe-to-toe with Dynasty, and on raw damage alone, expect Dynasty to win that one. Cyrus needs to play a little bit smart here to survive that one and tie up resources. Payload been making good progress, and Moser is down. That is a 20% damage reduction off the table now. Slightly harder for Slept On to find their way through this one. Mikey up onto the high ground, takes a lot of damage on the way through and falls to Dynasty. 1 for 1, 2 for 1, as Pedal and Aston both fall here, and Maryville University have just picked this absolutely to pieces.
And as you said, that Sombra just combining for great value with Mikey, even as he got peppered all the way across that bridge, which is the fate of all Wrecking Ball players, unfortunately. The Sombra on that first point is actually a fairly iconic strategy. One of the first people to pioneer it was actually Raucus, way back in the day, when the healing from a hacked health pack gave you ult charge and you could build EMP in about 8 seconds. Not the case anymore, but still a really solid pick. Just the combos that you can get are super helpful. Of course, that's a great combo from Dynasty.
Dynasty really starting to come alive here. Finds the D-Mech, lands the pulse bomb stick, and is still in the fight. Back to the rest of the team to develop a bit more HP here. But this is a great position to be holding here for Slept On. Look at the high ground control available to him.
Yeah, so much high ground control, and this choke too, almost King's Row-esque with that archway. Like, you can really force them to have to think about, okay, do we kind of try and wrap around the right side? Does Haley maybe just hit Tracer Eraser and go goodbye Dynasty? That's cool.
Man, you saw just how important Dynasty was in winning out that last fight. No longer available for the team here. Pulse Bomb Stick connects. That's Moser down again, but they have given over their own main tank here. Mikey off the table, so close to having that ultimate online as well. Doge gets Luke Minnow. And Maryville University, it's chaotic, it's a little bit rough, it's a little bit ready, but they are making slow and steady progress here. It's not out of the mech. EMP comes through. Burger Bandit down, and a couple of trades come back through. Mikey and Doge both getting in on the action here. The rally is available for Haley, and Luke Minnow is going to have that Transcendence here as well. So a lot of sustain available for Maryville University. They're waiting out this minefield, and this has slowed down the fight considerably. But it's not over yet. Payload inches forward a little bit, and we see Slepton make their return to the cart just to try and slow this down a little bit more.
That pick from Cyrus on the side, though, is so key, and getting out of there alive as well. Not going to get caught out here. Just putting in the work, putting in those little bits of damage just to finish things off. And Maryville, again, just plodding on inexorably. Just cannot be stopped. There are little back and forths, but Slepton never really had, even in fights where they were even or up by 1 or 2, they never really had the point presence to keep the cart slowed down for very long. And 4 minutes 50 for this last point is considerable.
Yeah, any round where you gain time in what you started with as you move through into subsequent points is a good round. So Maryville University 40 seconds ahead of where they started here. And Slepton playing a little bit back here. We've got Maryville University actually forcing them to invest resources closer to spawn, enabling them to secure free cart press here. Doge receives the stun, but is close to having that minefield. Pops the adaptive shield and tries to get into the backline here. Up against spawn, back into spawn, has to retreat. And Maryville University keeping up the pressure here. Petal down, hasn't even been able to get that first Bob online just yet. That's how difficult Maryville University are making this.
Wow, I hadn't even actually realized that. That's pretty intense. Petal is normally prolific, just getting so much damage downrange. And you would think there's no shields on the other side. Sure, there's the defense matrix, but all in all, like, usually a good hit scan can make their way around that. I think that's a testament to Maryville and how stifling they've been against this team, that they have this time bank and that ultimate economy is working out the way it is.
Yeah. Well, 3 minutes 42 on the clock here for Maryville University.
Oh, no.
And, where are you going to go from that one? Oh, yes, out the way. And the remake comes through. Doge and Peddler down here. And Luke Minnow featuring very heavily in that kill feed. There's the D-Mech on the Burger Bandit, I believe, is Cowman, playing on a helpfully named alt account here. And the kills just keep on coming through from Maryville University. Slepton might get one go here at burning some time off the clock, but they're doing that into a rally and an EMP. How are you going to make that happen, Slepton? Doge down. 3 minutes 15 in the bank for Maryville University.
And perfectly timed there. You know, like, Maryville, it is almost like they barely needed the ultimates to make that happen, but the ultimates just made it that much easier. The EMP just denying the mobility, just completely neutralizing anything. You see Burger Bandit with the consolation self-destruct there at the end, but of course the round was already over. I mean, just as clean as it gets, right? 3:15 to finish this map. There are teams that don't finish this map. You know, like, period. There are teams that do not reach 3 points on this map. So for them to do that with that much time to spare is a statement. It really sends a message that Slepton, they got to wake up.
Yep.
You know, for lack of a better metaphor there, this is 1st to 2. So they really don't have any leeway. They need to finish this map. They need at least a decent time bank to try and stay competitive if you get into extra rounds. And I'm curious to see how they go about that. It's looking like, you know, they're thinking about switching it up. I could see the Torb Orisa on point. I could see the effectiveness of an Ant Matrix and just kind of bunkering down and being like, you're going to have to come to us and it's going to hurt the whole time. The flashbang from Cassidy as well. Like, I could see this composition working. But with that Sombra online, like, one good EMP wins you a fight, or a Transcendence to just let you kind of wash over them. There are so many counters to this if Maryville are on top of things. And so far, they've been always on top of things. So it's going to be a challenge.
Cyrus out front here with the early info and a bit of a scan there. Some early damage towards that EMP. And Maryville University have given over a fair bit of space here. They've retreated to Big Earls, the diner on the corner here. Sorry, the gas station on the corner here. I'll get my Americanisms right eventually. And this is where you want to be holding with this. You want to enable the dives in. There we go. That's Mikey with a big power drive in. Dynasty down. Garo Blumino looking for that orb of Discord. A lot of damage goes the way of Mikey, though, and sees them taken out of the fight very quickly here. And that is your big initiation tool, taken off the table entirely here for Maryville University. So this is damage mitigation now for Maryville. Slow this down until Mikey can rejoin the fight, but the payload keeps on inching forward here. Therefore, Maryville University not able to put the brakes on just yet. They maintain that high ground control, and Mikey is back and away into the backline. Ice takes care of Dynasty's turret, which frees them up a little bit, frees everybody up a little bit. But Maryville need to get in and contest. This cart has not been slowed just yet. They don't have the ults to make this a clean fight. Might have almost been the D-Mech there onto Burger Bandit. In fact, there goes the Immortality Field. There goes the D-Mech. And very close to the end of point A here. Maryville starting to grind things out a little bit here. But it's been a long way from clean. Dynasty and the Dynasty turret getting a lot of work done. Aspen and Pedal get in, and this is going to be it. Slept on grinding their way through A little bit slower than we saw for Maryville, but still moving on.
Yeah, I mean, 5 minutes in the bank is nothing to sniff at, and I think this composition is doing what Slept-On wants it to do. This is a big, thorny ball, and it's like, yeah, you want to dive onto us, you got your Wrecking Ball, you got your Diva, you got your Tracer, whatever. We're going to make that as difficult for you as possible, but their first real test is coming online right now. This EMP could break it all open.
Yeah, difficult. Oh, what a combo as well. Only finds one, but that's enough to really make this difficult for Slept-On to work their way through. Maryville University throw in two big impactful ultimates, but they have taken up this defensive position where we saw Slept-On mount their first hold here. So, shades of the previous round here for Maryville University. Doge on the Orisa, happy to pepper in some damage for now and uses the shield to take possession of the point, but now they are pushing into the rally and the Transcendence. Cyrus has an angle on the left-hand side as Mikey chases down Pedal, takes them out of the fight, and gets round behind them again. This Wrecking Ball is everywhere you want to be looking. Ice lands the stick and Dynasty goes down here, so Slept-On unlikely to make this work until they start to commit some ultimates. Application Matrix and Rally both in effect here for Slept-On, but they've not been able to make a huge amount of progress, even having committed those. Look to get that Supercharger online to try and grind out this fight next, but they're going to have to wait because Mikey, carry the minefield, takes Moser out of the point. Self-destruct over in the side room to allow Cowman to get back into the mech. Finds the remake kill, but Maryville University still have the numbers on their side.
I believe that's a condition on the Mayhem wager board for the day. A remake kill is generally a couple thousand owl tokens, so congratulations, everybody. And yeah, I mean, like, that was such a prolonged fight to try and kind of recontest for Slept-On. They committed some ultimates. They tried to just kind of bunker down and do what their comp wants to do. But without the positioning, without just being on the cart and kind of having that advantage of, like, you need to come to us, Maryville's mobility was just a little too much, but now it looks like they're going to start making some progress again. They're at full strength. Sigma Swap gives you something, and that combo again, the EMP bomb is so effective. Even if it's not getting a lot of kills, that's still really key for them.
Yeah, the Sigma Swap gives you something in this case. It's Sigma featuring heavily in the kill feed on the wrong side of that one, but Pedal comes in and finds the double. Doge is able to take care of Mikey, and Maryville commit a lot into this fight, but it is not going their way at all. Slept-On with a couple of swaps finally make their way back into this one, and in the next fight, they've got two DPS ultimates to play with.
Yeah, and it's about who Slept-On takes down. You know, getting Mikey out of the equation just limits the mobility and the effective health of Maryville so much. It's a big kill for them, and so is losing Halo, frankly. Like, that's a lot of healing, a lot of sustain in these fights.
Yeah, a relatively quiet start here. Pedal really starting to make a name for themselves here on the Cassidy. Dynasty down, but before Dynasty could get that Molten Core online, that's going to fade here, however, and Maryville University can continue to use that additional mobility. But what a flashbang, what a headshot, what a combo, and Maryville University so close to hold on B start to crumble here. 2 minutes on the clock, 3 minutes 22 moving into C here. So, Slept-On looking good to continue the momentum, but they will be coming in at the end of this with a worse time bank.
Yeah, really a testament to Maryville's smoothness on their attack that this time bank is looking the way it does. Even so, if Slept-On have a good attack here, you could finish this in the next 90 seconds. You have a couple ultimates to work with, you have a couple more coming online. Meanwhile, Maryville with some big swaps and some low economy overall, really only the rally coming up. So, like, this could be a great time for Slept-On to jump in and make that momentum happen. But Maryville is going to try and sweat it out mechanically.
That was so painful to watch for Mikey. He fails with the rollout and then gets stunned into oblivion. Petals off the table, and a relatively even respawn here for both teams, so expect this to be a long knockdown, drag-out fight here. Maryville University starting to come out on the opposite side of it, however, as Dynasty falls in the Immortality field. It's committed Ice, dodges the rock and continues to push their way in. They know that there's some aggression to be had here, some room to take, and they start to do that. There's the hold for Maryville. Slepton coming into this next one with a lot of ults, though.
Yeah, I think they take that and they go, okay, yeah, sure, you're going to build half or 2/3 or whatever of your ultimates, but we have 3 online, the Ant Matrix close behind. Maryville still don't have a ton. Maybe the Dragon Strike and the Flux build up, but you use the Pulse Bomb and get nothing there. So Slepton's still in an advantageous position. I think it was very smart of them to do it this way.
There's the Flux, no kills on that one just yet, forces out some resources, but Maryville University not coming through on this one. It's actually Slepton that's coming through on the top of this one. Rock lands, nice combo with the halt, and down goes Mikey for Maryville University. They've got to get in on this quick if they want to take this down to as low a time bank as possible.
And they need to finish, but now Maryville are at about as strong as they're going to get. The Amatrix comes out from Moser, but the Dragon Strike and the Flux here for Maryville could be a pretty big combo.
Careful, a lot of damage coming through that Ant Matrix. Needs to dodge the rock as well. Dragon out, no kills, but some space gained here for Maryville University. Burger Bandit down, and it spins a win time here for Mikey on the point. We'll have that orbital online shortly, but Aspen and Dynasty between them, with the rally rolling from Aspen, start to find the kills. They need to flip this back in their advantage. Luke Minnow deals with Aspen, and it is the support line coming online for Maryville University. The pay to push from Slepton and send them back to their spawn to reconsider this. And we are now down at the 1 minute marker for Slepton.
Yep, 1 minute left, not a lot to work with here. Like maybe another Ant Matrix. Actually, bravo to Moser because he started that fight with an Ant Matrix and is now 80% back. Doge with a Supercharger maybe coming up. Petal with a Deadeye. He didn't get anything on his last one. Meanwhile, Maryville, both support ultimates and a Pulse Bomb. I mean, that Transcendence especially is going to be so key. Completely denies so much work, especially from the Ant Matrix on City.
Ooh, okay. Petal finds Haley. Actually, as the rally ends, takes Haley out of the fight, but the Pulse Bomb connects and Moser is down. Ice now just spraying and praying into that small room. Luke Minnow pops the Transcendence, buys his team the immortality. They need to press in and take us into the final few seconds of this round. 14 seconds on the clock for Slepton, and Ice is right up close to the enemy spawn and swinging for all they're worth.
I think he's just like screaming. I can only imagine in comms. He's like, yeah, come on out of spawn. You got 3 seconds. What are you going to do? Absolutely nothing. Lucio gets stuffed, and there's just no touch.
Oh, it's no touch.
Very close there. That Wrecking Ball was almost there, but too much CC, too much space. Too dominant a performance from Maryville. Bravo.
And I think, you know, we talked about the strength of the pickups that we had for Maryville University, and you and I, before the broadcast started, were looking like, oh yeah, no, this is a good support line, this is a good tank line for Maryville University. I still wouldn't have, prior to this, said that it was going to be a 2-0 blowout for Maryville. Like, Slepton have some incredibly powerful, well-known players on their team. It amazes me that that went the way it went. Just goes to show that if you take your eye off of Tier 2, even for a second, things move around a little bit, you lose all of your predictive ability.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're fully washed just yet. I think Maryville are really just like stepping up. They're showing the strength of a good core roster of experienced players, good coaches as well. I think the staff and the support that this roster gets is really second to none. And that shows up on the field, right? In Overwatch, your coaching really matters. We've seen some coaches completely not carry a roster, but really unlock their potential.
Yeah.
And we've also seen some coaches, unfortunately, completely explode rosters. But, you know, that's bound to happen here and there. That's always going to be a thing in just about any sport or esport ever. God, as a 49er fan, any meat sports folks out there, there you go. There's your one nod. And yeah, just, I mean, getting away from that, just a great performance from Maryville. Like individually, you had some great pop-offs from players like Ice, from players like Haley. And then as a team, you could tell that they knew how they wanted to approach just about every scenario. And even when Slepton threw him a bit of a curveball, you know, sure, give him a little space and just work on that download. Just get it done. And over the course of 3 or 4 fights, suddenly Maryville were just back in control.
Well, that's a Maryville forward into the next round of the upper bracket, Slepton down into the lower brackets. and we'll be bringing you more action after a short break. However, still live over on the B stream, we have Wisp versus Shoes Money Crew, where Wisp are currently 1-0 up. And elsewhere off stream, Redbird Esports currently 1-0 up over HU Storm. So we are going to throw ourselves to a little break while we get our next match lined up. Go and support Wisp and Shoes Money Crew over on the B stream in the meantime, and we'll see you here in a few minutes more for our next match.
To be the best, it's not about being first place or never losing. It's waking up every single day to get better than you were yesterday. It's about putting in the work. Because if you really want to be the best, you have to do the things the old you wasn't ready to do.
This point of Junkertown is so important about individual play because somebody has to find that first elim to give their team that advantage.
Yeah, and I think too, like I said before, like this point in general is much more suited for the defender. You get super entrenched down. Look at that, Wisp has to back up. Rocket almost falls just because they've got Torgrim turret set up somewhere where it's hard to get, and now it's hard to walk into that. But a stick, I mean, able to get the immortality field, and now Wisp is just looking super strong, very aggressive. Again, like you're saying, finding a pick, singling one person out, I mean, just walking into him. This is looking really solid for us.
That pulse bomb almost took out quite a few. They are incredibly lucky that Immortality Field was there when it was. They were all hunkered up down there on the Mega. That could have been just a full team massacre, but instead no eliminations come from it. The Orisa follow-up was there. J-Bub's now taking out Malthel. Another blade on the horizon, but can you use it before the rest of your team has been eliminated? Alex accretioning their own teammate. We'll pretend we didn't see that, no worries. Banded finds Rocket as well. So yeah, Wisp finally, for I'm going to say the first time, really getting stalled in their tracks again.
And this is what needed to happen. This is, I mean, like, if Shoes Money Crew had any shot at winning, this is kind of like, duh, you need to stop the cart. But especially here, like, if you don't stop it there, it is so easy to keep on having momentum just push into you. And now Shoes Money Crew is able to take a breath, get themselves more or less reset, and just quickly setting the mouth into the spawn room. And this is looking good for Shoes Money Crew to make something happen. Set up, find a good strategy, regroup. And you know, you got 2 minutes. You have to stop the payload from moving here to the end. I think this is winnable for Shoes Money Crew, but Wisp, I mean, they're looking pretty scary with those ults.
Unbelievably so. This is such a momentum-based map. You hit the nail right in the head when you said that earlier. And momentum has been stolen away from Wisp, but moving into this next fight with, let's say, nearly 4 ultimates, Shoes hardly on their way to 2. I mean, they're just going to be playing a numbers game here on the side of Wisp. And if they play it correctly, this should be a very easy cleanup. However, the blade comes out, able to find Ruby in one of the last swings, the last. That bat falling is the most important piece of the puzzle that Wisp needed to win the fight. Janet now going into overdrive, desperate to find the elimination, but no. Walks into a 1v4, unfortunate. Shoes, if they can get it sub 60 here, Hot Dog, that's kind of their ideal right now.
And it looks like they're going to. I mean, there's no way it's gonna. Yeah, it's gonna be 1-0. Okay, cool. So no matter what, they're gonna have essentially overtime here. So you know, just gotta get as much of that time bank off as possible. And Wisp is again throwing these ultimates in, and it doesn't matter. Malthel does fall. This could be an opportunity for Shu to find again, just kind of end it here to bring it to one last fight.
One last fight is all Shu needs. That spawn so far away. We just have a bit of what I would call a panic push coming out from Wisp there in those final moments. But right now, Vega finds an elimination. CJ finds one more, and there may not actually be another fight here, Hot Dog. I think we are looking to wrap up the first half of Junkertown. CJ takes out Oni God. Gawi finds Alex, and there are nobody on the side left alive to keep this push. 0.01, 21 seconds taken off the point, and that is all it takes. Wisp able to find all 3, 19 seconds left.
And that's the thing, even having time on, like I said at the beginning, if you can get it to be on second point, that is a good push on Junkertown, let alone complete it with time. You know, it's still 19 seconds, so it's not a ton of time, but you will, no matter what, get another minute if Shu's able to kind of answer with the 3 points as well. But man, Wisp, they're looking a little spooky, looking a little spooky here in this map.
Yeah, this has been, I mean, for a majority of Junkertown, it really just felt like Wisp was in the driver's seat, right? Shoes really struggling, constantly pushing into 5v6s because they had to, right? They were just losing somebody too early. They couldn't give away all that cart space for free. The question on everybody's mind, though, here, Hot Dog, is can Shoes mirror exactly what we just saw? Can they take this cart all the way to third, or does this series end on map 2?
I don't think they will. I don't know they won't win, but I don't think they're gonna like try and mirror the comps at all. I feel like Shoes Money Crew, they feel more rigid, which isn't a bad thing. They've got practiced composition and stuff, but when they like don't work out, it feels kind of like Shoes Money Crew's like floundering a little bit, trying to find a good answer, and sometimes that answer is throwing a bunch of ults in, which again pushes them back on the back foot, which what we saw in that last fight. Wisp came in with 4 ultimates, was able to just take that last fight and get a win, and looks like Shoes are gonna try again with okay, now I thought they were gonna go with the different character, but yeah, Tracer, Hanzo, just trying to again get some spam damage, try and get a pick, and hopefully get some momentum of their own here.
Oh, I was gonna say almost a mirror matchup, but as I was gonna say it, Shoes bringing it to a full-blown mirror matchup across the board here. so little healing on both sides that damage almost feels permanent, right? Until that rally or that Trank make an appearance, Zen and Brig, not exactly notorious for their mass amounts of healing, so it's going to be all that damage in a permanent state for the time being, and that first elimination will, of course, be the most important. Rocket goes down early, a huge opening, but oh, Malthel finds Danon in the backline as well. One DPS down on both sides. It's going to be all about who can make up for that missing damage dealer. Malthel almost bites the dust, but he's going to be able to live a little bit longer, forced back toward their spawn. And Shoes, they're doing a great job of, even though this fight isn't necessarily won, they are taking every inch of space that they are being given. They are not getting off the cart for a moment. They have found, in the first minute, they're meters away from capping point.
Yeah, I'm going to say, you have 2 minutes, 45 seconds here probably when you push it into the next point. That is a lot of time here, a lot of momentum. And yet they just walked in and they were able to keep them like at a distance from the cart. They focused on being on the cart and just kind of try to push them away so they can keep walking. And with that in mind, Shoes Money Crew kind of has an advantage in this mirror matchup. Like you said, not a lot of healing, and Onigod trying to get a lot of healing to not happen with Sigma. But they have the cart that they can just hang out on. They have more healing than Wisp. So if they're able to play around that advantage, these fights are going to go Shoes Money Crew's way a lot more often than Wisp's.
Absolutely, and Shoes Money Crew, they're doing such a good job playing, very reminiscent to me of how people often play King's Row. They cap that first point and then they just take off toward the enemy spawn. And right now we got
to go for it, man.
Yeah, we've got 3 or 4 people trying to pressure Shoes as they push into the second point area. Oni got deep in the back line there, already halfway to another pulse bomb. It's just constantly putting that pressure on Wisp, and then while Wisp is focused on who's up front, Shoes has gotten this nearly to the second point already, Hot Dog, completely uncontested.
Yeah, 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. This is a really nice push from Shoes Money Crew. And yeah, Onigod is doing a lot of work in that pulse bomb, and hopefully they can keep this momentum going as that Sigma falls dangerously low. This is looking a little bit close for Wisp here.
Yeah, it's going to be Alex going down early, so SMC, they're going to try to make up for it in the form of a couple of ultimates. The minefield out. We saw the Trank, I believe, for just a moment, but Ruby ties immediately after. 3 ultimates used in that fight, and it's actually going to be the first one SMC fully loses on their attack of Junkerstown. But 4 minutes on the clock, you're really not sweating yet.
No, I mean, that's, again, a lot of time. That's a lot of time on this map especially. And looking at it, I mean, Shoes Money Crew, they are doing a good job, I think, better with ults this time. It feels a lot more even. It feels like, again, they came into this with an awesome strategy how to keep it going. They've absolutely picked this map for a reason. And able to dodge that.
No!
Yeah, okay, I was like, okay, that got a little close. Yeah, they're going to have to reset there, and another fight win for Wisp. But yeah, they're looking good. I like what I'm seeing from Shoes here.
I like what I'm seeing from J-Bubs in particular. Holy cow, I think it was a 4K across the board. Just goes in deep, finds 4, and gets right back out of the fight. Wisp only using 1 ultimate in that fight as well. So now the momentum has definitely been sniped out from underneath SMC here. And Wisp has a great opportunity to continue holding. This is a great defensive position for this team.
Yeah, got this high ground. They're not able to, again, touch the point to get that extra healing. So now, again, it's even more of a mirror matchup. And I think Wisp does have a little bit of an advantage here. They just, again, seem just to be more cohesive, able to play things a lot better. But as I said, Wadri, a quick pick on Rocket. That's going to be the go button for Shoes. And that's 2 picks. That's looking good for them.
DPS line just dismissed from this fight. The bomb from Crowley trying to make up for that lost damage. Vega able to find Watery, and Alex also going to bite the dust. Such a large opening for SMC, but the fact they were caught in that small room, Wisp just got to beat the crap out of them. And unfortunately, Shoes was not able to capitalize. Only got to find CJ, but we're in one of those situations where I always say the damage is done.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit more and more like Wisp is getting the advantage here just in overall in the map. I mean, now we're at 2 minutes down. Again, not a bad time bank at all, but definitely a far cry from the 4 minutes and 20 seconds he had going into that last fight when it got to basically like 5 meters away from the point.
Yeah.
I mean, this is, again, getting a little bit dangerous here for Shoes Money Crew. They got to kind of lock it in, find that pick, and get a new fight going here.
Yeah, well, I mean, we saw that 1 elimination wasn't enough to cut it in. Oh, Malthiel, speaking of cut, I believe he's about to cut a hole right through the entirety of Shoes. That Trank has to be used to keep the team alive, and Watery is still going to be the first one to go down. Dennett finds Vega. It is a complete tie-up across the board. Malthiel is going to be taken out by Alex. Now Rocket, 9% away from a pulse bomb. We need to see if that pulse makes an appearance or if they even need it. 1 more elimination really seals the deal, I'd say, for either side. Rocket able to find the stick. It's a 1-1 trade again. J-Bubs and Rocket both taken out for Daned. I think Shoes is going to be able to cap this, but with that D.Va right around the corner, she's got so much health that it's so easy to stall for long enough for your team to get back. Krawi is able to find an elimination even, stalling out of that point, but not sure the stall lasts long enough. Vega now back into the fight. There's the wrecking ball as well, and the stall has come to a complete and total kickoff here. It is just going to be the entirety of Wisp almost back from their spawn. Onigod finds another elimination. It is the wrecking ball, that spin to win, not going to cut it, and they will finally break through that defense, Hot Dog. Shoes has taken us to that 3rd point.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, that's what you needed to have happen, right? Get everyone just with enough health for Oni to do his work on Tracer. He was able to find the last little kind of hits he needed. Just being annoying, just you know, annoying Tracer, just being Tracer, and just kind of finishing off those high priority targets. Again, they got 2 minutes going into this last point here. Onigod really can't afford to die here. He needs to be able to stay alive and get a pick here. That's been, again, I feel like one of the things that's happened a bunch is Onigod gets picked off, or the DPS gets picked off, and then it immediately is a fight loss for that team. So we'll see what they're able to do here going into the 3rd point. And there's a pick. That'll do it.
That'll certainly do it. It's an important pick as well. That Zen taken offline, just 10 shy of that Transcendence. However, J-Bub with a great ultimate there, finds Alex early. You've got a 5v5 rallies down on both sides. Now they were thrown in and kept the team alive for a little while, but I don't think it was going to be long enough, at least not on the side of Wisp. Triple kill comes through against them. Evil Bomb from Krawi, a desperate attempt to keep that mech around, but no, doesn't even get to remech.
Yeah, that was what you needed to have happen. Get him right before he remechs so he doesn't have that again. That huge, oh, that's gross.
Oh!
Yeah, that huge health pool on D.Va, and then a very small health pool on Zen. I mean, that's going to be a dangerous position for Wisp here. They need to find a good way to get this fight stopped here. They go into the last fight here.
I mean, this is just Shoes coming through large and in charge. It really took them a little bit of a while to find that momentum. And as I say it, though, you know, an elimination is going to be thrown against them. Dened swapping onto the Genji here in these final moments. Capping with anything more than what Wisp has feels very, very difficult. Realistically, probably isn't going to be happening. And that's if they cap at all. Wisp has such an incredible spawn advantage. They have a great stall potential. We've seen that from them many times before. But, I mean, Shoes, they've got 20 seconds and 0 ultimates on the board right now. This is going to be a very tough fight to win, especially when your Sigma goes down like that. Your Wrecking Ball doesn't seem too far behind in the kill feed. There it is. J-Bubs takes out the tank line. 10 seconds remain, Hot Dog.
J-Bubs, he has been coming alive in the moments they really need him for Wisp. Finishing out those targets, again, he got multiple kills here in a lot of the fights here. And now Onigod trying to keep, you know, just the fight alive here. Falls, no, that's not good. This might be the end for Money Crew.
That's got to be the end. The Ryan and the Tracer going down early. The Trank forced to keep the remaining 4 alive. There's just not going to be the initial follow-up or the damage. Truly, Malthel brings out the Blade. Watery already going to bite the dust. That Blade finds the other support. It's going to be a 2v6, I believe, in favor of Wisp, and just nobody is going to be able to get on that cart. Wisp walking away with a 2-0 victory on Ilios and Junkertown. A phenomenal performance. Shoes keeping it close, but unfortunately just not close enough.
Yeah, and it really comes down to, I think, again, just the stiffness I feel like Shoes Money Crew has. Again, one of those things that they're obviously a practice team. Onigod knows what he's doing. Danid knows what he's doing. They've been around the block a few times, shall we say. But I do think, again, like we mentioned in the beginning, having that the camaraderie, having them work together, you know, Wisp is just a very well-practiced team together, which I think beats just kind of, you know, just overall strategy, and they really came alive there on the end of Junkertown.
Absolutely, and Hot Dog, I hate to say it, but just as quickly as it begins, I think we're already done. I'm a little sad. It happened so quickly, but no, unfortunately, that does bring our time today to a close. There's an insane amount of Overwatch left. It's just not going to be Hot Dog and I here, so definitely stick around. There's a whole bunch coming up for you folks in just a little bit. This was very fun. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Yeah. Thank you to Shoes and Wisp for hanging out. Thank you to everybody in the back line for making everything happen. I'm not going to name all of them. There's about 30 of them making everything in the back line happen, so they know who they are. Thank you. We love each and every one of you very much. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other, and enjoy the rest of the day. We'll see you guys next time.
What does it mean to be...
Welcome back, everybody. Here with the second of the day's matches here on the A stream. Hopefully, you enjoyed a little bit of the B stream we had running in the break. And continuing the theme of the B stream, we are seeing Shoes Money Crew come through next up against HU Storm. And now, Thibault, I've got to be honest, I have a little bit of a bias being from where I'm from, and that I would love to see Shoes Money Crew go forward here. What do we reckon the chances are?
I mean, depends on who you ask. I would say pretty decent. I think that team is stacked and cracked and jacked and all those other words that you can use to describe a good Overwatch team. That said, I don't think HU Storm here are going to take that lying down. I think they, much like Maryville, right? They have a similar program that's focused on like the fundamentals, on development, on like growing as a team and just being a really solid core. And they have some amazing veteran presences on this team that in theory and frankly in practice have helped them go quite far. So this will be a challenge for them, but it still should be a pretty entertaining match either way.
Yeah, and I think with regards to HU Storm, we've almost got to touch a little bit on their coaching staff. One of the things that we said about Maryville was like the reason they did so well there, other than having cracked and stacked and jack players, is they have this system in place that knows how to treat that talent, how to nurture, how to develop it. Joe Meister, the head coach for HU Storm, I think is probably the longest serving Overwatch coach in the collegiate scene, having had a slightly rocky start in, I believe, the Philadelphia Fusion all the way back in season 1. Like, since then, moved on to HU Storm and has just been grinding away at the collegiate coaching scene. Like, there is nobody more familiar with this scene than Joe Meister. So it's a good start for HU Storm.
Right. It's really down to that like foundational block of a guy like Joe Meister, who's been around for years and years and years, even earlier than Overwatch League. Back when I was doing journalist things, Joe Meister was around. He was actually one of my first ever interviews as a journalist, which was 2018, something like that. Yeah, way too long. Yeah, time should not do that thing where it keeps going forward like that. It's scary. I don't like it. But even looking at maybe some of the faces that are a little newer than Joe Meister, which is to say just about every other name on that roster, you've got players like Lethal and Akawa who have been around for ages. You've got Elk, who was also on the Fusion for a good bit there, and has since then, much like Joe Meister, just kind of like, what if I just do collegiate instead and grind out my degree and keep playing the game and just become like this solid rock of a team member. And so far, I think they've done a great job of that. HU Storm and Maryville are kind of like the names in collegiate that you talked about before collegiate kind of like branched out and blossomed into the scene that it is now, which is great. So I think being one of those like old guard teams does lend them a good deal of stability and trust in one another. And I think that'll carry them pretty well.
And I think it's fair to say roughly the same for Shoes Money Crew here as well, right? Originally coming out of the That's a Disband roster.
Man, that's a throwback.
I know, right? That's again sort of 2018 kind of territory. Like a really solid, really stable presence in the Tier 2 region, and a lot of players on the roster that account for that as well. You know, your Danitz, who made a name for himself playing largely Doomfist and a few other flexes in British Hurricane during their historic EU run, like a bunch of players who we should not discount. But does look like we've got our first map locked and loaded, ready to go. We're on our way to Busan, starting here on Mecha Base, which to my money kind of says let's see some brawl. I guess we won't know for certain what we're going to get here until we get those spawn doors open.
Oh, damn it on the May. A terrifying prospect. I was hoping for the Doomfist, but May is a really solid pick here. I don't fault them for it at all. Tap over here on the Symmetra. Let's see if that's just a TP. No, they're actually sticking with it. That's not uncommon. Oh, I lie. They make a liar of me. There's a Tracer. Tracer Ash here, not bad. Lots of opportunities for mobility. You want to set up some good angles and everything, but you got to watch out for those walls because that's exactly what they're going to be doing. They want to split up HU Storm and really make them work for it.
Oh, okay. TP coming in clutch there, right up on top of HU Storm, as allows them to bridge the gap here. They're not pushing the advantage just yet, and we have had a couple of displacements. We've actually got Danit down there on the low ground, away from the loving bosom of the rest of his team. It's Watery up on the high ground, looking and thinking about getting at the environmental kill there onto Divio. Doesn't come through. Instead, it's back up onto the high ground, and the push comes through. There's the displacement. They're down onto the low ground. Shoes Money Crew want to get up close and personal and brawl. It's a 1-for-1 trade as Akawa and Ruby down here. HU Storm coming out on top, finding both supports here for Shoes Money Crew, but Shoes Money Crew not out of this just yet. They've got a lot of presence on the point, and whilst HU Storm have given over 9% control, Shoes Money Crew are back in control of the point now, but without those supports there to make that work, it's kind of a hiding for nothing here. Maybe we see SMC generate a little bit more percentage control here, but HU Storm is set up to win this out.
Yeah, and they're doing a really solid job. I want to shout out the names that I kind of haven't talked about yet, because Divio, I'll admit, don't know who this guy is, but that Sigma, he's doing really well. Having that ult that early for a Sigma is a really, really big ask, and so far he pulled it out. That was great mechanics from him through that fight, great presence of mind, using cover, keeping track of his team, of course. And then there's Danid just doing Danid things and ripping people's heads off. But even so, that pulse bomb comes out from tap, doesn't get much, but they still have a couple ultimates on Harrisburg's side to try and keep things going. The Transcendence comes out early.
Yeah, very early, but it has allowed Divio to survive through that Transcendence, to survive through that Flux, and get the kill onto Hades. The freeze comes through, and that's very frustrating as a Wrecking Ball player running into a May. But it's not really worked out here for Danid just yet. Has found the kill, but it's not been quick enough. Kills have been happening onto his team whilst they've been stalling this one out. And the Blizzard is nowhere near online. Shoes Money Crew back to spawn. HU Storm at the 50% marker here.
Great ultimate generation from them, and smart usage in that last fight, but really it's the mechanics and the collapse coming through that helped them out. Danid, like you said, not getting as much value on that May as he would have liked, not quite close to the Blizzard, but the Photon Barrier coming out early could be an opening.
As the survivability, certainly useful, but now there's the 7th man on the field. Shadow comes down, will allow the pin to connect. Sound barrier through as well here, and given that Hades is deep into the backline, that's going to be very useful in surviving that a little bit longer. Tap won't find Danid as he pops into the ice block, but the pulse bomb comes through and takes Watery out of this. Alex up onto the high ground, the chase is real and lethal. Goes down here, Shoes Money Crew come out on the benefited side of the exchange on this one. They find the kills to get this flip. HU Storm take this all the way to 90 before this flip comes through.
And that 90% is a really big advantage for Harrisburg, as well as the sheer number of ultimates Shoes Money Crew needed to commit to that. Both support ultimates, the Shatter, the Photon Barrier. Onigod now swapping over to the Cassidy, so it's not the most like nonsensical move of all. I like that swap especially, helps kind of nail down Akawa, put some pressure on the tank line. But now Harrisburg coming back 90%. They don't even need to win the next fight, which they're not going to because Akawa is down.
Oh no!
Yep, nah, man, just go for it. You know what's going out. Go out with dignity.
Wasn't sure if that was going for the reset or trying to get back onto stable ground, but regardless, Alex with the boosters takes him out of the fight. We've got the Transcendence here early from Harrisburg. Soames forced into using that one, trying to back away, but Shoes Money Crew don't want to give up this ground. They want to Shoes Money Crew want to take this one. However, they may have over-aggressed here as Divio finds a pick with that Gravitic Flux. Keeps up the pressure here, but it's a very tradey fight so far, Thibble. Nobody winning out one completely. Oh, what a boot! Shatter doesn't connect! Too long in the air, and Divio knocks them out of this one. Disaster here for Shoes Money Crew as Harrisburg starting to push back onto the points. We'll see Danid back on the Soldier, another signature pick, and it's 85 to 93. They've got to touch to keep this going.
And I was actually worried maybe that Harrisburg were kind of staying a little too long, committing a little too much, but they made this work for them. Look at them go.
Yeah, there was a touch there by Alex, but it's too little too late. Harrisburg just have the numbers in their favor, and Lethal and Tap pick apart Shoes Money Crew on the re-entry. Still, 100 to 85. Shoes Money Crew not shut out here, and certainly some ground to be gained to move into the next round.
Sure, yeah. I mean, there are definitely a couple little exchanges there that completely flip that round and have Shoes Money Crew walking away 1-0 themselves. But I think it was really great communication and grace under pressure for Harrisburg to come into that fight down ultimates with some percentage to go through, but that early Transcendence and everything. In my mind, simple farmer Plat boy over here, I go, that Transcendence wasn't great. Maybe we back out. You try and go for a more established fight. And they just scrapped and did manage to just whittle Shoes Money Crew down. Shoes Money Crew kind of went face first with all of these ultimates and then had nothing left in the tank. And that's when Harrisburg struck. So now, great opening lead for them as we get onto Sanctuary.
Okay, we've got the mirror matchup here. Let's see how Shoes Money Crew fare here, particularly with Alex on the Sigma. Well, already down for Alex, their signature hero, no longer in the game. Akawa was able to find Ruby, and it all just falls apart here for Shoes Money Crew. Harrisburg, they're going to lose Akawa here, but I think they've done enough to secure an early cap here onto A.
Yeah, just nice, clean. Wow. Okay, Lethal. Come
Yeah,
on. Keep
wow.
going. Keep going. How many more? Yeah, yeah. Give us the little. Yeah. Oh, with the Boston skin. Sorry, those skins are ugly. It's I can't.
Fired.
I can't not speak the truth. Lethal out here really just showing us
Oh,
what's up.
wow.
I literally can't even get a sentence out before he gets another kill. And these early leads here for Harrisburg are huge. Look at that difference in ult percentage between Lethal and Danid. Look at this tank line stepping up as well. Like, this is a position you want to be starting in. Just have that dominant advantage. But now it's up to, can you make that last? Can you extend that lead all the way to the end? Or are you going to have to get into that ult economy game?
Well, the tank line, there's not as big a gap in ult charge as you might hope for in the back of one fight from Harrisburg. Let's see if Shoes Money Crew can press a little harder on this one, generate some ult to maybe win out this team fight. Soames in early with the Transcendence, generated very quickly. A solid 20% ahead of Ruby there. Buys a bit of space for the team, but isn't enough to keep Lethal alive long term. But still, Harrisburg start to press in here. They will have the mines ready to stuff the point. And out it comes. And we see Shoes Money Crew chased away from that one. The mines and the pulse bomb combine to make a fireworks display here for Harrisburg University. Shoes Money Crew back once more to spawn as we round 70% capped.
Pretty clean and decent ult maintenance as well here. You still have 2 ultimates with that flux coming online. Shoes Money Crew with plenty to work with though as well. That rally is a great initiating tool. You could potentially set up a pretty solid minefield once everything's gotten a little crazy. And the visor, of course, if Danik can get a good angle, you know, that's fight's done. So now it's gonna be, can Harrisburg kind of weather that storm? Haha.
Well, jokes aside, it is crunch time here for Shoes Money Crew. They've got to make it happen. They've got to make it happen now. Minefield out from Hades, but does not survive the engagement. Lethal takes him out of the fight, and now we've got everything on the table here for Shoes Money Crew. Danid with the tactical visor, Watery in with the rally. Something big needs to happen here for Shoes Money Crew. Are already down. Danid, and we are into overtime. They are nowhere close to getting this flip. Lethal finds Alex, who's failed to get this ultimate online all game long. Harrisburg looking strong here to round this one out as the Gravitic Flux comes through. Tap finds Watery. The supports are off the table here for Shoes Money Crew, and Harrisburg University looking to cement their lead here on Busan and take 1-0 in the series. Shoes Money Crew tagging on, but it's all hiding to nothing. 100-0 on this round, and Harrisburg University put themselves up in the series.
You know, talking during the break before this got started, we were once again maybe thinking this match would go a certain way, and it has surprised us once again.
Yeah.
Because, wow, the Harrisburg just stepping up massively. I mean, they just looked to be playing fundamentally sound Overwatch, but also having the mechanical pop-offs you need, you know, to create those gaps. Just make that space for yourself. And Shoes Money Crew frankly looked a little frazzled there. Danid, I don't mean to call him out specifically, but well, there you go, I suppose. In those last couple fights, he was kind of playing mystery heroes. He didn't quite know what to do, what would work best. He swapped to the Genji for a second, decided against it. He swapped over to the Sim to try and, you know, bring the team a little mobility and get back to the fight a little more quickly. And of course, by then, just the disadvantages were too great. That was certainly not his fault, but it looked like as a team, they didn't quite know how to approach that. They didn't have their full plan downloaded, like we were talking about in our last game with Maryville. So if I'm Shoes Money Crew, you know, take this couple minutes break before we get into the next match to like, hey guys, what's our plan here? What do we want to be running? What do we want to be doing? Do we want to be playing aggressively? Do we need to kind of play more of a bunker style and take our time with this? Because you've brought this up, I think, again, off broadcast, but Shoes Money Crew is playing at a ping disadvantage. Yeah. It hasn't stopped them before. They've generally done very well. And this is a team that is capable of playing on ping. It's not like, oh no, suddenly I can't play the video game. Like, these guys are still really, really good. But something here right now is tripping them up today. And they need to fix it if they don't want to be 2 and out of this tournament.
And I feel like at least some of this is in the DPS lineup. We talked about Danid. The last time we saw Danid, I believe in Pro Play, was actually in the last Classic, in the Fall Classic 2021, where like the bread and butter for Danid was and kind of always has been in the Doomfist play. Like every D in Danid stands for Doomfist. Where Doomfist is in the meta right now, is rough, particularly if you're playing into a Brigitte and a Zen. Like, you go for a fancy rollout in, and you either get hit with the stun and deleted, or you get hit with the Discord and get deleted, or you get hit with both and get double.
I was going to say both. Yeah.
And so, like, it's difficult for Danny to really find that niche here. Whereas if we look on the other side, for Tap and for Lethal, they are playing into a style that they are and always have been comfortable in. And I don't mean to suggest for a second that I don't think Danid can play these other heroes. Like, you don't make that kind of name for yourself as a one trick, but this certainly is a comfort zone for Danid. Shoes Mini Crew also don't have Sauna or Solar in the lineup. They've got Onigod in, which is by no means a bad pickup. Like, Onigod, give me a team, give me Onigod, fine, more than happy for that. But I think there is a wealth of playtime for that roster with Sauna, with Solar in the roster that maybe isn't there with Onigod, despite the obvious talent that Onigod is. And overall, it just means that Harrisburg University Storm are just a little bit more practiced, a little bit more together. Like, they know what their game plan is and they're executing it, while Shoes Mini Crew are looking for how to adapt into that.
Yeah, which is definitely a big factor. You look at the meta, you look at the amount of playtime people are having. Obviously, we aren't keyed in on scrims or anything. We didn't ask those questions. But think about it, right? There's not a lot going on. There isn't a season of contenders to keep these guys sharp. How much have they been practicing? Have they been taking a bit of a break here and there? Did they scrim for this tournament? Historically, it's honestly been pretty split between teams that will scrim and try really hard to prepare for this tournament, and teams that come in and are just like, we're fine. We're feeling pretty good. We're just going to come in and play the game and have a good time. And I don't knock either of those strategies. Certainly, you can totally prep and you can totally just be confident that you're going to come in and play your game. But sometimes that can be capitalized upon, so that might be a thing as well. But I also don't want to imply that these teams are just not caring, because I think they definitely do. And Shoes Money Crew specifically requested to be in this tournament, despite being the only team from EMEA, as we load into Havana here, sorry. And I think that speaks to their dedication to this. They're not coming in and just being like, whatever, sure, fine, we'll play just to play. Like, they placed 4th in our last one, I believe. They're consistently have been in that top half of teams. No matter the region, no matter who else is in there, doesn't matter how good those other teams are, they can hang. So it just kind of leaves me like, what's up, guys? Come on, let's get this going. I want to see that Shoes Money Crew here.
Okay, Shoes Mini Crew on the defense, and it's a classic and aggressive hold here at the opening spawn for A. Many walls for days, lock people off. Harrisburg University Storm coming out of this with not quite the same as we saw from them last time, and Lethal currently making a swap over to the Widowmaker to look for those high-value insta-kill headshots. Shoes Mini Crew able to burn quite a lot of time off the clock here. Beautiful May wall freezes up Divio, and down they go. Danid on the May, always a scary prospect. Let's see how long it lasts for them here, Thibble.
Yeah, and I mean, this is really Shoes Money Crew's kind of bread and butter strat. Many teams' bread and butter strat here on Havana, right? Step up, hold these front doors for as long as possible. Even when you lose, you still have enough time to go contest again before this point is captured. So you're really getting time for free here. And this has always kind of suited Shoes Money Crew's style. And I'm glad that they know, like, hey, we still can play what makes us feel good, and you can still make that work and get a lot of value out of it. And it's hard to blame them looking at this, because they are getting some work done.
And you can see things starting to fall apart a little bit here as Lethal's make the swap over onto the Hanzo. So they're finding kills, and the more kills that come through, naturally the harder this point is to hold. But Shoes Money Crew have already burnt over 2 minutes off the clock now, so they don't mind losing out here, particularly if they can get some kills on the way out and slow the Harrisburg University Storm's roll. They come into this fight with ultimates to play with, so great opening hold here for SMC.
Right. Yeah, I mean, tons of time burned off that clock, plenty of time to get back together. Now with ultimates, I mean, look at that. They have them lined up. So it's kind of like dealer's choice. What do you want to commit here? Do you open with the Ant Matrix? Do you go for a Shatter? But then at the same time, Harrisburg coming in, starting with a Dragon. A lot of... Oh, yeah, there you go. A lot of value to be gained out of that.
Yeah, huge amount of value gained from that Recon Arrow specifically. Onigod is down. So Shoes Money Crew, they've got some options here, but they are down a player, so they need to find picks with them. Alex starts things off with an eat onto Tap's Pulse Bomb, not the most impactful ult, but certainly one less to deal with. Danny finds Tap here, and suddenly they're back in a player level here, so they can start to aggress in and start to take the space back from Harrisburg University Storm. They force out the Transcendence without using ultimates here. No, they have used the Amplification Matrix, but that was a couple seconds ago. We can get past that one. Flux out from Divio. Only God's able to find Elk, and it all falls apart here for Harrisburg University Storm, who have got to be happy that they got that sound barrier out, but they still have to walk into both a Shatter and a Blizzard in this next fight.
Yeah, a few ults committed there for Shoes Money Crew. You got the Visor, you got the Bomb, you got the Sound Barrier, like you said, very impactful here as Divio swaps over to the Diva and Lethal to the Ashe. But even so, they're holding on to some ultimates. Daned, absolute MVP of that fight, getting 2 just total solo bolo kills right there, and now has the Blizzard to hang on to, which combos very well with that Earth Shatter. Like, this hold is not impossible. We have seen full holds on Havana more times than I care to count. So suddenly, Choose Money Crew looking like they have a real opportunity here.
Minefield in a dangerous place here for Onigod, who ultimately crumbles under the pressure. There's only so much you can do against a Rat and a Wrecking Ball and a field full of mines. And Choose Money Crew not coming out of this unscathed. They come out with a few losses here. The Pulse Bomb comes in big. That's the DMEC onto Divio. Blizzard out here as well to round up the fight. They desperately want this kill onto Akawa. They secure it, and the tanks are off. We are seeing the cart moving forward here. Bit of a back cap attempt, but we're now down below 30 seconds still. Harrisburg University Storm don't have any ults here, and they've got to walk into an Amp Matrix and a Tactical Visor.
And with that early pick, too, they're not going to be coming into this at full strength. Elk swapping over to that Lucio, just trying to give this team a chance to touch. All Akawa's going to be able to do is Lethal swaps over to that Doomfist, hoping for those rollouts. But this is a rough spot to be in.
Akawa frozen up and taken out of the fight entirely. There's the Amp Matrix, and in at the last second here for Lethal on the Doomfist, and it's just not going to be enough. This is looking just like a point A hold here for Shoes Money Crew. Very well played, clearly had a good read on this situation. Timer ticks down, and that's as far as Shoes Money Crew need to get it to put a point on the map.
And there were really just 2 fights that decided the entirety of this hold. There was that first just stand at the spawn doors, which was damn near 2 minutes at the end of the day, which is huge. Usually you really want to try and break out of that within 30 seconds to a minute. Losing a couple fights there is so critical. And then Harrisburg come in with some ultimates to use, with some position, with a little bit of an advantage. And Daned says, what if I just get like 2 really crazy headshots and just end that fight before it even starts? And between those 2 fights, the ultimates you were able to build from that and the sheer amount of time you could burn, Harrisburg just couldn't come up with an answer fast enough. So bravo there, because both of those were just like, we're gonna come in, we're gonna outplay you, and there's nothing you're gonna be able to do about it. And now, Shoes Money Crew, 75.92 is the number of the day to keep them in this tournament. I've seen fuller holds on this map, but that's a tall order too. So Harrisburg now are going to be going for that. They want to move on. They do not want to force a map 3 on this. But the margin of error is very, very thin.
I'm very surprised by this hold from Harrisburg University Storm. They are not playing up close and personal at the spawn doors like you might expect. They're giving over a lot of space here.
Yeah, and with the dive heroes too, you would almost expect like, hey, let's go for some early sort of picks, but maybe they want to let Shoes Money Crew just kind of step out a little bit so they can then be flanked and they can go for some sort of collapsing maneuver. That's the only thing I could think of here.
But I would still want to stay just a little bit early. You're giving over more than
so
half of what you need. And that's difficult. Tap down to Daned again. 2 rounds in a row. And we've got Akawa in the back. Out of the frying pan into the fire. Very cold fire in this instance. That being the May. Adaptive shields come through, but it's not going to be much long here for Akawa. Down eventually. Meanwhile, back on the front line, Alex has given over control of the mech, but the cart has moved forward inexorably here for Shoes Money Crew. Taps able to find Alex whilst out of the mech, and Ruby's down here, so what was looking dire for Harrisburg suddenly looks a little bit more favorable. Now that they have control of this top left-hand corner, things are playing a lot more into their style of play.
Right, and this hold does work out for them just barely, as Onigod does go down. Elk keeping him honest. So, dude, we're both veterans here, and I know what's going on. But even so, right? That hold works out. That's grand. You don't get immediately just knocked out. But now they have so much time to hold so little distance. This Blizzard coming out here, that wall, like, what can you do against this?
I mean, look, we kind of talked down a little bit in the last round. Maybe that wasn't the perfect pick and the perfect style of play from them, but they are making stuff happen now between walls and Blizzards, and it's lethal with the blade. Down goes Ruby, and on the hunt for more. Watery able to escape here. That looked like a sure thing here for Shoes Money Crew with the Blizzard, but Harrisburg have put the brakes on this payload yet again. Still, 2 minutes in the clock. There will plenty of time for Shoes Money Crew.
Sure, yeah, and they have a couple ultimates coming online. That sound barrier to give them a little sustain. Maybe the self-destruct coming online. You got another 25%. Only got those swapping over to the Sombra. At about 2 minutes is where you want those swaps to come through to try and build some openings before time is up. But there's a fight coming in fast.
Wow, the Flux might not have found any kills, but it does flush out a lot of utility, both the Immortality Field and the Sound Barrier here committed from Shoes Money Crew, and it's not gained them any space. They're looking to make a rotation, unusually, unorthodoxly, through this hotel structure up onto the high ground to flush out Harrisburg. It's not worked out for them. Only God is down. All they've done so far is displace Harrisburg. They've not won this fight. Harrisburg can push back in here, and they can give up ground and still be a defensive threat. And they have now displaced Shoes Money Crew in turn. Out comes the Pulse. Gets rid of the Immortality Field, but not a huge much more here. Amplification Matrix now out for Shoes Money Crew. They've used that to buy some space, and it is Hades pushing this cart forward. Down it one more time to take Akawa out of the fight. Alex finds Elk, and suddenly things have turned here for Shoes Money Crew. Harrisburg University not with a chance of touching here. And we are all tied up here. Shoes Money Crew putting their first point on the board for today.
Yeah, I think they heard us. They said, dude, no, you guys don't get to come in and talk all that smack. We're going to do a full hold on Havana, because why not? I mean, just great work from Danid there. I mean, kind of the same vein, right? He heard us talking smack and said, nah, dude, I'll show you what I can do. Just great mechanical plays there. His walls were on point. The Blizzards, even the zoning ones, like they were actually zoning, not like the ironic, like, haha, that actually sucked. Like,
zoning.
Right, yeah, no air quotes there. It actually did that job, and it's exactly what it needed to do. So, bravo, really. Shoes Money Crew stepping up and showing, like, hey, we can still, when we actually just have the chance to sit and breathe and play our game, we can still show up and, like, teach these teams a thing or two.
Yeah. And I think we can put a lot of this into analysis-wise, the fact that this was Shoes Money Crew's choice of map, and they came into this with a very obvious game plan. As we move into the next map, because it's a loser's pick format, Harrisburg get their map pick now. We have that locked in already. We're going to Hollywood as a hybrid map for our next map. So again, a team that's going to be coming in here with a very obvious game plan. Shoes Money Crew now have to pick what we think is maybe against their comfort zone. If you're Harrisburg University, with the kind of coaching staff that you have, with the kind of veteran player base that you have for Harrisburg, they will be picking explicitly to make life difficult here for Shoes Money Crew. They know what Shoes Money Crew bring to the table, and so this is going to be a potentially a map that's decided in the spawn room well before we're even loaded into the map proper. Like, Harrisburg University have to have a game plan here.
Yeah, and I think if you come on to Hollywood, it's frankly not a super common hybrid map. I think we could safely assume that majority of people would choose King's Row. Exactly. So Hollywood, despite being, in my mind, a very popular map with a very storied history in Overwatch, it's maybe a bit of a curveball. Just a little bit. Because it's not like Shoes Money Crew have never practiced Hollywood. It's Hollywood. It's Shoes Money Crew. But if you have that specific plan, like you said, if you know the comp you want to run, the style you want to play, that can, just like we saw on Havana, make for a really dominant performance that Shoes Money Crew then have to be like, oh, okay, we have to match that. We can't just kind of rest on our laurels of knowing a map or having a comfort pick, because who knows what they're actually going to pull out, because this is their pick.
I think if I can put on my fake analyst's cap very briefly, I think you look at a team like Shoes Money Crew, who in that last round ran sort of a couple of variations on Brawl Comp, where you want Hades specifically on the Reinhardt to take and make and protect space. Kings Row is like the famous map for that. Like every analyst who's ever cast a game of Kings Row has gone, oh well, you know, this is where Brawl was perfected. This is where Ryan Zarya is the best. Kings Row lines up very well for giving Danad a lot of space to run the May. To be honest, even gives them a lot of space for running the Doomfist when you think of a lot of the tight angles that we have in Point B. So I do think this is smart from Harrisburg University to deny them that kind of space. If you think about Hollywood, it's a lot more open in that Streets phase. Yes, it has high ground control and options for a defensive team to play around, but it specifically plays against that kind of brawl style that we saw from Shoes Money Crew. And I guess the question is, are Shoes Money Crew comfortable enough on these less brawly compositions that maybe find favor in points B and point C to win this out? Because this is, of course, the potential end of their tournament run. This is the lower bracket. Whoever doesn't win this next map is out and about. I suppose we do have the potential for a draw here, given this is a hybrid map. Hopefully we don't see... Actually, I'm all for seeing more from both of these two teams, but it's a frustrating way to end in a first to 3 format, pushing us to another map if we have to. So a lot on the line for both of these teams here. Their tournament lives, as it were, on the line.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm always also interested in a draw. There's always so much like fascinating stuff that happens. Let me quickly look at the order of maps to figure out what happens if there's a draw, because I believe no, it is not. We go back to another escort map because you can't draw on escort, which is smart. I made that rule. Haha. So yeah, I'm fascinated to see how this is going to break down. Shoes Money Crew starting with a Tracer Sombra. I was almost going to bring up that I don't really feel that Hammond Sigma is the play here, but Shoes Money Crew disagree with me, and they're the pros, so I will shut my mouth. Meanwhile, Harrisburg starting out on a Winston, but deciding against it, Hades swapping immediately to that Reinhardt, which, like you said, is definitely a comfort zone. Oh, sorry, we've got the name swapped. My bad. I'm just throwing words out here. Don't listen to what I'm saying. So Harrisburg, starting on the Tracer Sombra, and then we've got Shoes Money Crew going definitely with what I would consider their comfort composition. Nice TP.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah, beautiful TP. Forcing out. Oh, wow! Just absolutely smashed Soames and Elk out of this. And sure, Harrisburg have got a kill on the back end of that one. They've only got out of this, but supports are the important ones here. You cannot sustain through that fight without your supports. And boy, Shoes Money Crew just get large and in charge and look to set a blistering pace through point A. Harrisburg might get the option to stall here, but I don't think they want to commit to it.
And that Symmetra is honestly such a huge wrinkle for Shoes Money Crew's usual style, because Danad, frankly, has been the guy on Sim and May. Of course, Sana had plenty of flexibility in that role as well, and Onigod, of course, can play pretty much anything at this point because he's been around for, 15 years, however long Overwatch has been about. Yeah. So having that Symmetra in this brawl style that is so traditionally not mobile in any way, and suddenly going, hey, I'm behind you with about 1,800 effective health, and you're dead now. Like, that's just the best style Shoes Money Crew could be asking for right now. It works for them so well. They're so comfortable with it. Another TP coming straight onto the high ground now, forcing Soames away. Like, this is exactly what they want to have.
Yeah, Lethal with a lot to play with here with that EMP. Hasn't found anything just yet, despite hitting 4. The kill still coming through for Shoes Money Crew as Elk is down and Divio is out of the mech here. So, Shoes Money Crew with a relatively cheap exchange here, just needing that EMP to win out this fight. And we're looking at a potential stagger here onto Divio, which is an unusual map to see a D.Va stagger onto. Down eventually, and Shoes Money Crew keep up the pressure. That payload rounding the second corner on its final approach here into the point B cap position. Danad with the Blizzard in hand looks set to round out this team fight.
Yeah, plenty of options here for Shoes Money Crew. So much Stain coming online as well. You've got the Moira here from Ruby. The Mines, though, coming out from Akawa, and that EMP the manual hack on that.
Blizzard out, Shatter down, 2 on the ground. Lethal down, but the Immortality Field comes in clutch, keeps Harrisburg alive through that. Hades not able to connect with the pin and instead puts themselves more or less in no man's land. The team split now by the use of the resources from Harrisburg University, but in a position to regain the point, and it is Divio trying to keep this stalled out, playing around this photon barrier. They have eventually managed to grind this out here. Shoes Money Crew threw an awful lot at that fight, and it hasn't worked out for them. So Harrisburg University, having given over a lot of progress here, eventually put the brakes on it.
I think Harrisburg there just did a really good job of basically playing Ring Around the Rosie, right? You have the Blizzard come out. Okay, let's just move. Okay, they use the
what is
sound
it?
barrier.
No,
Let's just sustain.
you can't let this happen.
Oh, okay.
Right
Do
on
they
the last
even, yeah,
second.
you don't even make it out alive. That's bold. That is bold because that Moira knows you're either going to cap or you're going to die. So now Shoes Money Crew forced to just kind of slow down a little bit, take their time. Let's regroup. Let's not get picked out. Harrisburg, though, so many ultimates online here. You have the EMP. You could combo that with Divio Self-Destruct. The Matrix can get a ton of value. Here it comes.
That's a meaty EMP, and Ruby, unable to fade out of that one, is gone. Hades down here as well. Cheap fight for Harrisburg, honestly, but they've got to be careful because we've actually got the back. The kills have come through. They weren't quick enough, and Danet gets it.
He just stands there. He's like, yeah, man, kill me. Fine. My work here is done. You can't take away what I've done here. And now Hades actually swapping over to the Winston. Onikod putting some pressure on as well, just keeping this fight going. They do not want to stand there and just die. They're like, no, dude, we have a game left to play. What are you doing, Danet? Danet, I'm sure, just having some fun with it.
Oh yeah, that's a big LOL in chat there from Dan, and I'm quite certain on that one. Looked like such a good thing here for Harrisburg, and now Shoes Money Crew, they might not have the ultimates online just yet, but unless Harrisburg put pay to them right here and now, it's an easy walk up this final straight with the ults that Shoes Money Crew will get. Mindfield's out to start with. Lethal made the swap, lands the headshot, looking for the second, forces the recall. And now Lonelygo's going to have to back out here as Lethal returns to the low ground. Tanks engaging up on the high ground for now. Payload not moving as Shoes Money Crew look to try and win this fight up on the high ground. Elk down, care of the pulse bomb. Lethal on the low ground though. Lethal wherever they happen to be. Lands the Fan the Hammer, rolls out, Fan the Hammer, self-destruct, sound barrier, everything thrown at this one, and Shoes Money Crew come out with a big investment of ultimates and they start to grind this one out. Ruby with the Transcendence gets the D-Mech, and now Divio out of the mech and out of the fight entirely. Shoes Money Crew pushing around this final corner.
Expensive for both teams here, right? No support ultimates on either side. Elk is a little bit ahead there. You got Lethal with the Deadeye here, but the Primal coming through from Hades, he builds it just in time. He's pretty low there.
Keeps himself alive. Danet finds Soames, and now it's a 4v6 in favor of Shoes Money Crew. And as the dash resets come through in spades for Danet, they're going to be coming into this next fight. If there even is a next fight, with a blade online, locked, loaded, and ready to go. It's the D-Mech onto Divio. The minefield out from Okawa, and out comes the blade, and Danet needs to be careful. Minefields walk up the card entirely, but somehow wending their way through the lines, finds kills with it, but Lethal up on the high ground puts paid to the rampage. Lethal finds the D-Mech, finds the kill, and against Harrisburg University, throw what they've got at this and find the picks they need to mount the defense. 0.84 meters, Stibble.
Yeah, I mean, talk about a hold, right? It doesn't get much closer than that. Lethal, I think, just stepping up in such a huge way in these last couple fights. Staying out of trouble, just getting in when he needs to, those quick, flash and fans. Everyone's favorite combo. Fair. What was that? What was that? What was that?
Who even knows it?
That's not legal. That can't be.
It's not legal. It was lethal.
Okay.
There we go. I was expecting a bit more of a laugh for that one, but yeah, thank you. Harrisburg University, they've slowed the roll here for Shoes Money Crew, and now that they've got this defensive posturing, they can afford to play a little bit more slowly. They can afford to wait before committing these ults, and Shoes Money Crew have to stop and gather themselves to make this next push.
They do have a couple ultimates of their own coming online, though. Self-destruct could make a nice opening, and that sound barrier to help sustain counteracts maybe that rally from Elk. But the self-destruct from Divio could also be a difference maker. There's so much potential there. It's easy sometimes to block, but sometimes you just get a lot of value.
Shoes Money Crew running it down mid, but Divio with the self-destruct start to even things up here. Harrisburg University again, they're able to take their time, they're able to wait this out, they wait, they absorb the aggression, they push back with ultimates, and Shoes Money Crew are sent back to spawn with 1 minute left on the clock here, and they've only got, I believe, a self-destruct and maybe a pulse bomb here in this last fight.
That's definitely going to be about what you get. Maybe that primal building if this is a long fight, but you have to try and sustain through that. You can't get melted down. But that Discord orb and the flashbang are going to make that difficult. If Harrisburg are doing their math right, they know Hades is close, but doesn't have primal quite yet. So they're going to try and put some focus on him.
Okay, only God in a position now to put some momentum in this with the pulse bomb. Lands the stick and Elk is down. Soames forced to use the Transcendence to try and keep the team alive without that additional healing. Get the minefield out from Akawa here and splits the team effectively. Alex throws in the self-destruct, clears out the mines, but we've already lost 2 here from Shoes Money Crew with 3 seconds left on the clock. Hades with the Primal Rage gets away from Cart. No one's touching. It's down to Alex to try and keep this alive. Tap wins his way through the minefield, unaffected. Tries to get Ruby here. Receives the anti. Force a recall. Keep themselves in that fight a little bit longer, and Danid is back. Danid finally has the blade. Waiting for someone to throw this. Closes the distance. Can't get Lethal. Lethal able to reform out of this one, and Shoes Money Crew, they are hanging on by a thread here. Nanabu's a little bit out of step here with the blade, but Danid puts it to good use anyway. Finds the pick, finds the second pick. Elk goes down. Tap down here, but they tag off the point. Danid a little bit too late with the dash reset to get back to that one, and that's as far as it goes for SMC.
And good job from Harrisburg, not only to obviously deny that hold, which is huge, but not even let it get back to as close as it was. That is not 0.84 meters from the little box of victory there. That cart backed up and never had the chance to get moving again. Harrisburg making such good use and stepping up into the pocket to deny any sort of progress in a space right there, obviously, where the fights can get quite close and where every like 10th or 100th of a meter can matter. We've seen many an iconic hold right about there. So that could be the difference here in what is the deciding tournament life on the line map for both of these teams. There will be no draw.
Nope. Draw now completely off the table. It's up to Shoes Money Crew to mount a stronger point A defense that we saw from Harrisburg and continue to bleed that clock all the way through if they want to keep themselves in the Florida Mayhem Winter Classic. Harrisburg University now on the offense. And whilst we shouldn't get too deep into the weeds and what they're running here, wouldn't surprise me to see them running this here. I think, interestingly, this is the first time we've seen the Orisa come out from Hades.
Yeah, we saw some of it in our first match, but nothing from Shoes Money Crew quite yet. I kind of like it. It's not unheard of, certainly. Orisa Diva is still plenty solid, and that support line, of course, has been emblematic of this meta so far as we know it. Dennett on the Sombra, definitely a pick that he's pretty comfortable on. The health packs hacking up can give a little extra beef to an already beefy comp. Harrisburg answering in turn, kind of doing some quick swaps here. We have Lethal over onto the Echo, trying to provide a little air power, a little extra shield crack as well.
I think a fairly solid pick here for Lethal, and boy, a bad day to be a Wrecking Ball hacked, discorded, flashed out of the game entirely. And they're going to have to wait to get that main tank back in here. Unless, of course, you're Lethal, who can just pop over this and spam a bit of damage, get that ultimate online. A big fight-changing ultimate, but has to be careful. Only God. No slouch here on the Cassidy, able to really punish Lethal.
Yeah, and he's definitely going to have his work cut out for him as he actually goes down. It looks like the entirety of Harrisburg just kind of collapsed onto him. They know that, like, what's going to stop Lethal? The hit scan. Okay, kill the hit scan.
That's it. Not quite as quick as we saw from Shoes Money Crew, but pretty decisive stuff here from Harrisburg University. They send in the Tracer and the Wrecking Ball to cause trouble on the main line, while the rest of the crew just breaks through and dismantles Shoes Money Crew. Harrisburg University on their way into streets.
Yeah, and Shoes Money Crew's whole strat there was kind of impinged by just the aggression with which HU Storm decided to push up, right? Danid wants to be able to get a hack and deny Akawa his value. How do you prevent that? You all run in together and just smush on the Sombra and just get some early picks. Akawa now just keeping that pressure going. Ruby falling early, and the Streets phase is going to start out pretty smooth here for him.
And it's a long walk back here from Ruby as well. And in the meantime, Harrisburg University are not letting up here. They've got 3 on the cart, sure, but that's a lot of range potential that they have there. They don't need to be right into the depths of the fight. However, Only God's able to find Tap, which is a good start here. That's half of your big engage taken off the table. And Only God also able for space, but does land a nice big TNT and starts to crank up towards having Bob. And Danid only 3% away from having an EMP. Now knows where Harrisburg are, know where they're engaging from, so look for them to get up onto the high ground. Initializes, pulls the pin on the EMP, and the kills come through. Both supports out the table. Off the cards entirely for Harrisburg University. I was able to get away from that, and just even without the aid of an EMP, find a lot of value here and take the answering supports off of this one. Not an entirely successful fight here for Harrisburg, but they have got the advantage at this point, particularly with the duplicate online. Lethal force out of that one and back into this. Here's Tap with the pulse bomb. Has to dodge the minefield. Sorry, that's actually Akawa's minefield. Doesn't need to dodge that one at all. But Harrisburg University keeping the pressure up and keeping the payload moving forward.
This fight is so back and forth, but it's actually just because Harrisburg said, okay, yeah, that EMP was great. Keep committing anyways. Throw in the duplicate, add that extra health from the Diva duplication, and just see what you can get done. And they actually pull out quite a bit. Lethal doing work here, putting so much pressure on the Onigod once again. They know that is the only thing that can stop Lethal is a good hit scan. So just get in his face and take him out.
Yeah, make life miserable for the long-range hit scan play here is exactly what the order of the day is. Lethal up close and personal here with a discorded Diva. Manages to eat all of those sticky mines and, well, ultimately survive through that one. The hack come through onto Divio. Will stop them momentarily from using that ultimate, but expect that to be back on the cards inside the next few seconds. Bob guarding the point for now, and it is tiny Overwatch time here in the jail on Hollywood Point B. Shoes Money Crew coming out on top eventually has cost them a bit in terms of ultimates here, but they don't mind that for control of the payload.
Right. I mean, trying to stop this cart before second would be ideal, right? If you can make this hold happen, that's it. You're moving on. You're good to go. So Shoes Money Crew want to commit. They want to use their ultimates. They know that even if they lose this point, they have a fight or two that they can try and set up another hold, try and rebuild their ultimates. If their economy is low at that point, they have the space. So they're trying to commit. They want this hold right here, right now. Lethal, though, coming online with the duplicate soon. Tap potentially has an opening with that pulse bomb. Shoes Money Crew, not a lot to work with. The EMP on its way, the minefield on its way, but still a good distance from here. There's still a chance for that advantage to come through. Nice escape.
Just able to dodge that one and get out with the teleports. Lethal has the next big engage tool. Danny desperately needs his EMP online. This is going to be their big fight winner if they can get it in. It's just about online here. Keep your eye on that outline for where they come in. Harrisburg have to know this is here. They have to know that they've got to dodge this. They don't have the EMP. They don't have the Transcendence online to counteract that. And Lethal actually gets forced into the duplicate here. Will pick up the Diva and immediately out of the mech. That's very unfortunate. Immediately gets the recall, but this is big. Danid goes down here, had the EMP and the self-destruct in from Lethal, and the duplicate goes in, clears the minefield, and not a more here. So, Shoes Money Crew momentarily on the back foot, and Onigod goes down. Soms forces Transcendence, but Danid is back with the EMP. It's high, it's wide, the pin gets pulled, and that hits 5, but we need the follower to be big here from Shoes Money Crew to keep this working. So far, Soms the only one to go down, but they will eventually get Lethal here as well. Minefield out from Akawa, which means Shoes Money Crew struggling to get in and keep this contested. Danid, toe-to-toe with arguably his biggest counter here, the Brigitte, but they've made this work even with the minefield, even with the sheer weight of bodies on the field for Harrisburg University Storm. Shoes Money Crew are going to drag us down into the final minutes.
Yeah, just the follow-up really was there when it needed to be. Not fully for either team. There are always bits where you're back and forth, but Lethal taking Dana down. Died early with EMP, but managed to come back and still be impactful. But now this is an opening for Harrisburg that they desperately need. 30 seconds, but Akawa still needs to come back from spawn, and they only have the pulse bomb to work with. They're going to have to work around the self-destruct. The rally's probably coming online soon, and if Dana does his work right in a longer fight, he could get that EMP online as well.
I'm watching that number intensely, and
never mind.
That's massive. That's absolutely huge. Danid out of the fight entirely, but the self-destruct finds the equalizer as Arakawa goes down. We're looking for Tap to find a big equalizer here with the pulse bomb, but being heavily pressured here between the Orb of Discord. What a weight there! We've only got the patience, the lining of the headshot, and Tap is down. That's the initiation tool off the table, and Onigod has the high ground.
No.
That's it! Shoes Money Crew force Harrisburg off the point, and their tournament live is maintained.
Just barely. I mean, talk about close, right? Just setting up that hold. All those fights were so back and forth. There was potential for either team to completely blow it out of the water, and yet each one kept committing. Each one refused to give in until finally there was nothing left in that tank. Bravo from Onigod. Lethal as well, stepping up. I mean, really, you can't discount the talent on either of these teams. There was so much just sheer mechanical force being applied in all of those fights, making them so close, so contentious the entire time. But ultimately, that war of attrition, that was a good one.
And I feel like you touched on this in Havana, where maybe after Busan we were like, Danid looks a little bit shaky. Maybe this isn't a very practiced roster. Like, clearly he heard us, and just in case he comes back and watches this VOD, Danid, I'm sorry for doubting you. Good work all round. Nice comeback.
We think you're great. You've been around a really long time. You have earned the respect. Never mean to disrespect. We just throw things out speculatively because what else are we going to do, right? Yeah. So,
do we look like we know what we're doing here? Come on.
No, come on, dude. Like, look at me. No, I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. Yeah, it's still though, right? To come in and kind of like I said, maybe after that first map, you go, guys, what is going on here? We are better than this. We are better than getting 2-0'd out of this tournament. Put it together. Let's play the way we want to play. Let's give them our game. Let's not kind of fold to their style of play, which is a thing a lot of players will talk about as we interview them and things like that. They'll be like, oh, you know, if they lost, they'll say, we didn't play our game. We played into their game. And I think Shoes Money Crew right there, after that first map, said, whoa, guys, there's a certain way we like to play. And when we play that way, it tends to go pretty well for us. Let's maybe do that. And once they flipped that switch, they ran with it.
Well, they may have survived this round, but from here on in, all the way up into the finals on the lower bracket, it is an executioner's round every time. So a long way from done for Shoes Money Crew. We're going to be taking a turn back up into the upper bracket for the bracket finals after a short break. That's going to be Redbird ISU versus the winner of Wisp. Oh, no, sorry. It's going to be Wisp coming up against Solaris. Apologies. We were momentarily fed some incorrect information. But yes, Solaris versus Wisp should be a very, very interesting matchup. Solaris obviously coming in hot on the back of a double Flash Ops win. No Custer in the lineup this time, but still a very strong team in contention. But we are going to throw it to a little break. Hopefully we'll get some B-Stream content for your eyes in the meantime, and join us in a few minutes for the Winners Report Finals.
What does it mean to be the best? It's not about being first place or never losing. It's waking up every single day to get better than you were yesterday. It's about putting in the work. Because if you really want to be the best, you have to do the things the old you wasn't ready to do.
Welcome back, everybody. And as you can see, we're joined by a special guest. Thibodeau, could you introduce your guest for us?
Yeah. This is Luna. She's old and has spent the last few minutes rubbing her mouth all over my mic.
I mean, that
which
sounds
is
like me, frankly.
Yeah, it's really what we do at the end of the day. She's just trying to be a professional as well. She's on the path to pro. I'm mentoring her in the caster space. It's very important to her. So yeah, she's here to watch this match and just kind of get some tips and tricks. Shout out the boss, and apparently get annoyed at me. So yeah.
Wow. Yeah, and quite a match for her to join here. Solaris up against Wisp. This is the winners' final. One team will be moving forward into the grand final. One team down into the relegation zone. And Solaris definitely coming into this on a hot streak, having taken first and second place in the experimental Flash Ops Cup a couple of weeks back. No Custer in the roster this week, but still a very practiced, very strong looking roster here from Solaris.
Yeah, I mean, just such a collection of talent, right? You've got Dove, you've got King, you've got Rhino. Icy, of course, having been around for a billion years.
I'm sure he'll appreciate hearing that.
Right, yeah. Playing on teams like Underwater Squad and Triumph. Rack Attack and Landon as well. That's a support line. Like, every position on this team is pretty stacked. Meanwhile, though, Wisp have been having a hell of a run themselves. Yeah. Of course, this is the winner's bracket final. Neither of these teams have lost just yet. So I know Malthel is a prodigy on heroes like Reaper and Doomfist. Rocket has been having a day on the hit scan so far. J-Bubs and Crowley. That tank line is just so solid. Maybe, frankly, not as veteran as Rhino and Icy, despite Rhino being like 15 or however old he is now.
We were talking about this with Dor, whose broadcasting will come shortly after this match, about the fact that Rhino has been playing for 3 years. He started when he was 12, and he's still 3 years away from being Overwatch League eligible. Like, what kind of titanium diamond hybrid material style mental must you have to still be like, yeah, I'm just going to keep playing? Like, the guy's got to have the fortitude of a saint for this.
But I mean, that's literally his attitude about it. I actually met Rhino at BlizzCon the last time we had a BlizzCon. And of course, he was like this tall and he had braces and he did all the things a 12-year-old was doing. And I'm like, dude, what? Why are you doing this? And he's like, because I can. Because my parents are cool with it, and why not, right? I'm just going to go until I make it to the league or something else comes along. And so far, I guess he's still enjoying himself. He's still around. He's kicking in all these high-level teams. He's played on like Odyssey and a billion other names that I could go through. But like you said, at the end of the day, his mental is uncrackable, just completely insane. And this kid is going to keep going places as long as he puts his mind to it.
And while we're still talking about Solaris, right? Landon in particular is, I think, the second Zenyatta player of the day that I wanted to bring up. Because I think, firstly, it's such an important role in the game at the minute, particularly when we're seeing teams run Wrecking Ball-based compositions. But also because he is just such a strong representative of that particular style of play. Like, again, watch for the Zenyatta in the kill feed, because with Landon on the side of Solaris, it will be, at the very least, every other kill in the kill feed will either be directly attributable to damage from Landon or as a result of Orbs of Discord and Orbs of Harmony. A real playmaking player here for Solaris. Which is not to say that Wisp don't have that strength, but I do think in this particular matchup, having Landon on your side is going to be a net benefit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think there are very few teams who couldn't do with a guy like Landon at the end of the day. He is, like you said, a kill participation sort of player. He is a bloodthirsty support. He is Doa's favorite. He plays that sort of game, right? He's that very classical Zen Ana, mechanically gifted. That is his bread and butter. And a style like that has really never gone out of style. There's never been a time you don't want to be a mechanically gifted flex support, because you're going to do some big things with that. You can make a lot of work happen for your team. And obviously it's been working for them. Solaris consistently showing up in flash ups, showing up here. They're getting the work done. I'm still really excited to see Wisp here. They've had their highs and lows. This has been a team that is relatively new in, At least the history that you and I are aware of, having been around for a redacted number of years. So they're a newer organization, I guess you could say, but even so, they've pulled out some pretty prolific games and have really hung with the best, despite that age.
Yeah, I think if you look at their achievements thus far, it wouldn't be unfair to call them a solidly middle of the pack team. Like we're talking,
Sure.
Fourth place finishes a lot of the time, which is, given the caliber of Overwatch that we have in NA particular, is nothing to be sneezed at. But I do feel like in the recent outings we've had for them, so I'm thinking about the Berry Community Blast, things of that nature, like they do seem to have stepped things up a little bit here. So hopefully they can take this to Solaris and we get an interesting game out of this. And this interesting game, hopefully, will be starting on Busan yet again here for our control.
Yep, looking like. I'm curious to see which stage, if we're actually going to downtown, or I think this is just kind of like the default image that comes up, yeah. Because really, in all control maps, Busan being no exception to the rule, depending on which stage of the map you start on, that can really decide, oh, there you go, we actually are in downtown. It can really color your decisions compositionally. Wisp coming out with the Symmetra Sombra. The Symmetra could stay, it could just be a TP thing, we're not quite sure. It looks like Rocket's going back for a swap.
Yeah, I think
there's the Tracer, yep, not surprising there. King on the Echo, excuse me. A name we haven't brought up yet, but he's been around for a long, long time as well, playing on teams like Sky Foxes and their, 56 staff members. Like, he's got chops, despite also being a relatively young player, and just like you called it, there's my the kill feed.
Oh, there we go, but an easy trade as King goes down here as well. I think arguably I would rather lose the Echo than lose the Zenyatta. Makes you sustain that a little bit harder. Molthor forced out here, a lot of damage coming in their way. And boy, Landon just did not see that coming. J-Bubs around the corner with melee takes him out of the fight entirely. And Wisp look to be coming out on top of this first exchange. We've got a bit of a punchback here. Dub already has a pulse bomb, which is phenomenal work, but gets stunned out and can't use that one, so survive till another day. Solaris get a cheeky 8% there, but Wisp win the fight out and start to accrue their own percentage.
Yeah, 8% is 8%, but Wisp coming out on top. That's a nice little grab for them. Malthel stepping up early here on the Sombra, getting some work done, just trying to help out and be that annoying guy in the back. That's what he's supposed to be doing. And that extra beef from those health packs, especially with a mobile character like Wrecking Ball here, being able to pick those up and get them that much quicker is so nice.
Watching J-Bubs and Rhino, Newton's cradle the way around the map was making me dizzy on that one. Dove with the first assassination, CJ out of the fight, and Vega out of the fight. Both supports off the table, and now it is all Dove's game here with no support to keep the rest of Wisp alive. They can kind of go to town here, and they're looking to chase off what's left of Wisp back to spawn, get the cap, and start to improve on that 8% early capture.
Quick and clean, right? Very nice from Solaris there. Like you said, playing some Newton's Cradle, just kind of bouncing back and forth. But you almost want that, right? Your Wrecking Ball, if your Wrecking Ball can keep the other Wrecking Ball occupied, and then the rest of your team just kind of like, and just yells and runs at the other guys, that's that much less disruption you have to work with.
That is a big roll through. The Minefield's ultimately not finding too much, but it just makes Wisp one concertinaed, contracted target, and Solaris get in and pick up the pieces. They used 2 in that fight, but they're still coming through with 4 ultimates in this next one. Great position to be on the defense, and Malfoy gets caught out at either the back end of that fight or the start of the next one.
Yeah, definitely a nice little stagger there, especially considering Malthal's so close to that EMP. Would love that last 10% to help open up, though he will passively accrue it pretty fast still. Even so, the Solaris is not going to give him time. They know they have that advantage early.
There's Newton. King picks up the Diva. Self-destruct already on the cards. Needs to come up big with the self-destruct because Rocket just absolutely picked apart what was left of Solaris. Self-destruct finds nothing here. King may duplicate another one, but no. Out of that one, and Wisp just absolutely picked Solaris apart there.
I feel like Solaris, they went for it. They knew they had like a second's advantage, and in that second, they didn't get enough done before Rocket and Malfa turned around and were like, our turn. Let's just go ahead and get 3 kills, commit our ultimates, and not much more. Now Wisp have control. They have their tank ultimates. They have that Transcendence to counter out maybe the Mines, maybe the Gravitic Flux, but Malfa going down early. He's trying to play so aggressive, but that high risk, high reward playstyle, he's seeing more of the former.
J-Bubs has tried to slow things down here with the minefield, and I believe that effectively spliced Icy off away from the rest of the team. So it's down to Landon with the chance to try and make this a little bit more favorable for Solaris, but rack attack down here. That's got to be the reset. So close to a point flip here for Solaris. They couldn't have defended that over long anyway. And there's the pulse bomb. Stick connects and Vega goes down. Solaris still think they're in with a chance on this one. I guess so close to 100, they've got to keep themselves in this. And Dove desperate looking for something to happen here, but there's only so much one Tracer can get done. King gets in and finds a pick, and Icy is back, but it is trade for trade here on downtown from Sun, but Wisp still in control of the point and overtime. Rack attack on the point, doesn't have the rally, still pretty vulnerable here, even as survivable as a Diva normally is. Nice shield bash there to get out of the way the minefield from Vega. Rack attack down. There's only Dove left on the points. Can they keep this going? I think it's going to be a big ask here. No duplicate available for King just yet, and a lot of pressure going their way. Mouthful takes them out. The flux comes through from Icy. Dove tags back in. Haven't seen anybody come down from that one just yet, but that's gotta be it here. Wisp refused to say die on this point, and that is 1 point going in their favor.
And I mean, talk about a heroic effort there from Solaris. I think there's something to be said. You know, a lot of times I'll bring up, I wish they would have backed out and gone for another fight there and kind of established themselves. But at the same time, there's something to be said for committing, for the whole team going, no, we can still win this. No, sometimes it's just, no, we're still better than them. They're trash. We can win this fight. And trying at least to step up into that and make that hero play. It doesn't always work, and when it doesn't, you know, we tend to be a little critical of it and being like, if they had only gone for the safe play. But I can respect having that attitude and refusing to back down. I think, though, you can't do that every time. You got to think about it. There have to be moments where you go, no, we can't win that fight. We're down 3v6. It's just not going to happen mechanically. So, still a good effort, still plenty of potential there. It was so close to flipping, obviously, maybe completely changing the color of that round. But now here on Mecha Base, they have another shot.
And a little bit of a difference in the lineup here. Dove on the Ash, Mouthful on the Soldier. A couple of options available, a couple of different pieces of utility. Dove with a long range advantage here. Currently, I was going to say nobody pressuring them. Around the back, down comes Mouthful, uses those legs, uses that speed, gets behind them, takes them out, and gets a lot done before King takes them out of the fight. But I think ultimately you've lost too many here from Solaris, and Wisp are just going to make this one an easy-peasy roll into a cap to start getting percentage.
Yeah, and Roken on this Tracer has frankly been not a revelation, because we know he's certainly capable of playing that at a high level, but so integral to the style that Wisp want to be playing. Like, oh, they're having some long-range pressure. Send in Roken. Oh, they're trying to come in with some aggressive ultimates. Send in Roken. He's doing that work. He's getting those kills. He's not just being the nuisance. He is a threat.
Pulse bombs on the card here. We know these are good opening gambits if you can get them to land in the right place. Need a lack of pressure coming the way of the Tracer to make that pay off. We have Rokit playing the back here. Momentary splash of damage onto the support line, but Wisp take out Landon and King in quick succession, and you don't need a pulse bomb from the side of Wisp. You can't use your pulse bomb from the side of King, and that's going to be another hold here for Wisp.
Essentially, Solaris are at a position where they need to figure out how they're going to approach this. Like, you have a lot of ultimates coming online, sure. That definitely gives you a pretty big advantage, even with Wisp coming online with about 3 here. But you don't want to use everything. You need to make that stretch, because you're at 0%. Even if you cap on this next one, you have to make something out of it.
Okay, Wisp with an investment here of the Gravitic Flux and the Pulse Bomb. The Transcendence from Lemon keeps the team alive through that. Stick from King takes Vega out of the fight, but it's traded back so quickly. And Wisp are just so on top of all of this one. The additional pressure that Mouthful puts in from the back with a tactical visor puts push from Solaris, and we are 3/4 of the way done with Mecha Base.
Yeah, I mean, we're already quickly approaching last fight territory. At the very least, Solaris still have a few ultimates to work with, and Wisp, not much besides the Transcendence and the Minefield, which I suppose is pretty impactful either way. No Transcendence from Landon is rough, but I mean, I get it. For Solaris, you need to be committing ultimates. You're not going to get everything.
Send us out. It's Minesweeper time, and CJ up onto the high ground. Solaris, in the confusion, they send players down to the point to get the flip at 95, but Wisp don't seem to care. They just get the kills, they win the fight, they don't care about 10% or whatever this is going to be. They're just going to rock back onto the point and get the flip here. I don't even think there's anybody from Solaris that can touch and extend this in a meaningful way. There's the flip, and now Solaris need to tag back on just to keep this alive. They can't do that, and Wisp make that 2-0 on Busan and put their first point on the board.
Not just a 2-0, a pretty convincing showing all around, right? Like, solid work, especially, I think, both from the DPS core there for Wisp and also right here from CJ. We talk about Landon, but CJ was in the kill feed. CJ was getting valuable transcendences and, like, really great kill participation with his discords. Like, you can tell that Wisp was working off of that so well. The DPS were targeting whoever was marked. They were doing a great job of just synergizing with that. And that's exactly the kind of game you need to bring against a team on a hot streak like Solaris.
I think as a caster, it's very easy to suffer from a kind of recency bias where I know to look at Landon because I've seen him play recently and pretty effectively. CJ, less footage of, and therefore less likely to talk about them in the pre-broadcast segment, but making a very good argument there for the fact that I should have done my homework a little better and come in and said, like, watch out for Landon, but also watch out for CJ. Like, we can't talk too much more about how impactful a good Zenyatta can be because it's the make or break of a team in this kind of composition, and CJ making a strong argument there that really should have been giving them that little bit more attention.
Right, but we know now, and that's almost more exciting in a way, to have a guy come in that is unknown, at least to us. There are some people, of course, who will always do more homework and go, well, of course, how did you not know about CJ, blah, blah, blah. But for him to come in here and for us to go, oh, wait, hang on, this guy is really good. Like, that's a story. That's something you can build off of and be like, yeah, you didn't know me now. Or you didn't know me before, but now you do.
You will know my name. Yeah, that's
exactly.
Moments. Okay, looks like we have our next map lined up. We're actually going to go into Route 66 for our payload map. And just to remind everybody, this is the winner's final, but it's still a first to two. Wisp, if they put another point on the board here, sees them go forward into the grand final. For Solaris, it would be down into the lower bracket. So, one life available here for both of these teams. And for Solaris, having come into this as arguably the favorite to win, given their recent performance, even though that was on an experimental card, to go down here to Wisp would be a little bit of a knock to the confidence.
Sure, yeah. I mean, you never want to end up down there. You never want to be in the position where you lose, you're out, right? It's a rough space to be. It puts stress on you and your team. It's a high pressure situation. So yeah, you would love to just get through this, pull this back in, and make it over to the grand finals without having to worry. But easier said than done, right? This is the winner's final. Both of these teams have the means to take it to the other. It's just who can pull out that little bit extra to pull ahead. And right now, that's Wisp.
Yeah, and of course, the downside really to the first to two best of three format is that if you are a team that is maybe less good at a control style map, and certainly we have teams that are otherwise very strong but suffer a little bit on the control style maps, it can really ramp up the pressure in a way that you wouldn't normally have in, say, a first to three format, because you don't have that map in hand. And so you can, in a way, be a victim of the kind of format here if you're not a control style team. And everything I've seen from Solaris up to this point suggests to me that they are not just a control style or not a control style team, but clearly Wisp have the advantage on this one. But Solaris are going to be the ones feeling the pressure here. Wisp do have that map in hand. I won't say it doesn't matter if they don't win here, because every map matters here. You don't want to be giving over maps unless you absolutely have to. But Wisp can be a little bit more relaxed, whilst for Solaris, they're going to have to start to ramp up the pressure.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely, as mentioned, do or die. Yep. Like this is the moment to keep your winning streak going and not be in that lower bracket situation. So yeah, I mean, just like with our Shoes Money Crew match just prior to this, right? If you lose that first map, yeah, it's control is crazy and everything, but in my mind, I am hoping that Solaris is checking in. You know, the team is checking in with itself and being like, what can we do about that? What went wrong there? Is that something we can fix? Is this like, do we need to switch up the comp entirely? Or was that just like control's control? You know, have that conversation. Make sure you're all on the same page about how you want to proceed, what you feel went wrong, what you need to be working on and stuff like that. because when you have that conversation, I feel more often that's when you see those switches where, yeah, you lose the first map and then you come back and, you know, knock the snot out of these guys on that second map, which is obviously what you want to be doing.
I think one of the other things that's worth mentioning here is we were talking quite a lot earlier about how for the collegiate teams, so for Maryville, for HU Storm, there are established processes in place. There is a structure actually above your coaching structure that sort of dictates how and why things work. For our tier 2 teams, whilst for more established teams like Solaris, we have that ownership, management, coaching structure in place. It can often be a little more fragile. The team can have a lot more turnover in players and in staff, and so there is an argument here that things are a little bit more volatile for our tier 2 teams, and everything subsequently is a little bit more high pressure. But yes, our second map locked in, Route 66. Rather precarious looking train carriage dangling there. I think it's amazing that we've been playing this map for 5 years and that's still not fallen off. You would have thought weathering would have put paid to that.
Yeah, you would think, right? I mean, you know, map updates, they're tricky. I get it. You know, there's a lot of other things to be working on right now. Cough, cough. So I don't hold it against them too much, but yeah, I was always curious. Like, there's no cleaning crews. There's nobody who's just like, nobody saw this and was like, that's on fire.
That's a
we should
public
do
health
something
issue.
about that. Yeah, like where's OSHA? Does OSHA just not exist sometime between, you know, it's like Overwatch is what, like 50 years in the future at this point?
Something like.
So somewhere along there, OSHA was just dissolved, obviously, and it no longer exists. And I can only imagine what that means for the rest of the country. But in any case, we have some Overwatch to watch. Solaris stepping up here. Yeah,
health and safety not really consideration for these guys with guns and mechs and what have you.
Yeah, one of them is a hamster, for Pete's sake. He doesn't care.
Okay, Malfoot in the back, Landon in their sights. Waits, passes on some information, needs to wait for the rest of the team to come back in, and gets the spray down. There's the hack coming through onto Rack Attack, and if Rack goes down here, that is the win fully out of the sails of the defense. They've only lost Landon here, but that might be enough, as Wisp definitely have a strong player advantage here. They're not opting to go and aggress onto the high ground just yet, happy to move the cart through. Rack Attack, back. Ready to smack. Backs away, gives over a lot of space. A little bit slow, a little bit passive here from both teams so far. No real strong engage other than that initial kill onto Landon. Car is slowing down for now. We're looking at ultimate charge. Not really anything on the board just yet, but that payload does not have far to go here for them.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, there's something to be said for waiting for the perfect time to engage and giving a little space to create a positional advantage, but you can't do that too much, because if you give up enough space, that's just the point, and that's pretty important. Rack Attack, though, getting that early kill on the J-Bubs means that they can just kind of vibe. Solaris stabilizing here, setting up in a way that is a little more comfortable for them, perhaps. And Dove taking out Rocket, as I have been told it was pronounced. Sorry, bud. Someone messaged me and was like, chat's ripping you apart. Sorry, dude. If you wanted it pronounced Rocket, there should be 2 Ks. Love a history major. In any case, Wisp have another crack at this. Some ultimates coming online. That rally and the Transcendence getting here this early is actually pretty big for them. Solaris with a rally of their own to answer with, and those DPS ultimates, which are always nice.
And I think, given the way that Landon is currently recurring ult charge, I expect that to be on the table before too long. Rocket down. They go the rally online. Might be enough to make up for that, but Bob puts the 7th man on the field here for Solaris. And, well, puts them back, waiting for Rocket to get back in this. And the minefield as well is a big investment of ultimates here for Solaris. Wisp maybe don't mind that so much because it means their next roll through is likely to be a little more impactful ult charge-wise. Rocket finds Rack Attack with a pulse bomb. Transcendence out from Landon and CJ. It's like Christmas. It's a big light show here on Route 66 as Solaris and Wisp start to involve ultimates. And Wisp have made a lot of space here. They've got that final bit of charge they need to push through that payload. It's less than a meter away. We just need to displace a couple more players, and that will be the cap on A as we push through.
Yeah, expensive on both sides here, but ultimately that was going to favor Solaris. They had, like you said, with that opening pick from Landon and the sheer amount of damage he was putting down. And of course, as I say that, CJ hears me. Says, hey, quit talking about that guy. It's me too. But still, even so, right? Like, good on Solaris there to try at least to commit and stall for time. 3.5 minutes is a lot better of a time bank to have to deal with than, say, 5 or so. And Wisp now coming online with a couple more ultimates again. The cycle always continues. But even so, like, the positional advantage here for Solaris is going to give him that early win, especially with that pick on the CJ.
Yeah, and Doug just about to get the second bob of the fight online as well, so we've seen what a big advantage that can be. Icy with a good flux, hacked out of it, couldn't connect, survives, goes on the chase, dodges the pulse bomb narrowly, lands the rock, down goes J-Bubs, and this might be Solaris in the hold here. Oh, said that, however, high kill potential coming through from Rocket, and CJ's Rocket gets the second, lands a bit of chin music onto Icy, takes them out of the fight. Solaris momentarily down in numbers, but I think this favors them a little bit on the respawn, so I expect them to hold.
Yeah, I mean, still so back and forth. The cart's still inching forward here and there as Solaris throws Bob out onto the field. Dove getting some work done with that ultimate. I feel almost like Wisp's whole game this entire time has been around, like, let Solaris use their ultimates, kind of back off a little bit, and then come in with our own. And that EMP actually does not get a lot done by the look of it.
Just Rhino, and it looks like they've got the support there to survive through that. J-Bubs up and takes a bit of damage there from enemy minefield, has one of their own momentarily. Look for a big engage here. Landon's able to find Vega, forces CJ to use the Transcendence. Landon pops one of their own here, so that's not going to be available here to counteract the minefield that comes out from J-Bubs. No Minesweeper here, doesn't need it, finds the kill onto CJ anyway. King has the pulse bomb looking for somewhere to stick this. Spots that there is a... almost finds the Sombra on the way through, but Mouthful translocates out here, and Solaris mount the defense again.
Yeah, I mean, I think that EMP, going back to that, I feel like that was the opening that Solaris needed. They were like, oh, wait, that didn't do anything. All right, everybody go. And then landed getting that opening pick, but still getting countered out. Or rather, that allowed them to... He did it again. Dude, stop. I got to get a sentence out. This is insane.
Yeah, I think let's remove everybody else from the map and let's just have Landon versus CJ and see what happens here.
I'd be down. That sounds fun.
I'm game. Maybe we'll arrange that off stream. King, able to find Mouthful here, who was trying a bit of a cheeky back capture, so certainly trying to draw some focus away towards the cart and allow the rest of Wisp on to point. But we are now down at 1 minute on the clock, in fact less than 1 minute now, and Wisp, they don't really have much to throw at this. They're looking at a self-destruct, and that's about it for this next fight.
Yeah, not much to work with, not much time to work with, and CJ going down early is really not what you want. Icy just putting that pressure on King, matching up. No supports here from Wisp, and Landon just laying into him, of course. Refusing to let me actually get a word in edgewise. And now 30 seconds, right? Wisp still not much to work with. Rocket close to the pulse bomb, sure. Malfeld maybe close to that EMP, but he's been playing aggressive and frankly been getting caught out a couple more times than he would probably like. You got 15 seconds on the clock, and it's going to be all they can do to touch. Look at it.
I think ideally you need a 2k here from Croy with this self-destruct. Difficult to do in a map that has so many places, so many little rat holes to go into, but that is a big open King out of the fight entirely. They have Dove available here with the Bob that can make this back into a 6v6, but you still want that big engage tool of the Tracer. Rally out from Rack Attack, Landon holding on to the Transcendence, and Bob to keep the point contested here. A lot of firepower from the big Omnic Butler, pile driver in, J-Bubs down, and Solaris very much in charge on this one. It's a shooting gallery, it's duck hunt time, and down goes Croy even as that self-destruct comes in. EMP through, but nobody really to follow up. It's a Hail Mary from Mouthful. Down goes CJ, down goes Rocket, Dove on the high ground, up in the sky like their namesake, keeping control of that one and stopping Wisp's push here and now.
King taking a celebratory dive off the edge. We've all been there.
Why not?
And now, well, that's a hold. That's a chance. So Solaris, 71.66 is the number to go for here on the streets phase. Plenty of opportunities there for that. That's frankly, historically, a very doable attack on Route 66. But this also draws the line in the sand for Wisp. They know exactly where they need to defend to move on in this tournament. That changes where you commit ultimates, where you try and fight, where you set up, where you back away to, all of those things. So having that information, you know, to be forewarned is to be forearmed. So they can switch things up a bit, maybe go for this composition that I'm seeing here, the Tracer Hanzo. It's not bad. You know, that having that pick potential and going for those angles, you know, the Sonic to help kind of see where Solaris are going if they try and get a little sneaky with their rotations here. Lots of options. So I like this coming out from them. Solaris sticking with what's been working. Hard to blame them.
No.
Dove on the Ashe is signature. King on the Tracer is comfortable. Icy Sigma has been amazing ever since the hero came out, really. So this is a composition that certainly Solaris will be playing at full strength with. But Wisp at the same time have that intellectual advantage.
Rhino forward on the early engage, looking for information, looking to maybe isolate a support if they can. That's kind of how Wisp managed their attack run, was trying to take Landon out of the fight early. Malthor with the Sonic Arrow will be giving over a lot of information as to how these engages are being set up. Didn't see King behind there for Malthor, but manages to escape and lands a beauty of a dink of a headshot, and Dove is down, so that's a big chunk of damage off the table here. So Solaris may be back out here momentarily, particularly as that is a world of hurt going Rhino's direction.
It does also enable the support ultimates to build up pretty quick. They're pretty even on either side here, but that tank damage is what makes your supports tick. They love that stuff. They're like, yeah, go get hurt. I need to hit Q faster.
I thrive on your pain.
Yeah.
Well, there's the initiation. Nice follow-up there on the TNT. King takes CJ out of the fight, but it's a 2-for-1 trade so far, favoring Wisp care of J-Bubs. And this payload is pretty much exactly where we saw it stall in this initial push through from Wisp on their attack. So Solaris kind of know what the win condition is here. They've been through this already. It's whether or not they can replicate it.
Right, and this is another like advantage of intel, right? Is that you know, like, okay, we can stall for a bunch of time here on street phase, set up in this sort of area on the high ground, doing what we want to do, because the more time we burn, the less of it they have, even if they make it to streets phase.
Ooh, difficult engage there for J-Bubs, caught between the rock and a hard place, but Rocket lands a stick and takes Landon out of that one. Beautiful capitalization, and it means the Wisp have got the kills they need to start to stall this out. Solaris slowly inching their way towards ultimates, and we're looking for a big stick or a impactful bob placement here from Solaris to open this up.
Right, and the support ultimate's close to coming online, but they might not go on this fight, especially if it's quick, especially if it's based off of a single random pick, say from Malthor, spamming downrange. He also has a Dragon Strike to work with, probably waiting for a Gravitic Flux, if I'm him. And then both support ultimates and the Minefield close at hand for Wisp, so they have the opportunity to play smart and really stretch their advantage, but Rocket going down early, that's not what you want.
That's a big opener. Malthor gets the Dragon off, takes a lot of damage during it, and it's King and Douglas start to come alive here for Solaris, but Wisp punch back, nice and quick as you'd like. King actually gets in behind. They've done this. They lost the fight, arguably, but they get in and they secure it, and they've made Wisp invest ultimates into this that they otherwise wouldn't have had to.
Yeah, I mean, wow. That was... It really just kind of blink and you miss it on that one.
Yeah.
You swing around and suddenly it's like, oh, hey, the cart. Half of us were still alive, but I guess that didn't matter. So now suddenly, you know, we were talking about burning time off the clock. We were talking about wanting to create an advantageous time bank. Nah, man, 3.5 minutes to get halfway through streets, that's big. That is huge, especially with Solaris now not needing to commit that many ultimates. Sure, you use the Transcendence, the Bob, the Pulse Bomb, but you've got those tank ultimates and the Rally. Wisp, plenty to work with here as well, but no support ultimates anywhere near ready. This is a tall order.
Yeah, and Solaris, of course, able to push up and take this high ground over, stop Wisp mounting the defense. And we get the minefield out here from J-Bubs. May have actually stopped them getting that one. It's Landon versus J-Bubs, and J-Bubs thinks better of taking that one. Okay, here's where things start to get a little bit tricky for Solaris. They've lost Rack Attack, had the Rally online, and it is just the sheer weight of damage behind that Storm Arrow that takes them out of the fight. And Wisp, press their advantage, they're looking to take over the high ground. They want to win out this fight, and they do it quickly. Down goes Dove, down goes Icy, and what looked dicey here for Wisp means they can retake control of the high ground and start a proper defense.
Rhino. I mean, the fight's over.
Bye.
You can go for it. Live your life.
Rhino. Yeah.
Ah, man, you're on the dad joke
I'm
today.
sorry.
I'm all about it. No. This is great. This is usually my job, but I'm glad it's yours. Solaris now, yeah, coming up. Yeah, the Transcendence is coming online pretty soon, but you're still behind, right? Like, this is another, like, almost go for an eco push. I mean, you force out the Transcendence there. I think that's fine, actually. I think that's a worthwhile trade. But yeah, I almost just try and build ults for this. Don't worry about winning this fight. You pull 2 already.
Oh, what?
And King,
oh, no.
and
Oh, King.
No,
No,
not
they
like
can't
this.
let it happen. This can't go this
No,
way.
they run, totally. You don't want to get staggered there. I totally respect that. Just force them to not like go lick spawn doors and instead actually pay attention to the cart, and then you run. I think that was totally well played. Rhino just doing Rhino things, running around in the back there, making evil noises. And
You
Solaris
can't see
again.
the puppeteer hands that Thibble made there on screen, but it was creepy.
Yeah, that's my vibe. Another chance here. You pulled a lot of ults out, right? For Solaris, you have a lot to work with now. You're kind of flipping the economy, but not much time to work with that. 90 seconds on the clock here.
Okay, and J-Bubs with a big roll through, comes out of that with a minefield, drops it, looks at the power driver combo, and that's going to be Landon out of here with the Transcendence, but it's not enough to save Icy, who is out of the fight here entirely. Wisp still playing grouped up together as a big, hard-to-displace unit. Malphite gets caught out here, King's able to take them out of this one, and Solaris not winning out this one, but they will have big impactful ultimates in this next fight. They've got the Gravitic Hooks, they've got the Minefield. The Minefield is out early. We get the Bob here as well, but the kills are still coming through here from Wisp, and CJ is about to come in on yet another Transcendence, takes Landon out of the fight, and against all odds, against big commitment here from Solaris, Wisp win this one out, and we're now down to 44 seconds here. Solaris' tournament life on the line. It's this, or it's down to the lower bracket.
Yep, last fight territory here. Solaris, you got the Pulse, you got the Flux, you got a Rally, that's fine. Wisp coming online here with the Pulse Bomb and a Transcendence as well as that Rally. So I could see, it's really going to come down to that Transcendence, right? CJ is going to want to wait till the last possible second to use it. Meanwhile, King is probably going to go for the stick, probably going to try and force it out early. Not that early matters, you got 10 seconds on the field.
What a trade. Malfoy down for Dove and CJ out with the Transcendence here. Rack Attack with the Rally running as well. Dove down to the Pulse Bomb. This is as chaotic as you would like for what is potentially the final fight in this particular matchup. Icy goes for the fadeaway shot on the rock, and Landon is down here, courtesy of J-Bubs into the back line. J-Bubs drops the minefield, makes it tricky for Solaris to keep themselves in this. It's overtime. It's ticking down. Rhino down here as well. Dove back on the soldier, finds Malfoy, but I just don't think Solaris have the numbers, have the HP, have the wherewithal to stay in this fight. King's able to find Vega, but it's all they can do to keep this alive, and Wisp come through that. Just a few meters shy of the success that Solaris needed here. They are down to the lower bracket, and Wisp forward to the grand finals.
Yeah, being able to set up, knowing exactly where that line is. CJ, once again, with the play of the game, really stepping up. Becoming a big fan of this guy in real time here, folks. Yeah, I mean, talk about a statement win, right? You go, hey, man, that's cool. You won Flash Ops, whatever. Yeah, you know, Reinhardt could fly or whatever the heck was going on in there. Doesn't matter. This is real Overwatch, dude. This is the game that we have to play until we get the Overwatch 2 beta in whenever that is. Maybe I know, maybe I don't. In any case, right, like Wisp played fundamentally strong, amazing Overwatch there, holding their lines, using their ults, going for picks. That like Tracer versus Zen back and forth with the bombs, forcing out the Transcendences and everything like that. That's such a fun mini game to watch all four of those players have to deal with. And you could really tell that there was a lot of thought being put into that matchup and how that needed to go to have all the little pieces fall into place the way they wanted it to. Whisper playing a great micro game in addition to their management of ult economy, their management of positioning. Like, that's the kind of game you need to be playing to win a tournament like this.
Well, Thibble, that puts us 3 games deep into the broadcast, and unfortunately that is it from you and from me. We do have a couple of other very talented casters taking over from us, the effervescent, the beautiful, the very talented Door and Dryad, bringing you the rest of today's game. And of course, there's plenty still going on the B stream, but with Wisp moving forward into the grand finals and Solaris down into the lower bracket, that's 3 games remaining. And we will be back. Well, not we, sorry. Door and Dryad will be back with the rest of the broadcast after a short break. Thank you for joining us. Enjoy the rest of today's games.
Cheers, guys.
To be the best, it's not about being first place or never losing. It's waking up every single day to get better than you were yesterday. It's about putting in the work. Because if you really want to be the best, you have to do the things the old you wasn't ready to do.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Thank you so much to Thibble and, of course, Big Hungry Phil for taking over for the first half of the day. But now it's time for Dry and I to kick it off for the second. We're starting off with a fantastic game, a collegiate matchup that everyone's been waiting for. It's Redbirds up against Maryville. Dry, I couldn't be more excited.
Absolutely. These are the two collegiate teams that everyone talks about. One of the most dominants that we have in the scene. No matter if it's collegiate, no matter if it's contenders, they're always up there, and the players that they have, absolutely insane. Today, though, is going to be the losers bracket for them. They lost one match, so it's now give it everything that you got to get to those grand finals, to get to those losers finals as well. So step by step, fighting to see how far they're able to get.
Yeah, it's been a hard run for a lot of these teams. There's been a lot of upsets so far today. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket, because it has been, like I said, an arduous journey for a lot of these teams. We started out with 8. We're just down to about 4 now, and that's just after this match. But I mean, looking at things, how they shook up already, I think we started off with a minor upset in Maryville taking down Slept On, which was a really impressive feat. It's a shame we didn't get to see, Gator Esports today, but they came in, they showed up, they did their job, and so far the rest of the tournament has been going to plan until that was Wisp just making this run for, quite a while.
Yeah, and now also Wisp are gonna have a little break. They get some time to watch everyone else playing before facing those grand finals. So really good position for them. And also, Wisp is the team that took down Redbird Esports. It was a 2-1 to guarantee that they would move to this winners final. So a pretty good performance from them, and it's kind of a surprising result. Of course, the team has been one of the ones up there when it comes to contenders, when it comes to the level of gameplay. But at the same time, when you go against Solaris, when you go against Redbird, it's when things can become difficult. And this team for Wisp, they were able to find all the answers that they had very early on, to the point where now they have a spot set to the grand finals.
Yeah, in this tournament and in past tournaments, I've really been enjoying a lot of Wisp play as of recent memory. We have to remember, ISU is also the previous victors of this tournament. They're the ones with the target on their backs. Everyone wants to be the team to knock them out, and I think there's no team that would love to more than Maryville. We do have to say goodbye to one of our other collegiate teams, though. Like I said, it's really, really sad to see, the University of Florida getting knocked out of this tournament. But that being said, go Knowles. No, they came in, they gave it everything they had. But now we're down to these two collegiate teams, and I have to rep my own. FSU's not here, but they probably wouldn't beat any of these teams either. It's been a good tournament. I'm the only representation they get. I have to live it up while I can.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, but let's go ahead and talk for a second about rosters for these teams, because they have two incredibly stacked rosters. Going down Redbirds, oh boy, to the brim. Vision, Aiko, Gig, Iron, Liar, and RuPaul, formerly Pascal. Now, we have to remember that these are also players, or a team rather, that was not poached by Al, but poached by Al to some degree, and still comes back with a roster this strong. I think that it kind of goes to show what happens when you actually, invest into your esports program. You can consistently put up rosters like this.
Yeah, it's insane to see, and actually, I feel like these two teams have been an absolute example of really supporting the collegiate scene, really supporting these players individually as well, and that is why it is players that we've known for years now. The players that are also very young, players that are ready and willing to improve as well in the Overwatch scene. So it's so nice to see, and this is Maryville as well. It's one of those collegiate teams that have been in the scene for a long time, and they've been changing their roster according to what they feel is going to be necessary. And recently, more than ever, they've gotten their results that they expected.
Yeah, a stacked roster. Even the substitutions here, Light and Sketch. I've had the opportunity to play some Pugs with Light. I've been cyberbullied endlessly by Light in said Pugs. And if Light's on the bench, I don't even want to have to face up against who's in here, because the tank line, Mikey, Kaluge has been popping off. I know they have Cameron as well sitting in the wing should they need it. Haley has been, I think, a real highlight so far today for me, for Maryville, and I'm excited to see more of that Brig play.
Yeah, absolutely. And also the last one there was Lucamino. And I feel like Lucamino was up there in the conversations last year, and I believe the year before as well, unto the best support players out there in contenders, and just even overall in Overwatch. And we've seen obviously a lot of different metas coming up and a lot of different adaptations that teams decide to make. So it's more than anything a very, very competitive match that we're going to jump into, where we know these players, we know the scene, we know how good the teams are and how much support they got. And so it's kind of a give it everything that you got, represent your college as well in the best way possible.
Yeah, and so let's talk a little bit more specifically about this game, because we're just about to hop into it. Map 1 will be Lijiang Tower, which for me is a fantastic litmus test for a lot of teams, right? Because Gardens is going to put your dive to the test, and then you go to Control Center. You're going to be playing Brawl, of course, with a little bit of spam, and then you go out to Night Market, and all of a sudden you can kind of play almost whatever you want and get away with a lot of things. So teams are really forced to go every which way and show us that flexibility that we love to see out of them.
Yeah, absolutely. This is probably also one of the reasons why we see Legion Tower more than any other control map in Overwatch. It just allows so much variety to be played as well for any of the teams. It even allows for some changes as well here and there. But for as of right now, it's going to be the dive coming in, and a Wrecking Ball and a Winston that are going to make the difference here.
Yeah, so I mean, this is an interesting matchup in that it's 6-man versus traditional dive. 6-man a little bit newer, a little bit more fashionable. But the traditional dive, finding connection, iced on the Reapers, putting in work.
And I do like the composition coming in for this kind of Redbird a little bit more, but it's going to be actually Maryville taking control of the point. At this point to recontest, it can get so difficult. Redbird is going to rely so much on that EMP to be built, and that also depends on the team effort that they put into this next fight. I like that they're not going to contest that bridge as well, so a good opportunity for them here.
Yeah, 6-man comp really, like you said, needs coordination, needs to find the same target when they're going in. So you see them moving around the right side of the point together, waiting for the opportunity, but the opportunity comes and they miss it. Ice in the backline's done it again. Been hoodwinked, have Redbird Esports losing their DPS without so much as batting an eye in the other direction, now surrounded by Maryville University. The rest will fall.
Yeah, one by one, they're going to get taken down here, and it was a really good opening, just melting the HP of everyone in the backline of the tanks as well, coming in for Cyrus on that Tracer. This is also one of the biggest benefits and one of the compositions that we've seen the most today when it comes to that Tracer play and how much it's able to do in the backline, how much it's able to create that distraction. That for Maryville was working out pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, Tracer's been kind of the hero of the day in general, right? Between Echo, Dove, as well as King and Rocket. There's 4 Tracers running around here that are a problem, but right now Iron is proving to be a bit of one as Ice tries to go for an early pick again, and this time it doesn't work. A sound barrier engage out of Maryville University is what they're going to try and turn it around with. Remember, once the sound barrier wears off, they're still 5 versus 6. They're still down a Reaper. Redbirds have so much more damage. It's just a matter of when to use it. As they start to jump back in, it's looking like it's about time. Sound barrier in to reconfirm that, and they are going in. They'll catch out Cyrus, and now it's time to clean up the rest of the team.
Yeah, one by one, they're going to get taken down here, and that Primal Rage as well to finalize it. Redbird Esports, they find a way into this point as well. The Maryville doing anything to get past that 80%, which means it can be 1.5 fights for them coming in from Maryville, and they have a good amount of ultimates to use as well to beat the face.
It's always terrifying when you see the staggers start coming in on Garden G. You just fear a little bit.
I mean, it's 91, right? Just everything going in for the side of Maryville to recontest this properly. They're going to have a minefield that is going to allow them to create so much space, and every ultimate here, if they're able to find the opening pick with the pulse bomb, that is everything that they need to take down Redbird Esports, as they have such a long way to go.
I mean, Echo's just lurking, waiting to pounce. Same goes for both teams, though. As the Death Blossom comes out, so does the Sticky! Echo connects the first. It's only traded back onto a main tank, though. Both teams lacking significantly in resources, so it's going to be up to the DPS to clean it up. And Echo is the man for the job, finding 2 to open things up, but now has their eyes on the Reaper.
And right into the last fight, things can become so much more intense. It was a 5v5 as well, but it's a point that was given pretty much for free on the side of Maryville University. And now Redbird Esports fighting once again to recontest it to touch, but you're going to have skulls one by one, another pulse bomb as well.
Cyrus walks up, says, anything you can do, I can do better. Both teams with members on the point, but Maryville with blue in the kill feed. The entirety of the Death Blossom is eaten, but that doesn't mean there's not more gas in the tank as Luke Mito comes in, pops a rally, and gives a new lease on life to Maryville, who, oh no, might have just lost their Reaper.
Wait, there's no way. That is the opening once again. Maryville, the last members on the side of Redbird Esports, desperate to touch a point, but that is in 99%. That will turn into 100. All ultimates invested for Redbird. No other possibility for them into this one.
I mean, this map has turned into a complete clown fiesta, but seeing through the chaos is Iced, who's got an ultimate to finish things off. It's staggers only for Redbirds, but even those are starting to look a little bit thin. 3 members are here on point, but without DPS, you really are lacking the kill potential that you need to get the foothold to really break in.
I really like that redemption arc coming in for Ice as well. He got taken down first into a fight. It looked very questionable as well as we saw, but he was able to come back to get all the kills necessary, even just to create a little bit of space, a little bit of damage coming in with a Death Blossom, giving the opportunity for Maryville University to not only take that fight first, but take that last one where it mattered the most. And I think it just went back and it started getting worse on the side of Redbird right when we saw that fight where they had the numbers to work with, but they just gave the point because the fight was taking place in a completely different area and they couldn't really capitalize out of the space that they should have taken there.
Yeah, but now we're going to switch comps completely. Gig goes on to the Reinhardt. Dryad, I think we both know how scary that sentence is.
Oh yeah, and it's going to be the Sim TP as well to jump into point as soon as possible, but I feel like there's an advantage here. Yeah, it's going to be Redbird getting right into point before.
Yeah, Maryville playing a bit spammier, a bit more dive-oriented, but with Mikey going down, there's not going to be a fight for a while unless Cyrus or Ice can find something on the side lane.
The Redbird, they're just going to get away with the point right away to start it off, and this is something that they need, that confidence boost into the second point of the Giant to give them a chance into this one. But Maryville, they come back, they're ready for the fight, and it's going to be all about that poke damage that they're able to put in the back. I mean, no one looking at Cyrus in the Echo.
No, I mean, Cyrus is there on the Echo getting damage, but without Mikey, there's no point touch, right? That forces everybody else to go in. Now with Gig down, though, things become a lot more promising. Maryville's hectic composition can get in much more effectively, but that's into the welcoming arms of Symmetra. Vision was never damaged, Vision was never taken down, and the threat was just too large.
There's a point control as well that allows Redbird to work together in a way that it's much more smoother compared to Maryville, who have to poke from different angles, and that is just the nature of the composition that they're playing, but it's so risky as well with that communication. So now they're going to have quite a lot of ultimates to work with. They're going to look for that opening as well, ideally with a flip them into the break.
The big ultimate to find their way in, but Ice has been promising on it so far. Finds a pulse, it immediately goes onto the Reinhardt. Sound barrier out though to try and counter that. Great reaction from Lyre to keep the main tank alive, at least for a moment, but Ice still manages to sink his teeth in. Now with that opening pick, Maryville look to finish it off. They've got the duplicate online. They don't want to spend anything more than they already have here, and Redbirds aren't going to make them.
The Valkyrie as well, that was so nice to initiate the fight, is going to allow Maryville to finish it as well. A minefield, even creating a little bit more space coming in. That is everything that this team needed. They're going to capture the point, and Redbird, even though they definitely put up a fight here, it was just all the ultimate advantage that Maryville had, just because we saw them very early on into that first fight, already going into the poke phase, getting 70-80% to the ultimate. So now it was a matter of timing them properly, and that is exactly what they were able to do here now. Pushing forward and just contesting it from a little bit closer.
It is going to be an advantageous push for Redbird, though. They have a lot of ultimates. No clear way to use them, though. You have to remember, you're playing against dive. Connecting a Blizzard or a Shatter onto more than one person in a dive comp is extremely difficult. They'll make the round a point so that Maryville now have to walk into them, and that Blizzard then becomes more a point of defense than a point of attack. And that seems to work well enough in its own right. They might not even need to use this powerful ultimate.
They're just going in with the aggression as well, just having Gig in the front line and capitalizing from it right away. That is how Redbird Esports get away with a round where it wasn't even a proper fight. Just some early ultimates for both teams didn't get any value, so it was a matter of the rush with the Reinhardt working out a little bit stronger, and that is exactly what happened. Now Maryville, they have one last opportunity into this one.
It's now or never. Redbirds want to send this one on to a third point. Maryville would love nothing more than to take this point back and get some control. Immediately popping a trance, though. Luke Mino is forced out of it early. Now Redbirds see the door opened. They're going to use everything in their own back pockets. A sound barrier, an amplification matrix, throw in a Blizzard on top for icing on the cake. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to a point 3.
I like it. I like how much the compositions can change the confidence of teams and how much value they get out of everything that they're bringing to the table. We saw the aggression this time around coming in for Redbird Esports so much more than we saw in Gardens, and that allowed them to pop off so much more. And now this is going to be a concern coming in for Maryville Esports, especially in this last map here in Legion Tower, where Gig is once again for sure bringing that Reinhardt, bringing that composition that shines so bright in a map like this one. And Maryville, they weren't able to catch up to the last one. I want to see the changes, especially coming in with the jump rat and that poke phase, and how much they can capitalize from it.
Yeah, I mean, a player I don't want to sleep on here is Iron, right? Iron joins this team, not really any tier 2 experience prior, shows up to the regular tryouts of ISU, makes the team, and now comes to fruition, finding the first pick onto Mikey to open things up.
And Redbird Esports opening up the fight as well. 2 on Maryville do get taken down. And with that, Redbird Esports, again, this competition is about rushing, but it's also about that poke that they were able to land so early on compared to the enemy. Now, Maryville is still hungry for the victory. They're still going to recontest, and I feel like it's a little too early. Now we see them back up.
Yeah, I love that they respect it, though, right? They realize that that is a little bit too early. Pull back, reset their cooldowns, but now you have to challenge the high ground into an application matrix. It's another bit of time off the clock. You can't really try and actually fight into that, so they back away, but you're kind of hurting now, right? Almost up to 20%. Redbirds are getting free space and free time on the clock.
There's gonna be a full reset in a scenario like that one, but now everyone back in the fight for the side of Maryville, initiating with an amplification to get some value, but everyone on the side of Redbird Esports, they're hiding. They're not going to take any damage.
I mean, we're just playing hide and go seek at this point. Now we're playing big boy games, though. Tires out of both sides. Which Junkrat's better? Oh, one takes down a Diva Bomb. Nothing found from the other side, though, as Liar throws out a perfectly timed sound barrier to keep the team alive. Isn't enough to continue to win the fight, though. Trade's got either way, but Gig gets the one Reinhardt standing, and now there's none of them. Complete chaos on the point as Luke Mino hides for their life. A Baptiste 1v1 on the high ground proceeds, but the point is still in favor of Redbirds. They're building up so much percentage in the meantime.
It is just continuing to create that space. That is what is giving so much of an advantage coming in for Redbird. Another proton barrier to initiate. They're not allowing any space to go for Maryville.
Oh, Gig's got a shatter. I'd be scared if I was them. Gig blocks one, shatters onto the other, and 3, 4 hit the ground! Formerly Overwatch League shows us exactly why he's been to the top.
What an amazing performance there. The right timing, no opportunity to protect yourself on the enemy team. And Maryville not just fighting to stay on the spawn. It's going to be another scenario where you just got to reset. Go again because the time is slowly running out. And Redbird Esports, again, they continue to open up the space. They continue to initiate those fights every single time.
Well, Initiate's going to be the name of the game again. Luke Mino has another one of those amplification matrices. If it comes in and is positioned well on the high ground like it is, it's going to be extremely hard for Redbird to actually LOS reasonably. Despite that, though, Gig still takes down Mikey. Mikey being helped, assisted by an amplification matrix Baptiste, cannot take down the monster that is Gig thus far. Gig still does eventually fall, though, and it's Maryville in control of the point.
Finally, a little bit of control that Maryville absolutely needed, but it's a long way to go for them as well. That 99 the Redbird Esports had. Just one fight is going to give them another victory coming in Legion Tower. Is going to give them the first map as well. And starting off with the tire, it can be pretty strong.
We're cooking, Aiko. Where are we going, bud? Take me on a trip. I want the scenic route. I want the 2-day all express pass to their backline. And oh, it's a little close, but the timer runs thin. They use that timer to take over the point. Find another shatter. Gig lays them on the ground. And the door is open for Redbirds. The point will be back in their control. And with it, the first map.
I cannot believe the dominance here for Redbird Esports. This is something that we saw a little bit of before, and we get to see it once again. Redbird Esports being such a dominant team, having that leader Gig always on top of the game with that Reinhardt and everyone else supporting it, right? The best shatter that we got to see, the big shatter that we got to see, it was able to land so well and so safely because there was a proton barrier coming in for the team that allowed that to happen. So it's just that synergy as well working out so well and giving that first map to Redbird.
Yeah, I mean, everything seemed to be working for him. Gotta give shout outs to Maryville, though. I mean, a fantastic fight. Liar especially had, I mean, just fantastic sound barrier after fantastic sound barrier. I think there's one maybe excessive one on the first map when a fight looked like it almost overextended a little bit, but who can blame you for misusing an ultimate on Garden? It's a Clown Fiesta anyways. Every other sound barrier was perfect. Coming out from Redbirds, though, it's a scary team. I mean, we mentioned having Gig on Reinhardt and just how problematic that is for a lot of people, but I mean, we're having a game where tanks are just taking over the game in entirety. Every single ultimate matters. Iron's running around on the Diva just destroying people left, right, and center. It is a tough game to win, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, it's so fun to see when a tank is so dominant and is giving. It's also allowing the team for success, right? It's my favorite kind of playstyle that you can bring to the table. And of course, a rush like we got to see is enabling that to happen over and over again, right? Just building the shatter. Shatter's not ready. Okay, let's poke a little bit. Let's create that space with the amplification. And that is exactly a very, very good timing that we got to see for Redbird Esports. And it was so clean for them. Now, Maryville, they also got some signs of life, especially into that first map that we got to see. So I would love to see that composition shining a little bit more. I feel like it affects so much the map decision making coming in from them next into maybe a little bit more of a dive coming in that would allow Maryville to show what they got as well.
Yeah, I mean, map pick is super duper important when you're talking about a team like Redbirds, who have a player as prolific as Gig on their team. Just get him away from the ride. That's their win condition at this point. Even so, though, like I said, I mean, I tried to give you guys some background on Iron, but the game was so hectic. Iron, you have to remember, ISU came in and they were willing to drop a bag, back up the Brinks truck in order to get a good Overwatch team for their college. They're looking at tier 2 players. They're trialing people left, right, and center from big teams. Iron shows up, just going to the school, shows up to tryouts, and is outperforming regularly tier 2 and like Overwatch League contending Overwatch players and off tanks. This guy's skill cannot be understated. And I think he just like flies under the radar every single time I see this team. And I have to make sure that I give him credit because he's absolutely psychotic on the Diva.
Yeah, absolutely. So once again, enabling a composition like that one would be ideal. And I believe our next map is going to be Rialto, which is an interesting one for sure, right? We've seen, and we always get to see quite a lot of composition in a map like that. So, like that one, even depending on what part of the map we're in, right? You get to last point, your defense is not looking too good. Well, it's time to bring that double shield. It's time to bring something new. And right at the beginning, I think we can see some variety. We can see some comfort picks as well for both of the teams, actually.
Yeah, and this actually opens the door, I mean, for all sorts of compositions. You mentioned it, virtually everything at some point is playable here. I'm looking at the DPS lines to kind of change a little bit, though, right? Now you can expect a little bit more long-range hit scan as the positions for the team become a little bit more stable, a little bit easier to defend, and you have things like high ground to take advantage of. That opens up the door for things like the Cassidy, the Ashe, a Torbjorn even. We saw it earlier at a Daned to pretty great effectiveness, and we've seen it a lot in the recent meta in general. Can be played pretty effectively here on Rialto. Pharah, that's been a sleeper pick in the meta in general, can dominate games if you let it get too out of hand. That was something in the Empowerment Cup that we saw really define a ton of games, and could be the same thing here on Rialto. I'm looking at the DPS, though, like I said, to make the difference here.
Absolutely, and one of the best things about Overwatch and the state that we are in right now is that it allows for so many different DPS to be played. I mean, recently we've seen a lot of Soldier, which you would have told me this maybe 2 years ago, I wouldn't have believed that possibility. But also, the strengths that allow for the comfort pick and for what each one, especially starting on the defense coming in from Maryville, are going to think is best. And yeah, like you said, the high ground plays such a massive role in a map like this one. And when you have an Ashe that can be so dominant, as we saw Cyrus doing in the last map, and you have quite a lot of confidence in your entire team.
The Cyrus versus Vision is a long-range battle. Echo versus Ice is a little bit more abstract in terms of the 1v1. They're not really going to be fighting each other so much as they are seeing who can get more value on one another's team. But that being said, Echo's Echo is something to be scared of. One of the best, if not the best in North America right now. Echo's Echo is something that has terrorized North American contenders for a hot minute.
I mean, it also goes together, right? Like Echo. It's just
it really does. It's quite fitting.
It's just meant to be. It's just meant to be in one.
Ooh.
And I mean, on the other side, though, starting off already a very early pick and talking about those long-range shields that we could have seen is going to be Ashe actually getting away with it right away.
This is phenomenal positioning out of Maryville. They were completely surrounded, but not at no point during that fight Did their target focus ever lose? Did their positioning ever fall off? The second they drop from the high ground, they regroup behind. Just great job all together in their coordination.
Is a nice one to start it off as well. In a composition like this one as well, you don't have a lot of speed. You have to play together. You have to communicate who are you going to target next. And so Maryville is shining to the last five, but Redbird Esports is ready to group up, ready to initiate an amplification next. And so that space is going to be created for them at least for a couple seconds.
Oh, now in though. Echo wants the 1v1. Pulls up on the Orisa, and honestly, a bongo here would be big, but getting that before you just get obliterated is kind of a taller task. In the meantime, though, Gig has taken up a strong position in the back line, has flanked effectively, and the only thing standing in their way is Iced, but that is a very scary thing standing in their way. Looking for a third in the fight as the tank almost goes down. The Orisa's just waiting to die. Like he eventually will fall. That is how the fight turns into complete chaos. Ice is now the man to try and hold on to the point, but even that will only last so long.
That was Gig in the backline on Orisa, by the way. We did see that right, at least for a couple of seconds. He was actually on the backline getting kills. Absolutely insane. Also has a supercharger next. It's going to be a last recent test coming in for Maryville, but with a supercharger like that one, you have all the opportunity to take space again.
That they'll do, using the bongo effectively to take that space. Paired with the dragon, it is dangerous, but it's not the worst thing ever because they were already disengaged from the bongo. So now that you stack those, you're running out of things to kind of waste time. You need to find picks now, and they've got him. Aiko finding two, but Cyrus answers right back. The amplification matrix assisting them in all of their duck hunting duties.
The fights here have been so even right at the beginning, right? It's 5v5, this is 4v4, until it is now the side of Maryville who settles a little bit more, has to wait for everyone to come back. The double shields back on the field as well coming in for them, and now it is their turn to initiate the fight with the supercharger. It is their turn to put a little bit more pressure into the enemy team, and Redbird Esports, this is not a position where you want to be stuck in.
Absolutely not. I mean, we've seen people try and break this before. I think your saving grace is that Aiko actually has an angle to work this high ground with without being, you know, constantly threatened by the Ashe. But at any point, Cyrus could step out. And when this bongo gets popped, that's going to be even scarier, right? This Ashe is going to start one-shotting people. You're in fear. Cyrus does get chased down, though. Ice is here to defend, and all of a sudden, it's not you that's trapped in here with me. It's me that's trapped in here with you. Down goes Iron, but the rest of the team still does strike true. Ice, the only member standing that can really put a dent in this team, and almost does, but Aiko just zoning them away is going to finish off the fight.
And it's good for this out of Redbird. They're going to get away with it. Once again, Gig having perfect control. We talked about his Reinhardt. Now it's time to talk about his Orisa. We've seen him playing all the way in the back, initiating fights as well, knowing the perfect timing to play aggressive with the rest of the team and to push together. Again, this is such a crucial part. There's going to be some dragons.
Oh my god, that's a lot of damage. Oh, and they're throwing in more. They're not done playing with their food yet. My god. They've thrown everything at this high ground. A dragon, a bomb, now Orisa shields. Gig has the space, but they didn't really get a kill. They haven't taken away everything from Maryville yet. Now it's Maryville's turn to answer. They're going to do it with the amplification matrix. They gain all this space on the high ground. The position is actually quite dire for Redbirds, even if they haven't lost a player yet. If Maryville choose to drop on this card, and it's all about timing here, they will be able to have more cooldowns, find that pick more effectively, and Mikey just dives onto Vision. Dear God, dive Orisa. The day I thought I would never see it, it's when pigs fly in Overwatch. Maryville find an engagement with Orisa Diva.
Yeah, I mean, they make it work at the end, and honestly, I feel like Redbird Esports, they had all the advantage to take that fight, right? We saw the dragons that forced immortality, and you just have to take stairs. That is the winning condition there.
Wait, how did this turn around? Wait.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Redbirds? Redbirds? Is RuPaul just killing everybody? Is that, like, wait a minute. What? Your backline just got wiped. Your backline got wiped. You have no right winning this fight. How? No. I'm 0.1 me. No, what? Okay, Maryville are back. I guess it's just a regular fight now. Redbird have a ton of ultimates to go into this with, though. Not popping them at the right time, or not popping them at all, if they can keep this push going like they are.
And it's just the last members as well that were able to make that one happen. And it is so interesting as well, right? It was all the advantage coming in from Maryville. But honestly, I feel like this is every single time that I see it. This is what makes a good team, is being able to adapt after you lose a couple members. Red Bird Esports, they were able to do just that. They have some dragons as well to work with for the last area, and they have so much space control already. They want to take this fight pretty fast forward.
Yeah, they want to keep the momentum up, but this will put a stop to momentum. Immediately popping a Gravitic Flux to entry. Luke Mino cleans up Alonzo, and this honestly just looks fantastic for Maryville. The health bars are low. There's no way to reset it now for Redbirds. They're on the back foot. They're going to be sent back to spawn, and Maryville honestly didn't have to invest that much in to get it.
I mean, the spawn advantage as well is going to help them out so much. And now it is the side of Maryville who has some space control to work with. And all this area that can be so nice, even though my only concern here is, again, is a double shield, right? You don't have a lot of mobility, you don't have a lot of space to work with to be able to come back to the payload, to go back to spawn, everything that you need. So the timing for this rally has to be perfect for them.
And it looks pretty good, using it alongside a Bongo to try and guarantee a fight when they've already got it. I mean, a bomb into their backline isn't going to dissuade them from walking forward at all. It only encourages them. Maryville, but these past two pushes have looked real strong, but they're running out of gas here.
This is when a lot of teams get stuck as well. This last area, it can become a nightmare as well for, you know, knowing that the defense has the spawn advantage, knowing that they can just rotate those ultimates and with a single pick win the entire fight. So Maryville, they're going to take advantage of that position. They're going to take advantage of the situation, while Red Bird Esports, those ultimates on the other side, more than ever, need to get a lot of value. Those dragons need to create the space necessary, need to isolate those main tanks along with the backline as well that have not too much to work with.
And I was thinking about, you know, Halt Dragon being the combo of choice there, but they hit the Halt, don't throw in a Dragon, and now, you know, it's probably for the better given that the Amplification Matrix is popped just after that happens. And patient play from Redbirds will be rewarded, but it's only a matter of time before they come back with their own. Amplification Matrix, a Dragon thrown in to zone them out into the Amplification Matrix, but it does seem to go just a little bit wide. Maryville have no problem just backing away from it.
And the Mayville as well, just trying to isolate a couple of targets, but it's not going to be the case for this one. So now we see a Redbird that we haven't seen before. They're stuck.
Oh,
they can't
boy.
move. There's the flux that stops them. They're going to get taken down at the worst timing possible as well.
I mean, this has been a positioning masterclass by Maryville with double shield. They don't even have a Lucio to make them able to rotate quicker. They're just choosing when to go out and when to stay in based on their ultimates. The combo when they had Bongo along with the rally looked fantastic with the engage on Redbirds, right? It nullified the bomb entirely. And now that they understood, hey, you know, there's an Amplification Matrix coming in after ours has already been popped, and we know there's a Dragon up, they're playing further back so that doesn't even like so much as graze them. And then they make the re-engage look so easy.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a pretty good control coming in now as well for Maryville and into the last point. I would have even liked to see some changes after Redbird. They found themselves stuck over and over again, fight after fight. They couldn't find an answer. And again, you can be a really good reset. You can have dragons as well as a Hanzo. But none of those ultimates, if you look at them, none of them are going to guarantee kills, right? None of them are strong enough for that. So maybe a quick change, catching the enemy off guard, maybe with the Tracy in the backline, putting that pressure, building that pulse bomb as well. And any possibility like that would have given another chance for Red Bird Esports to complete this map, but it wasn't really the case. So now they have all the pressure to hold, especially this first point, with everything that they got, right? This is the best opportunity to hold the enemy compared to that second point where things can become so much riskier.
Yeah, I mean, it's especially going to be pretty free for Eiko, who gets to fly over these rooftops, utilize the crazy LOS that you can get with flying characters on this map. Cyrus is going to have, I mean, a hell of a job laid out in front of them if they want any chance of shutting down the Echo.
Also having the two tanks coming in for Redbird, playing in the low ground, knowing that their positioning and their protection is going to be the most valuable asset coming in for this one, as Maryville, you're going to fight to create everything that they got on that space.
Well, the initial space fight does look pretty good for both sides. Opting for more spam than anything. Eiko's not really trying to catch out these backline members. They're trying to group up with the Hanzo, right? You've got a damage boosted Echo and a Hanzo. That's more than enough to blow through any amount of double shield. I don't care how strong your shields are. And with the shields gone, that means the beam's free. Eiko again with the two-piece.
No matter if your hero has a shield, I mean, it's just the Echo melting everyone's HP as well and giving a partial fight to the side of Red Bull Esports is Maryville. They have to regroup. It seems like there's also a pause.
And so far, I mean, look, a pause comes in, and I think they could use a breather, if we're being completely honest. This has been a pretty tough game, but I think defense offers a few more things to them right now. They can run that double shield, feel much more confident in their positioning, allow their DPS to pop off. You don't have to dictate nearly as much on the defending side, your positioning. I do think that was something that we saw Maryville do extremely well, though. I want to highlight that play of, even though they did end up losing the fight for some just inconceivable reason. I don't know what happened, but the decision to drop onto the backline there was absolutely the correct one, and they should have won the fight from there. They got a little discombobulated after that, and it's showing that this is a very hard team to play against when it comes to the Orisa.
Yeah, absolutely. And when is that Orisa duel coming in, that double shield more than anything for both of the teams, it's just so difficult, right? Both of the Orisas are so good at taking control of space, but when you are attacking, the situation is different, right? You not only you're holding space, but you have to gain that space, and that is when the difficulty come in, especially right now. It's been over a minute wasted coming in for Maryville. They haven't found the answer just yet. Red Bull Esports with different positions across the map, holding pretty strong.
Yeah, I think this is kind of the difficulty with Tracer in general. Oh, how? There is no reason the Orisa should be going down here. RuPaul has a Matrix popped. Your Orisa's up there. There's like no exception that's like, yeah, it's okay for Orisa to die here. Incredible amounts of pressure coming out from Maryville now with Cyrus on the flank. The fight's going to be easily finished off, but you have to wonder what happened to the main tank.
I get the idea.
It just seems like it was a communication where everyone was looking at the other way. There were so many small fights happening at the same time, and it's a perfect opportunity as well for the Ash to capitalize from that. The Orisa, not even having a shield fully protected, is the opening, but a recontest here coming in and starting off with the Dragons.
And with Echo already out of the way, it's still looking good for Maryville. Redbirds didn't have the space to walk onto the point, so they're having to walk forward into damage, into fire, into everything that you probably don't want to. That comes to do with double shield.
Also invested the Valkyrie into that fight. It seems like it was a now or never as well. Ultimately, they're trying to build very early on and very fast as well, coming in for the team. But now Maryville, they have the space control, and this is something that Redbird wanted to avoid with everything that they had, right? If you lose stairs control, then you lose everything. Okay.
We saw a big fight over stairs last time. It went basically like this. Both teams throwing out ultimates, but right now, positionally, Maryville is significantly better. This bongo is not going away. Having your mortality field isn't the comfiest thing ever, and Redbird's response with their own bongo is great, but Gig overextends just a little bit too early. Now it's Maryville with their foot in the door and the cart progressing underneath.
And finally, the payload's going to stop just for a little bit, but the fight for the side of Maryville has all the advantage. They have all the possibilities to win into this one as well. Valkyrie, that is going to be invested as well. And a pulse one that can get everything if the immortality is going to be evaded so early on.
Oh, and you know what? Redbirds have managed to fight back and get their high ground, but they're losing a lot of space. As long as the duplication was out, yeah, they were able to control it. They were able to keep Echo up on the point. But as Echo went down, the tank line fell back. They got the high ground, but it was at a cost.
And the 3 kills for the Tracer as well. Maryville right now looking on fire on this map. Definitely to see why the decision making was working so well for them into this one. Creating all that space, pushing forward. And this is only one fight that we might be able to see. Red Bull Esports, they ran out of time over and over again when they were attacking. But for Maryville, 4 minutes to work with into this one.
All right, I'm telling you this. If Ice connects this pulse bomb, it's practically over. Ice saving 3 blinks in their back pocket right now, has every resource available to connect this. Spots a Brig, sees the Baptiste, and decides it's better to just wait out for the Hanzo, being patient with their cooldowns, and catches a Baptiste! That's immortality field out! That's all the cooldowns gone for Redbirds, and that is Maryville evening up the series, ladies and gentlemen! We're going to a map 3.
What a match that we've had so far. Definitely seen all these strengths that the side of Redbird and the side of Maryville now are able to bring into each map. Now, the second one was all Maryville, right when they were on the attacking side, knowing exactly what had to be done and had to initiate those fights properly. It was so nice to see that the effort that the DPS were putting, and that the Tracer in the backline, those pulse bombs as well right at the end, and even those openings that we saw just for a couple seconds coming in with the Ash. It was so nice. Giving another map, giving this first map coming in for Maryville, and it's going to be one more to define who was going to keep moving in this bracket.
Yeah, I mean, it's positioning masterclass by Maryville. Ice and Cyrus were just having the games of their lives. But we talked about how important it is for just having the map pick in these situations, and now I see a very scary team with map pick on a hybrid that wants to play Reinhardt. I get the feeling I know where this series is going, Dryad.
It's again, yeah, knowing that you can enable Gig for success into the last map, it's all up to you to decide it. It's such a scary situation for Maryville, and I believe there's actually going to be Numbani jumping in for the last map.
No shot, for real?
I think so, yeah.
I'll never understand these teams. You dominate on Reinhardt, and then you're like, yeah, let's go to Numbani. Numbani? I don't know what the plan here is. I don't have an idea. If they're still going to play double shield, you can try and play a sort of dive, but the dive map for them still wasn't the most advantageous. Maryville looked fantastic there. This is a hard to decipher pick, if I'm being honest.
I think the hardest part about it might be the fact that most likely we're going to see Maryville jumping into the defense first, right? So an interesting positioning into just allowing them for success with a stronghold like we saw them in that third point of Rialto. A very good opportunity for them. But again, I'm going to say on the side of Numbani and the decision making that we can break down a little bit. I think for Numbani though, especially in street phase into the second point, even though it's so hard to actually hold at the end, it can bring a lot of possibilities when it comes to delaying fights or using ultimates first. So that is kind of what I'm relying on. Even seeing a Reinhardt into that point is not the hardest and most rarest thing to see. Might be why it's just the confidence, but yeah, I definitely see that with so many possibilities. I would have rather jump into a map where you know exactly and you can force the enemy team into a comfort pick that is going to play right into your hands.
Yeah, I mean, I think Numbani certainly probably is a comfort pick for them. You look at the DPS line, Echo has just a handful of heroes here that Echo can just hard carry this map on in a lot of situations. But at the same time, there's always the idea of like, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We already beat them with Reinhardt, and like, it wasn't close.
Right.
Like, it was dominant performance on the rush. So why not take to a rush map? I don't know. It's just different ideas on what they're comfortable with. Clearly, they're comfortable with Numbani, and you know what? I do think that there are opportunities here. They can run any form of dive. We saw them run 6-man earlier on. That looked really good. We could see them run the ball D.Va because, of course, Gig's ball, solid, and then you throw Iron on a D.Va, and you're going to be happy pretty much any day of the week. You throw that in lines and wings with an Echo, or even, look, I'm going to say it, but I don't expect it, an Echo Genji that hasn't been broken out in like a hot minute. We already did get some Genji today, so that could be fun.
Yeah, it also on Genji, it is, you know, out of all the maps in Overwatch, this is the one where you would be expecting that Genji the most. And again, it's not that it's going to work out every single time, and it's a very risky pick for teams, but it's also a possibility when things start to go down and when you need a quick change. So might be a possibility, but here now in Numbani for the defense is going to be Redbird Esports starting off with the dive composition that we saw from them a little bit early on into the first map, into Gardens, I believe. And so Redbird Esports already knowing the composition, I just want to see the playstyle and how aggressive they're able to engage with Maryville as they start to contest that point.
Yeah, I mean, this is the composition that I kind of expected to come out of them, right, though? We get the Gig Stit. Oh, watch your head! No! Oh, God, Echo! Oh, this literally could not be worse. This is like, there's no damage. That's it. That's Vision cannot possibly throw back enough damage because you have to either commit to staying on high ground, dive low ground, and die to the brig. There's, like, this should just straight up be the fight for Maryville to take a miracle in order to win this one again. But Redbirds are backing up, fortunately enough, so they will have their Echo, but point control is over to Maryville. They're going to try and dive onto the backline to make something happen here. But the peel's fantastic. Not fantastic enough. Haley's down, but it cost Gig their life.
And I've seen a couple scenarios where you want to engage and when you want to put a little bit of early damage to the spawn of the enemy so early on, but every single time it gets disappointed, it gets taken down right away, doesn't get to do anything, and just losing a member is going to be so bad coming in for the defense. But luckily, just that timing, just that positioning as well, communication working out for Redbird Esports to make sure that they're able to stay alive, to engage as the Echo was coming back. And now Maryville back to the Wrecking Ball composition, just playing all the way back, being a little bit distracting, being a little bit disruptive to contest.
Yeah, and contest they will. Finding a hard dive on the high ground here is really difficult. If Mikey can knock somebody down, it puts him in a fantastic position. It looks like he's done exactly that, taking a lot of the space, but the airspace, not a chance. Aiko rules the skies, beating out Cyrus in a straight 1v1, and with that, the rest of the team is going to fall.
One by one, they get taken down here. There's going to be a full as well available. Maryville University and ICE, the performance that they've had can be really good for the DPS line, but it's gotta be a fight where everyone has to be together in a dive. With the communication, things can become very risky. Riley as well to initiate a fight.
Oh, did Iron just casually eat the pulse bomb? Okay. Smell you later. Nice ultimate, idiot. Like, he makes it look so easy. It's ridiculous. Great contest. I mean, Rally Pop is a little bit weird to see from Liar, but it's not the end of the world. Maryville are going to be coming in with the Transcendence, though, and that's the big engage tool they want to keep in their back pocket. As the engagement comes in from Redbirds, the Trance is promptly popped. It's still not able to stop anybody from going down, though. The Pulse Bomb finds True, and Haley's out of the game.
And a couple trades coming in here. The duplicate as well, trying to get some kills as well, but seems like it's not going to be possible just yet. And the point contest, Maryville is finally able to get early on.
Space-wise, it's pretty dire for Redbirds. It's going to be up to Aiko to find something in the back line here, if anything, but that's a pretty tall orders. We're trading back kills left, right, and center now, but the contest is coming in a lot faster from Maryville, and the mines are going to seal them out even longer.
There's a very nice killing coming in for this out of Red Room, making sure that the Ana is able to stay alive, especially because both of the supports are about to get ultimate. The opportunity to contest still pretty much there. One tick already going for this out of Maryville, though.
Oh, they're okay with that. They've got a rally to recontest. Like you said, they've got both support ultimates. Layering them, it looks a little weird, but it does win them the fight. And honestly, we have 60 seconds left on the clock. I'm pretty happy with that.
Just wasting as much time as you can, and a very nice one. I mean, I saw RuPaul going so low, barely having any HP to work with in an area where no one was able to run away. But now comes Liar, comes the rest of the team, comes as well. A Gig right on time keeps Ana alive, allows both of the support ultimates to get executed, and just gets value out of it. Yeah, like you said, both get used at the same time, which is not ideal, but with barely any time, Redbird Esports can keep this one full hold.
That was a big, sorry, that was a huge stun by Liar. That completely shut down the push. Maryville were all positioned for a dive, but stops the pile driver of the Wrecking Ball. Liar with a single ability, I mean, just kills the push of Maryville. Now 10 seconds on the clock, and not position in sight. This is not a great place to be if you're Maryville. You're happy that you got a couple kills here, but the important places on the map, you just have no say in.
Echo in the air, putting all that pressure, flying in the sky, and getting a lot of advantage here coming in. It's all about the area control, and Maryville just fighting with everything that they got. They might get away with it.
I mean, they've caught out Iron, but Redbirds are playing patient. Look, they've got ultimates in the tank. They're 70, 80% now up to both support ultimates. The duplicate's out from Aiko. Granted, that isn't paired with the bomb, so fortunately, Maryville do have a foothold back into this fight, along with the amplification matrix of Luke Mino. The support ultimates come up for Redbirds, but just a little bit too late. They tried to do the exact same thing they did last time, and it might not work. I say the word might, but Vision's got a nano, and my God, Redbirds believed, and Redbirds are gonna hold!
How do they make a scenario like that one go their way?
That's the second time they've done that.
Yeah, that is absolutely insane. It was Maryville all the way, all across the map, taking all the control in that point. But out of nowhere, Redbird Esports timing their comeback into the point perfectly and making it work out. The supports as well, and how much they're able to do to keep the team alive. It is absolutely insane.
You know, there's like 3 phases to the disengage, right? There's the getting out, there's the waiting, and then there's the going back in. Yeah. And Redbirds, they go out at the perfect time. It was the waiting that made us a little bit nervous, that made us think Maryville won it, right? Because during that waiting period, they got 1-2 picks. The Brig went down, the rally never got to get popped. But alas, they wait long enough and have 4 members alive, which is like kind of okay considering that they had ultimates to re-engage with. And just, I pull it out from where the sun don't shine. Redbirds are just making magic happen.
Absolutely, and another point as well into that one is it was the time running out. It was the overtime as well taking place in Maryville. They only had the break on point as well, so there was not a lot of protection. Everyone was kind of taking different fights, and Redbird Esports, they took the opportunity to all just change the narrative to play all together into a scenario like that one and make it go their way. That is absolutely insane.
It's so nuts.
It's so nice to see. So now all the win conditions have been set coming in for Redbird Esports. They don't even have to start to move that payload. Just make it take control of that point as soon as possible, and a single fight will do.
To be fair, just cap point A Numbani is more often easier said than done. We'll see what kind of fight they can put up. Is now on the attacking side. Vision and Echo have manned up a Hanzo and an Echo. A lot of damage being thrown to Maryville. And you know what? The real threat really isn't necessarily, oh, hey, you know, we're going to kill everybody. It's the threat of a pick. This Hanzo can at any point catch a log in someone's head. The Echo can do the exact same. And yeah, Maryville have fought back here, but you've got to endure it for 3 minutes and 30 seconds longer.
Yeah, it's so much time to work with for the attacking side, and you have the momentum, you have the confidence of that last fight that you were able to get into the last round. The Redbird Esports, they're all playing together. Look, this is already a massive difference compared to what we saw from Maryville.
Oh my god, Echo's behind. Echo is being such a pain in the rear end, quite literally, as the flank of Maryville is just in pain. All of them have been forced into this tiny room and are just having spam thrown at them constantly. Now pressuring the point, Redbirds want to force them to come out of that hidey hole into the welcoming arms of Echo, who has the flight, who has that focusing beam in their back pocket should they want to use it. Now it's just toying with their food. It's really up to Maryville when they want to walk out inevitably to what looks like their deaths, but they're starting to fight out. They're starting to, you know, position up, use that little porcupine thick skin of theirs to find a way through. Redbirds force the issue though with the dragon. Force supports out into the open and are going to be capping away the point in the next couple of seconds.
Yeah, that is everything here for Redbird Esports, everything that they needed. They're going to continue rotating this ultimate of Valkyrie to keep everyone alive as well into the last couple of seconds of this map. Maryville just fighting.
There's a trance, maybe? Probably not, though. I mean, let's be real with ourselves. This has been Redbirds through and through. A masterclass on Numbani thus far. The trance is only there to get you to a point. A rally will keep you alive, but they're credits due. They are not going out of this tournament without a fight. In fact, there's 4 people alive. Oh, but nothing to stop this bomb. Yeah, down goes the duplicate. A transcendence of Redbird's own gives them a new lease on life. And although the fight looks like it's been going on for a while, Redbirds have been more than in control the entire time.
And the chances that we're slowly fading away coming in for Maryville and the recontest into a scenario where there's nothing else to do, there's nothing else, and no one else to touch the point, giving that victory for Redbird Esports and an amazing performance. Again, this is one of the teams that people talk about the most in the scene, and we definitely see a lot.
I mean, we said it. Redbirds are the ones with targets on their backs in this tournament, right? They won it last time. They're coming for the crown again. They don't like being knocked down to lower bracket, I'll tell you that much. But last time, also worth noting, they 3-0'd pretty much everybody. Like, it was not close when Redbirds won this the last time. And I think it just goes to show how much that gap is closed for these teams. A lot of them have gotten really, really good.
Yeah, it's something that we talked about as well. It's so nice to see how competitive the scene is getting overall. There's a lot of 2-1s that we've gotten throughout the day. We get to see another one as well. This time around, giving the victory to Redbird Esports. And they, again, it just, I feel like what really, when you can tell a team is dominant is when they are getting fights where it feels like they shouldn't be winning them. And we saw that 2-3 times for them in every single map. It's so nice to see the way that they're coordinating more than anything. And to me, that says a lot, the synergy that they have and the communication. You can tell they're all targeting the same hero. It is what allowing them to win map after map and also win this match too.
Yeah, it seems like, well, Maryville, I mean, again, super, like, lots of credit where credit is due. That was an amazing showing of an understanding of a double shield composition. And as much as, you know, double shield, resident sleepers, VZZs, that really was actually exciting double shield to watch. And then we come out on the other side, and the skill set of Redbirds is so just dichotomy, or like dichotomous to that, right? The complete opposite end. How do you get through a team fight that you haven't won? And they do it multiple times in the entire series. I still will never understand how they won that fight on Rialto, but my God, they're staying alive in the lower bracket. Let's go ahead and take a look at that bracket, by the way. Let's take a look at where we'll be heading to next. Of course, that upper bracket still waiting there is Wisp, but up next for Redbirds and their, you know, lower bracket run, which is something I didn't think I'd be saying all day, is Solaris, who were probably the favorites to win it today, now met up with the favorites to win it last time.
And honestly, the 3 teams that we have left, they are absolutely insane, right? Solaris, like you said, the team that everyone was expecting just based on the team that they have overall.
Yeah, just look at that roster. It's insane.
Yeah, and also the results that they've gotten recently as well has been so nice to see. And now, I mean, knowing that Wisp was able to get away with that one, and it was also a 2-0, just has the statement to say. So Wisp is just chilling up there, just waiting for the grand finals, watching all these teams face each other, fight with everything that they got before they get to face them.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the stats, right, Wisp beat Solaris 2-0 and Wisp beat Redbirds 2-1, and by the non-existent transitive property of esports, that means that Redbird wins, I suppose. I don't know. You know, we've only got our eyes to witness the rest of this, ladies and gentlemen. It'll be a quick break, of course. Enjoy some wonderful ads and some wonderful gameplay while we send you there. We grab some water, we grab some orange slices. We'll be back in a bit with the next match.
To be the best, it's not about being first place or never losing. It's waking up every single day to get better than you were yesterday. It's about putting in the work. Because if you really want to be the best, you have to do the things the old you wasn't ready to do.
everybody, and welcome back to the Florida Mayhem Winter Mukbang, presented by Zaxby's. Of course, get yourself some delicious Zaxby's chicken and Zax sauce on the Zax app. I don't know what you guys are doing. You guys can watch video games. I'll be here eating.
Yeah, I'll be just solo casting. Yeah, that sounds good. While you eat some Zaxby's.
Later.
All right. Well, it's all me. Let's go. We got two more matches to go. We're gonna start with Solaris and Redbird. Then we're gonna jump into
It's
the
really
grand
good. I
final.
took another bite. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm glad you're enjoying it, dude. Don't worry.
I've never had to eat food on a broadcast. It's not particularly conducive to speaking. I'm so sorry. My table manners are just like not here right now. But the game, like you said, should be good. Solaris versus Redbird. It's gonna be a banger.
Yeah, a good match as well. We only have 3 teams remaining in the tournament, just fighting to get to the top, fighting to win those grand finals. Where again, Wisp is just waiting, just chilling, watching the stream. And yeah, just a great time for everyone here, including Dora, of course.
I'm having a great time. I kind of ran out of sweet tea and then I choked on it. The bit kind of ran through. But you guys get the point. Go get yourself some Zaxby's. Come back, enjoy the game. This has been a fantastic tournament thus far. And like you said, this game, let's start running through. We'll do a quick recap of the bracket real quick. Look at what we went through, especially Solaris, who are the favorite team to win it today. Looking at their roster, you can kind of understand why. Dove, King, Rhino, Icy, Rack Attack, Land, and Tree. Not a name there. Hasn't been around the tier 2 scene for at least like 2 years. Yeah. I think I'm genuinely like Icy's been here since the Ice Age. It's been millennia.
It's been a long time, yeah.
Same thing goes. Rhino, Rack Attack, yeah.
Yeah, like you said, Rhino as well is one of the players that when he started playing, everyone was talking about, right? Such a young player, and he still is very young, but time is passing and he's getting older and he's just getting better and better at the game, which is insane. So the side of Solaris, like we said, it's a roster that everyone was expecting to be the most dominant today, but now still not confirmed, still have something to prove here, and there's gonna be one more match here before getting to the grand finals against Redbird, which we got to see a little bit earlier.
Yeah, and looking at this lineup, I think the stars for me, as much as this entire team is full of stars right now, so far today have been the DPS. Delvin King especially, who I believe during the Creator Cup had just the time of their life playing virtually anything, but today on the Tracer has been just tearing teams a new one. For Redbirds, I think, it's a tall order for Vision and Eiko, who had a great performance on the last map. Eiko especially, we talked about how Eiko can just 1v6 in a lot of the situations on Numbani, but especially now, you kind of have to if you want any chance of beating up on those two.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a lot of the DPS as well that have been a highlight. And honestly, it feels like it's a lot of the compositions that are enabling maybe the main time to shine a little bit brighter, maybe the DPS as well. But especially as we jump into the early maps, into those control maps, we know there's going to be quite a lot of variety into what compositions are going to be played and what playstyles are going to be brought to the table. So I want to say that is why we saw Redbird and Gig specifically be so dominant until the last match, because the first map was just enabling him for success. On the other hand, now Solaris also has the potential to do that. We already talked about how strong the entire team is. The tanks are as well. For a control map where anything can happen, I don't think, it's actually going to be Busan that we jump into first.
Yeah, I'm excited to see something other than Lijiang. We've gotten a lot of Lijiang today, but Busan should make for a fun one either way. I think you're testing a lot more dive here, but then you go, of course, you're going to get Brawl, Rush, in a lot of situations when you get on mecha base. Dive still can work there. 6-man has seen some play with various regards to stuff. I know Kennesaw, another college that is really suspiciously good at Overwatch, was playing a poke rush where they were playing Cassidy, Hanzo with Sigma Ryan. It looked, I was convinced, which tells you something, seeing them at LAN playing that. It was really impressive. So if that tells you anything can go here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Busan, to me, when I think of the better control maps, I always think of Lijiang Tower and I think of Busan, because those two are always, depending on the stuff map that we jump to, enabling different compositions to be played, right? So we see a lot of variety every single time. My favorite one being Downtown as well, because that is where maybe one DPS can make a difference. Maybe one DPS can shine a little bit brighter as we jump into a map where there's so many possibilities for teams, especially for these two teams, right? Redbird, a team that we just got to see, we're able to adapt to all the issues, to all the challenges that they've had into every single map.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the stats in general for this map in particular, Solaris are 2-1 on it, whereas Redbirds have literally played Lijiang all day. I do not pity them for having to play Gardens over and over and over and over again. Just like, if that's just like purgatory. That's like my personal hell, is if I had to go play Lijiang Gardens and play like Ball Diva for just hours, and it's just 1 point. It's like, in my personal hell, I go to sleep, my nightmares are just 99% to 99% on Lijiang Garden for however long I sleep. Thankfully, none of that.
Yeah, exactly. And in a map like Busan, we are less likely to see crazy things like that one happening. Obviously, it's still bound to happen, and again, the different compositions play a massive role into it, but it just enables something else. It enables something fresh as well, that, like you said, most teams, when they're scrimming, the first map that they jump to is going to be that Lijiang Tower, and it's going to be the control map that you're more likely to jump into first. So again, just having the little change can do so much, especially for a team, for these two teams that are in the loser bracket. They have to give everything that they've got into this one to move to the grand finals and to not get taken down.
Yeah, for both these teams, there's a lot of pride on the line. Like you said, trying to move to the grand finals in general is a tall order in this tournament. It's turning out to be a lot more difficult than a lot of the teams expected. You know, we've had a semi-break from Tier 2, depending on whether or not you count the Creator Cup. Clearly, Solaris counted the Creator Cup because they look damn good going into today. But it feels like, even though we haven't had, you know, the most available competitive places for these teams to perform, they're still fielding incredible rosters. And because other teams have kind of dissolved, with contenders being on hiatus until Overwatch 2, that means that the player pool for these teams to pull from is insanely large. You're getting super teams that I go so far as to almost call it like a contender super team in Solaris and what they've got. And then Wisp, who come in with a team and a roster that they've actually, you know, a few of those players have been there for a while, and you can kind of see their experience playing together. Rocket's having just the time of his life playing today and is playing incredibly well. So one-off performances, big teams with a lot of the names that we know and love from contenders being able to come in and form in an environment like this. This is what we get from tournaments in such a sparse Overwatch space.
We also get to see a tournament like this one so early on, right? Which is nice to give a sense of who is looking the strongest into this one and who is looking the strongest for that future contender season, or whatever tournaments are going to happen in the future as well. So it's a nice one. I feel like it's always a nice timing to have the Mayhem Classic take place. And it also prepares the teams for not only the entire enemy team that you're going to be facing, but the individual players and how strong they've got in the off season.
Yeah, and you know what? We're going to find out just how strong they are in a second. We're going to throw it to a break because one of the Solaris players enjoying some Zaxby's. And to quote their teammate, just like we've all got that one friend, said, "I'll be back in 5 minutes," and has disappeared off the face of the earth, according to them. So we'll find out about that in just a bit. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
To be the best, it's not about being first place or never losing. It's waking up every single day to get better than you were yesterday. It's about putting in the work. Because if you really want to be the best, you have to do the things the old you wasn't ready to do.
It was a nice break. Got to enjoy some delicious and actually like dig into that Zaxby's chicken. Fantastic. So do the Solaris players, who now are finally back from their lunch break, and they've decided to grace us with some beautiful Overwatch up against Redbird. Like we said, we've prefaced the match all we can. We've talked about what it means for both these teams. Both of them expected to be at the top. Both of them now in the bottom bracket. Dryad, this is a big one.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a now or never situation for both of them to get to those grand finals, and it's got to start with the momentum that you're able to build from the first map. We already know that it's going to be Busan. We got to talk about the different compositions that you can play in Busan as well, but it's now more than anything the playstyle that is going to be brought to the table for both Redbird Esports, who had just a pretty nice victory a couple minutes ago, and on the other side Solaris, who was just also waiting to face them.
Yeah, and compositionally, I mean, there's a lot of stuff you can break down on this map. Let's go ahead and start off on Mecha Base. I think it's the most clear of them. Virtually anything can go down, but we've seen a lot of rush along with a lot of six-man being played here, and it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also my favorite map in Busan. I love the rush style being brought to the table so early on by teams. So it's a nice one. Is the rush, and you said it a little bit before, the six-man can also be a conversation that you can have in a map like this one. But it's also just how comfortable you feel it playing the Sombra, right? I've heard through a player that there's some conversations that we're more likely to see a Sombra being dominant in a team right at the beginning of the meta or right at the end of the meta. And I feel like that makes so much more sense, right? You need a win condition that is very clear, and that is when you bring that Sombra, you get that ultimate, you get that EMP, and that is the fight just going your way. So it's a nice one to have, but you also want to rely a little bit more on everyone else, right? On the tanks more than anything that throughout the day have been a conversation.
Speaking of things that have been in the conversation today, a little bit of Genji has been in the mix. There's 15 seconds, so we'll hold our tongue until King actually locks that one in, because you can play virtually anything here. It's probably the most flexible of the Busan maps, but I think the one through point that we'll see really come to fruition is the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. The ball is one of the key factors recently in a map like this one. You can even get some boops if you are lucky, but you're also able to contest the point very early on, as you see Gig and Rhino just going at each other, looking at each other, and realizing that the composition is not going to be too different though, but that Sigma and D.Va are making a very, very big change when it comes to tanks.
Yeah, they play very differently, right? You've got the hit squad on one side of Ashe and Echo constantly looking for the pick, but Ashe and Echo are going to be a little bit more mobile than the backline of Rack Attack, Landon, and Icy, who have to reposition, much more intentionally. Right now, we see them over in the Mega Pack, and getting out of this room is going to be really difficult against the composition that they're facing up against.
The point control is going for the side of Redbird Esports first. Not the first time that we see it today as well. But the recontest that Solaris is trying to bring to the table might be effective as well when you have an Echo at hand as well, hitting the enemy.
Yeah, so I mean, we could just do a little bit of quick math to kind of understand the way that went in general, right? Redbirds sent Echo and Liar to pressure down that one room, whereas Solaris had 3 players in the room. 3 people versus 2 means that over on the point, the fight was actually better for Redbirds. They're able to take it away, but now Solaris are actually trying to retake that space in their own right, repositioning on the point, getting that Sigma set up, and holding effectively.
Yeah, there's a lot of scenarios where that point control doesn't mean everything, especially before the fight even starts. It's already Redbird Esports taking control, and now Solaris, with the proper fight, being able to recontest it to take it for themselves, and even allowing Rhino to build that minefield, which is going to be amazing for a map like this one to create that space.
Oh, Dub's got a pulse bomb. As somebody in their sights tries to wait out at Matrix, but Iron is just too good. I mean, Iron just eats pulse bombs, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Got a bowl of them like Cheerios every single day. It's like regular training for them. It's so easy. And now without a pulse bomb, what are you gonna do? Duplicator, Wrecking Ball says King, but I'm not sure that's gonna achieve that much. Maybe you get some mines down, but you're only delaying the inevitable. They force them back onto point, but this is a position that Redbirds are pretty okay with, considering they have ultimates to boot.
And the question is when they're going to utilize those ultimates, right? It's all about Solaris once again being able to get away with the fight, even after Redbird takes control of the point. It's now the second time that we see it in a row, and it is the ultimates that Redbird had that got wasted or decided to keep it for that next fight, where they might get a little bit more value coming in next. So the win condition, once again, Solaris understands it clearly. It's going to be taking down the scores, and with that, just rolling.
I do like the support spots from Redbirds here, though. You get a Zenyatta and a Brig in the mix. It's just so much more of a threat to the Wrecking Ball. Now, Rhino actually is going to be kept in check a little bit.
but how much though? It's going to be a minefield as well to start it off for Redbird Esports. And again, we already saw, but the point control is not everything, but the proper fight that they need to win is a good way to start it off though. That's Niara taken down.
Yeah, Landon gone, but the position is a little bit better here for Solaris, right? They play patiently, they wait out the minefield, except for Landon, who trips over one on his way through. But aside from that, waiting out the minefield, being patient, keeping the Sigma and Brig in an effective position where you're going to get a lot more done, and then the re-engage for them looks fantastic.
It's already the 90% coming in for Solaris in the last duels that we get to see. Redbird Esports, no ultimates in hand, decides that pose will maybe a bomb. Time running out, not even an opportunity to recontest, it seems like. Yeah.
Hey, points for suckers, dude. I'm gonna go pad my stats on the other end of the map. That sounds like if you don't get kills, did you really do anything? It's not like it's an objective-based game mode or anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the kills and the proper fights that we saw just Solaris take over and over again. I mean, we saw, 4 actual fights taking place, and every single one of them was going for Solaris. And Redbird Esports, they had an opportunity, especially when they took control of that point first. But, I mean, okay, you take a point control, what do you do next? Is the way that you're engaging, and we talked about the synergy of this team, and really need or didn't really seem to be shining as much for that one, but it's an opportunity to change around for this one. A couple of changes coming in right and left, and even just the flying heroes, there are going to be no more.
With those changes come relatively similar compositions, actually mirrors completely for either side. So it's kind of down to who finds the first pick, who's able to gap the other on a particular role. And right now it's Redbirds with a lot more spatial control, but that's because Solaris are kind of letting them. They understand the pressure that's on them. They back away, allow Dub the space in order to find those first picks. And now we're in a fantastic position as 2 are sent careening off the cliff.
Again, the space isn't everything, and Redbird Esports, they seem to have it for a second with a point. Going for Solaris first this time around, and going down for them into a poke phase where they're able to play quite aggressive, trying to build the next ultimates coming up. And I want to highlight, we saw it in downtown, we can get to see it again, as Rhino with a minefield used at the perfect timing, just delaying that push and that engagement coming in for Redbird.
I mean, Rhino's the major point of contact, right? Solaris have been so content with just sitting back, with doing absolutely nothing, with taking less space and playing from behind, but now that might bite them in the butt, right? When Rhino is forced back, when the health bar is too low for the Wrecking Ball to hold that space for you, that fight becomes a lot more difficult. Your Sigma is vulnerable, so is your Ashe, and for that, Redbirds are going to take over. Oh, what on earth is that, Bob? That's... What? No. No, you're not allowed to win! What? No! They've been robbed. Like, we're witnessing a highway robbery, Dryad. This is not their point. This does not belong to Solaris right now. I refuse to believe it.
It seemed like a very early or very late Bob, but it got the value, right? And that is what you need as Solaris at the end of the day. It's going to be a reset coming in for Redbird Esports. They lost the point that they had. They lost the only fight that they've gotten in this map.
And now the staggers are just... this has been 20 seconds of staggers. This is brutal. And what are you even coming back with? The ultimates are better for Solaris as well. I mean, maybe RuPaul can catch up in Trance, and that's your big opener, but it's a tough one.
Maybe the rally as well to initiate for Redbird, but it just also depends on the timing, because Rack Attack is about to get the rally as well.
Starting off with the Grudic Flux, though, they get the first say. Iron just rocked out of the air, though. And Redbirds with control of the fight. They built up those 2 support ultimates, but the key factor here is that Landon's gone down. Both rallies get popped, but only one Zenyatta has a Transcendence to follow up, and that is RuPaul. Redbirds are in control of this fight. Do not be mistaken, as now that point ticks back over. 86% goes for Solaris, but certainly not what they wanted out of the fight.
It is quite a lot of percentage that Solaris was able to get into the fight. We saw the rallies coming in at the same time, which made the situation very much even for both of them, and the picks were the only thing making a difference for Redbird. And it was a fight that they needed after, like you said, they got robbed into the last one. So Solaris, only one is going to guarantee them taking control, getting to the 99 at least.
Then Redbirds still have a while to try and hold this, but like I said, they do have the Transcendence. Both teams do. It's all about who gets the better timing. Generally speaking, you're looking for the later Transcendence. Be considered a slightly better one, but one thing could put a hole in all of that. That's it here! Zen gets one clip. King shows up big, and the fight is already over. Ladies and gentlemen, Solaris, show us how it's done.
That that one clip that always hurts to
Mean.
see about. I mean, what an opening as well for Solaris. They're just going to get away with this momentum with the point as well. And a last fight, a last opportunity for Redbird to recontest. They have a Transcendence to work with, and maybe a Bob to initiate the fight just to put that point contest very early on. But besides that, I mean, point conditions are looking tough for Redbird.
Trans, run. No! That's a tough one. I hesitate to call it a Charlie Niner, but it may or may not have been. Solaris, though, oh my god. This has been a dominant performance from them. And I think the reason it looks so much so is just how calm they are. In every situation, they're playing the same comp, but Redbirds are playing it so much more aggressively. They're trying to find picks. They're trying to be the first ones to get it. And even in the fights when they did, I mean, look back to when Landon goes down right here to the mines. Solaris just back away, wait for their time, and then go for the re-engage. It's really smart Overwatch, and they're taking their time playing it.
Yeah, it's a nice one. Like you said, it's more than the space control that for the set of Redbird they're trying to get first every single time, but a little bit more is going to be needed to win that proper fight, and that little bit more is what Solaris is bringing into this map and why they were able to get away with that one. So a very nice performance against Solaris, a team that we've been looking up to even for everything that comes with Overwatch, especially in this off season. Every single player has been able to pop off in a way that they understand the win condition, and the win condition is not always that space, but more than anything that early pick, poking and building those ultimates first, and we saw how much of a difference it was making for them.
I think the most concerning part for me for Redbirds is just how much they're kind of, I don't want to say losing at their own game, but they're getting beat at by exactly what they used to win the last series against Maryville, right? You think back to the fights that they had no right winning. Well, look who's got no right winning fights now. Solaris is robbing them blind time and time again. Redbirds will get the first pick. Solaris just wait their time and come back and take the fight later. Redbirds kill like 3-4 people. The fight looks completely over. Solaris throw in the most ridiculous bob I've seen in my entire life and somehow still do it. Yeah. I was convinced. I was like, dude, that Dove is actually tossing right now. That was but I can't criticize this guy. He's just better than me. That's it. That's just it.
Yeah, it was very nice to see a fight like that one go for the set of Solaris. And now the only thing though, again, second map will go to the map that lost the team that lost the first map. So now you start to question, because we already know seems like it's going to be Havana next. This is where Redbird Esports, they could feel pretty comfortable bringing that Reinhardt that we've talked about throughout the entire day.
Yeah, well, I want Giggs Reinhardt. Sleeper pick, though, I want Echo's May. I want Echo's May on a spawn hold like yesterday. This guy is insane with it. I've seen this team full hold people left, right, and center. They're one of the scariest teams to face on Havana for that reason. So a volatile map pick, and I think it gets them virtually everything they want. It makes more sense than Numbani did, but retrospectively, I do think Numbani made sense. Echo was absolutely insane. Here on Havana, though, like you said, get Gig on the Reinhardt. Let's play a little bit of just brawl in general and see if they can shake it down.
Yeah, the brawl that it has already proven to work so well for this set of Redbird Esports that they're able to bring it once again, and they're able to show us what they've got, because until the last map in Busan, there wasn't even the possibility, right? The DPS were struggling quite a lot, especially into that second. They couldn't even have the Echo take advantage of the positioning that she's able to get as well, just knowing that she's one of the only flank heroes that we got in the game. So now it is more of a comfort zone, is a comfort pick as well coming in for Redbird Esports to play and to enable Gig for success, and to just waste as much time as possible, knowing that they're starting on the defense. Just waste as much time as you can from the set of Solaris. Usually is about a minute. Anything more than that, just a dream, but just wasting time, getting the advantage, getting those ultimates to work with.
All right, you set the timer. We're looking for a minute out of the defense here, or less than that out of the attacking side. A lot of it does come down to the maze, though. Who is living longer? Who is able to hit the walls a little bit better? Thus far, it's been Echo. The initial wall and counter wall looked really good for the defenders. Does force out an immortality field, though. There's lasts a little bit longer. Rhino's health bar getting especially low as he gets beamed down by a Symmetra. Redbirds keep the first win.
Redbirds, you're going to get away with it, as everyone else coming in for the attacking side of Solaris, they find a way in. It's standard situation at this point in this map. It started being a maybe you have this composition. Now it's you are always expecting the very early hold, but now Solaris coming up with another entrance and another opening here.
Oh, but with the amplification matrix, it becomes that much more dangerous. They'll throw in a wall for good measure. They're trying to hit that minute mark, and you know what? They're just about to. Gig over top has the shadow. That shield is low. The shield is low, but Rhino saves it for the right time. That's the contender's experience coming in from the young lad. Reinhardt does stay alive, though, and with Gig alive, the hold stays so as well. Oh man, you really don't want to have to invest into this. This is getting a little dire for Solaris. They can't really afford to lose this fight, and it doesn't look like they're ever going to lose it, but it's still burning time off the clock pretty rapidly. Oh my god. Redbirds, stop, Redbirds. At this point, it's just about time. Like, the sound barrier just buys you time. It's never going to win you the fight in these situations unless you're just insane. And you know what? Maybe they are. Gig's in a bit of an uncomfortable position, but Gig's still doing damage. And now the team's almost back? How on earth is this flipped?
It's still, I mean, so much time. Again, we saw Redbird Esports able to take from Solaris. Finally, the opening that Solaris was waiting for, but it took them, what, 2 minutes almost to work with. The payload still being contested. That is insane. And they said it, if you get more than 1 minute, that is just an absolute dream to work with. It is exactly what Redbird Esports was able to bring to the table, able to recontest this first point as well, with a lot of ultimates to continue rotating like they already did.
Yeah, I mean, they're cooking, chilling, maxing and relaxing, if you will. Now they're going to go max, relax, down from this high ground. Reinhardt about to get right into it. Let's see what Gig can get done. Working their way up to the second shatter of the match and hiding behind a payload. These can be really dangerous to block. And the second that wall goes down, you can time the shatter with the wall if you want to get a little fancy. But Rhino just says, screw that! I'm having the first laugh and the last one. Gig's out of the way, just gets chatted out of the match, but that doesn't mean the fight's over yet. Rhino gets frozen up, and with those ultimates that Redbirds have that you were talking about, they're able to take the fight back, wrestle it out of the hands of Solaris.
And just finishing it off with that sound barrier as well to keep the team alive, to guarantee that no one will get taken down at the end. I feel like the sound barrier, even though they could have saved it for the next fight, it's just already shown how much dominant they feel on this side of Redbird Esports in a map like this one. And Solaris, they had a very good chance as well, right? We saw a pretty good shatter coming in for Rhino, but a little bit of timing that was off. And because of that, there's only 1 minute remaining.
Tall order. We're switching on to more signature heroes. Dove swaps onto a Cassidy, something I've seen Dove have a ton of success on in the past. Pops a Deadeye. Shatter's okay. It just stops a Deadeye. It's not the end of the world for either side, but the disengage is a little rougher for Solaris, who have to get away from this amplification matrix. But that's not going to stop him quite yet. Rhino? I did not just watch Rhino walk shield down at an amplification matrix. That is the most insane thing I've seen all day. And you know what? It's rightful that you pay the price. It is a miracle that Landon's alive. Wait, what? This fight's insane. King ice blocked in front of the bomb. It blocked the LOS from Landon. And that's still not enough to save the fight entirely because the spawn is just that close for Solaris. Rhino is back and he's pissed.
And ready for that fight as well. Solaris finally able to move that payload. It's like they waited forever for an opportunity like this one. It's a long way to go before making it to the end, so we can expect the two tanks just pushing forward, trying to take the duels in the early fights as soon as possible, take down the members of Redbird Esports as they come back for that recontest.
There will be a recontest. Redbirds are not going to give you this for free. Wall up. Shatter's not online, but Blizzard will be in a few moments. A lot of pressure on Icy to perfectly time this defense matrix. Blizzard out and nothing connects. There still is a support ultimate left, though, for the defenders. It's just whether or not they want to use it. The M matrix now being popped from the other side. Paired with the sound barrier, both at the same time, isn't necessarily what you want to see. They've got a short period of time that they need to close this fight in. Otherwise, it's going to get a little dirtier. A Cassidy in their backline, entries and exits, but still yet the defense does not fall.
The defense that is holding so strong. Look, another shatter that's available. Gig was able to build yet another one. Is going to get used.
Oh my god.
Once again, Joven, this is it. A fight that almost went for Solaris. But Redbird Esports, they're back and they're ready to get the last kills here.
Oh my, stellar first hold from Redbirds. And this is what we were talking about. This is why you're scared of this team here. Giggs Reinhardt, Echoes May. I mean, those two alone are going to lock you out 90% of the time, but their understanding of how to play it was beautiful. The one fight that we saw Solaris actually win, like I said, had King not very fortunately ice blocked in front of the bomb, and it definitely was not intentional, to save Landon, who was moon booting over the top of the bar. Like, that fight would have been over. You would have lost your Baptiste, and it just would have been done for. And that was the fight that they won, I'll have you remember. So Redbirds clearly know this one in and out, if the fact that the one fight that they did lose was to something like that.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate as well coming in for the attacking side, right? As we saw, it seems like there were so many opportunities, but as well as so many early on mistakes that you cannot correct in time. You just gotta wait for the entire regroup before going again, and by that time, the opportunities are fading out. It all started off when we got to see the defense, right? When we got to see Redbird Esports holding 2 minutes into the spawn of the enemy, which is absolutely insane. It barely ever happens that you get more than a minute, maybe a little bit over a minute. So just wasting as much time as you can from the enemy. Gave them the win condition here. Gave them everything that they need to win this map, to take us to a map 3 that we have the chance to see in this one.
All right, Redbirds. You said the bar has been set. Out of spawn they'll come. Bringing the Symmetra again. I really like this modification of the intro. You can kind of pick your favorite flavor of main DPS in these compositions, but the Symmetra does look good. Dove, though, does look good with the Cassidy, so a lot of things being thrown around. These are some of the best tier 2 players out there dueling it out. Redbird's now stuck in their spawn. The health bar is getting low. Rhino dropping even lower, though, as the main tank falls for Solaris. Now, without their hard anvil to hold on to, Redbirds can start making their way forward. They can start taking out the remaining members of Solaris, and in honestly, a perfectly executed fashion, they'll break right out of spawn like it's nothing.
And when you have a DPS line like it is a May and a Symmetra, it's just a nightmare to deal with on the other side, right? You're just either getting melted, your HP is getting destroyed, or you're just getting frozen and cannot move. There's not a nice side. There's not an opportunity to even dodge those possibilities. So now a very quick fight. Redbird Esports getting away with that first one, and only maybe one that we get to see Solaris, just depending so much on the ultimates coming up.
Yeah, they need to take away the momentum from Redbirds before it gets too bad. That's going to be pretty hard. Amplification Matrix well placed, but a good wall to counter it, buying space for Dove now to pop the Deadeye. Nobody here, everybody playing LOS, and now mildly overextended are Solaris, but not so much so. It's going to allow for a sound barrier engage to come out from Redbirds, who pressure down the Reinhardt, who's got a shatter in his back pocket. Rhino times it perfectly. A Blizzard feels a bit much for this fight, I'll be honest, but outside of that, fantastically played. Rhino takes the pressure the Redbirds have been putting on the entire time and dish it right back.
It was quite a lot of ultimates though coming in for Solaris. Like you said, we saw the Blizzard as well to finish it off, and you're only depending on the sound barrier to keep you alive for that next fight. So it's a risky one to take. But so Raktak has to use that ultimate very early into the fight, keeping the team alive, making sure that the rotations as well around the payload are able to take place, and no one gets taken down to a point where the numbers can do everything.
Oh boy, the numbers are starting to do things. That's tick up. This Symmetra is charging up the beam, and if Rhino steps forward, you charge the beam more, you take more damage. Now they're going to do it in conjunction with a bomb, praying that it connects onto something, but being zoned away by this Blizzard. The cart's nearly across as is. It's a good block by Rhino, but it doesn't catch everything. Sound barrier from Rack Attack is the final attempt they're going to have at holding on to this. Amplification Matrix keeps him alive a little bit longer, but Solaris are cruising towards stopping him here. It's so close, but yet so far, Dryad.
Overdove with a 3K as well, just changing the narrative that Redbird Esports wanted to put into this map and into that fight. And once again, but now on the other side, the timing is running out, about a minute remaining, and just based on how long the fights have been taking, this could be one fight, maybe and a half, that Redbird Esports need, and it is now or never for them. They need to win this map. They need to go to map 3 to stay in this tournament.
If I'm Redbirds, I'm sweating. There's a lot of scary things on the other end. A Blizzard being eaten by Iron would 100% save the day, but that will not be the case. Immortality feels out for either side, but Solaris holds strong on the reverse end now. Just 45 seconds left, and Redbird are going to get out with their tails tucked between their legs.
Oh, that's a quick reset. I'm glad to see that it just wasn't a full commitment early on, especially with Solaris and the advantage. But now look at Solaris. They're playing so aggressive. They're contesting very early into this corner, and they have a shatter to work with. A single pick that they get is everything for them.
It's down to the duel. Zoning with the Deadeye. 10 seconds on the clock. Doesn't catch true on anybody, but Rhino's got the shatter. Gig knows it. It is just a matter of time. Who fires first, the Blizzard or the Shatter? Blizzard out from one side. Rhino waiting for the right opportunity to counter. Doesn't get to throw out the shatter quite yet. Somehow Rhino's kept alive, though. A miracle in the midst of all of this, but does eventually go down. No tank line left for Solaris. They've got to fight back some other way, and the DPS line's here to save them. Double life finds one, finds the second, needs even more than that, but somehow finds it. A third in the fight, and the Cassidy's still alive. Kept there by Landon. Goes in for a fifth. Just one remains from Redbirds, but it's not enough to do it. Solaris are going to the grand finals.
Solaris knowing exactly when to adapt, when to respond. And that was all Dove at the end. So many picks, 4 kills at the end into the last fight. And the fight before also at 3K to guarantee that Solaris would be on the fight, will be continuing to stay in control. And that is exactly what they were able to do. The DPS line that we talked about throughout the entire tournament, how much a single pick can make a difference. And we got to see it there. It was Dove just getting away with everything that he dreamed off into the map.
That's the Dove gap, dude. I told you, this guy Cassidy literally can't do any wrong. Just I would say 1v6, but Landon was really putting in a lot of work on the Baptiste, and there was another player there in the kill feed. I mean, just Dove's connecting shots. What are you even going to do about it? Every team has had a player like that at some point in time during the series. I mean, Redbird had Echo popping off on Numbani, and then you had here, Dove is just throwing it right back at him. Over in the winner's bracket right now, who is waiting for them, Rocket is having an incredible day on the Tracer. Everyone seems to have some sort of clutch gene in them, but only one team gets to win.
And for Dope specifically, it started, I want to say, very slow compared to the first map. Very early on, just kind of doing what is expected for the DPS line. But the more that we got to see him at the end, the more that he was shining, the more that he was making a difference for the team. Truly just guaranteeing that the fights that matter the most were going for the side of Solaris. And that just builds into an amazing narrative where now we have Solaris and Wisp that are going to face each other in the grand finals. And this is a match that we already saw earlier today.
Now let's go ahead and bring up our bracket and look at how things have shaken down, because there's only one match. There is only one way this could end. Wisp has come in and shown us they can bare their teeth. They did it earlier against Solaris, but Solaris, like you said, get the opportunity to fight back. It's a first to 3, a best of 5, however you want to put it. It's how it's going, and there is only one way it happens, and that is, of course, here at the Winter Classic, sponsored by Zaxby. That match is going to be coming up in just a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, so keep your eyes on your screens and your butts planted firmly in your seats, because we'll be right back.
What does it mean to be the best? It's not about being first place or never losing. It's waking up every single day to get better than you were yesterday. It's about putting in the work. Because if you really want to be the best, you have to do the things the old you wasn't ready to do.
All right, it's grand finals time here at the Mayhem Winter Classic, and that means some good Overwatch, and that means Dry and I are, of course, back to bring it all to you. This one, come down, it's been shaken down, whittled down to just Wisp up against Solaris, the two teams that we were probably looking at to be favorites here, them and Redbird, so it kind of ended up exactly how we expected, but at the same time, the trip that we took to get here was weird.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a nice bracket as well. A lot of 2-1s that we've seen throughout, and it's been making it very, very competitive throughout the day. But now it's a rematch that we get to see, right? Wisp against Solaris. Wisp had about an hour to rest, to watch the tournament as well, to eat some Zaxby's as well. Now they're ready for the action of the grand finals. Well, on the other side, Solaris, they've been playing back-to-back matches for now 5 hours. So it's been a long day for them.
Hey, they're going to earn it, though. A big old fat cash prize of buckarooskies. At the end of all this, winner gets the biggest and the fattest share of $5,000. 5,000 buckaroos, for those of you who aren't counting. And, of course, the teams aren't going to much less. But you know what? It comes with bragging rights. And that is just as important as anything else. I want to give a huge shout out to all the teams for coming and showing up today. Even the teams that we didn't get to see on broadcast. As much as I'm an FSU student FSU fan, seeing Gators and having that collegiate representation within Florida was super duper cool to get in here. Slept on as well. Went out, I think, a lot earlier than many of us were expecting them to, but had a pretty good showing in their own right. And of course, everybody else got knocked out on the way here, but shaken down to just one who you and I haven't gotten to see, and that's Wisp.
Yeah, Wisp that have been playing in the upper bracket have made it to the grand finals in a way that they look very, very comfortable again. So this is a factor that I want to take into account, right? They had some time to rest. They have some time to watch the enemy and what they like to play as well. And that can be so nice into a grand finals where information and play style that you're able to gather from the enemy team can do everything for you. Because I already know we're going to jump into Busan, and Busan coming in for the set of Solaris, it's already something that we got to see.
Yeah, I mean, I trust Wisp can be pretty good here. Let's take a look at the rosters and talk about the 1v1s in particular, because like we said, the DPS ones have been the ones to watch pretty much all day. But this was something that came up in the semifinals and winners bracket. These are arguably three of the best, if not three of the best tracers in North America right now. Rocket, Dove, King, all floating around doing absurd stuff. The Rocket versus King 1v1 was insane. Rocket's having just the single most insane day we've seen Rocket have in a long time. And I have to, of course, shout out, I've known Rocket since Rocket was like plat. Like, it just goes to show how quickly, when players put in the work and they really want to learn, how quickly they can get good, right? Working your way up tier 3 to tier 2.5 now. I mean, a household name in tier 2. Rocket's put up some really impressive stuff. And speaking of other household names, shout out Rack Attack on Solaris, who has their entire family in the chat. Kim, Nikki are all just like floating around under there every single game he played, and is quite possibly the most wholesome thing I've seen in my entire life.
Yeah, it's so nice. I feel like every tournament where I see him playing, it's just his family that there to support, which is
sweet.
It's so sweet. It's so nice to see. And also another thing nice to see is going to be this grand finals that we jump into. Again, Wisp against Solaris, and the teams are ready to go. This is going to be downtown Busan to start it off in a composition that we're familiar with already, but a massive change that can make a difference here is going to be Mayville on that Sombra.
All right, and because I have two Tracer players, it's Dove and King can both play it. It's Dove this time going up against Rocket. But Mayville coming out on the Sombra is something that we haven't seen too much of in recent times. Just see what kind of value they can get there. But as for positioning right now, neither team takes a big lead, but Dove finds a first pick, and that's huge for them.
Yeah, very early pick as well into the Sunyata, just turns into an ideal situation coming in for the setup Solaris to take control of the point as well. Wisp, they want to contest it a little bit longer though. They're going to wait for everyone to come back into the fight and just delay that push to happen as soon as possible. But there it is. It's going to be Solaris getting away with it.
Yeah, I was a little greedy to kind of try and keep their thumb on the point as opposed to just containing Solaris in it. Now that they still do have Solaris relatively contained, but because they lost that member early on, they're kind of paying the price for it right now.
They do an early one as well. Again, win condition coming in for Wisp. Gotta be that EMP, and how long it's going to take to be built can determine so much of the next couple fights. Solaris, they're going to continue having control of that point. They have that high ground advantage, knowing and looking at their composition. So everything as of right now should be going their way.
Yeah, Solaris are very happy with their position in this in general. Malthus being kept back off of EMP, Charge being zoned away from the point. By and large, they did manage to get one pick onto a Wrecking Ball, and a hack here will start to bring that Charge up, but just crossing the 70% line. I mean, we're getting past the point in time where you want to be really close to that EMP, and well, Malthus going to get there eventually. All this time you spend not having an EMP in your back pocket is time you could be losing fights, and Solaris have realized that. They put their pedal on the floor, their foot on the throat of Wisp. Do you have an EMP? If the answer is no, you're going to lose this engagement. A lot of pressure has come out, but it hasn't resulted in a kill. Maybe a slight overextension, but no. Solaris' engagement finds true, and Malthus still doesn't have an EMP. Finally gets it up, but it's all too late.
And it was a rally as well. They didn't really get any value. It was just too late into the fight. They didn't really allow for the proper engagement, especially because so many members of Wisp were already taken down. So now, finally got a win condition.
No.
EMP is 4, but I mean, the timing the timing is just completely wasted for Wisp. The two biggest win conditions in their composition, the rally and the EMP, are in the worst timing possible. And Solaris, they have so much point percentage already.
Yeah, I don't see many ways you win this fight. I'll be completely honest with you. This takes one individual just killing 6 people. It takes a rocket or a dove moment if you want to actually win this fight. Like, your way in is immediately cut off. Yeah, you've taken down doves, so your position's not awful now, but there's still more ultimates to boot to Solaris. They're far from out of it. The pop mines, and then a gravitic flux on the other half of the point to lower the health bars even further. A good transcendence from CJ, though, will allow them to keep going in this fight, and it does look better and better the longer it goes. But the longer it goes, the longer lane of trance is up. And that means more picks for Solaris, who continue to turn around. It's a close fight with Wrecking Balls in either side's backline. It's going to continue to be complete chaos.
And it continues, but it also continues to go for the side of Solaris, right? The longer that the fight went, the longer that everyone was able to position themselves again and to get away with the last couple kills that they had, rotating those ultimates like we see from them over and over again. And for Wisp, again, when you are relying so much on an ultimate like an EMP, you have to be sure that it's going to get value, right? And that comes from so many different ways, right? From actually getting enough members for you to capitalize on the ultimate, to also using the EMP at the right time. And that time that we saw for Malta, unfortunately, just wasn't it. It cost them, I want to say, the entire first sub-map that we got to see into downtown because of the win condition, because of how much pressure you're putting into Malta to perform. But now, nicely to see, there's not going to be a Sombra any longer. Wisp actually bringing up a different composition, at least in DPS line.
I really dig a Soldier here. It's actually a super, super fun point to play Soldier. A lot of ways to use that mobility to rotate rapidly around the map and utilize off angles to really put damage in. And with that comes an awkward engagement. It doesn't really make that much sense from Wisp, right? You want to be engaging from a bunch of different sides, and because they're taking them on head on, the Ashe is just better. The Ashe offers more pick potential from that range. The Soldier can throw more damage at the shields, but the shields hardly matter when the fight's that short.
There's gonna be a reset as well coming in for Wisp, as they once again don't find the answer right away. Everyone having to regroup here, and Solaris, they have to capitalize from it just by once again poking that damage, trying to build those ultimates and continuing with the dominance that they already showed. Like you said, the Ashe can do so much just to have some control. I mean, if you see an Ashe on the other side of the map, you're going to be hesitant to engage first.
I do actually quite like the angle that Wisp are taking now. So you'll notice the Zen, the Brig, and the Sigma are all moving on one direction. The Ball and the Tracer are going to move around the other, and then the Soldier can also move on that flank. So now there's 2 angles that you have in on the Ashe. She's not just going to be able to do whatever she wants anymore. Now there's a lot more pressure going towards this high ground, and you realize it doesn't matter. Malta can stand out here in the open, and it's a lot less threatening. That is until they decide they want you dead. Solaris find a target and finally dive onto it, but Wisp's position wasn't awful, at least until they lost a few more players.
Yeah, it wasn't the worst positioning. The thing is that it takes a lot of time to set up, right? And it's a lot of time wasted this time around for Wisp. They're going to be some as well, trying to keep them alive, but they're completely surrounded though.
It might be okay. They've turned it into an engagement. Any trance that you use to save yourself needs to be turned into an offensive opportunity, and they did exactly that, taking down Dove and making the engagement count. Beautifully done by Wisp.
Yeah, just making sure that any value is going to get a lot of capitalization coming in, and Wisp finally taking control at this point in a very, very nice situation for them. When it comes to percentage, right, they're going to have a rally to initiate that next fight first, and because they're in a better position, they're able to set up and build for this rally in a way that we didn't really see before in downtown, while Solaris, the engagement is going to be a little bit riskier, just looking at the supports and the way that you want to use that trance for a little bit more protection rather than anything else.
Yeah, and it's hard to get a good position on this, right? You can set your Ashe up as best you can, you can counter this as best you can, but you're still surrounded. There are a lot of angles you're going to be taking this fight from, especially when there's a soldier in the mix. Popping a visor, immediately come in Wisp. They've got to counter the Bob, though. They don't have anything to take the space back, and Karari overextends into it. That allows Solaris to take over. Maltha's still alive, but Maltha's not a big enough threat to ward them off.
And everyone, one by one, start to get taken down. Only 39% of Wisp was able to get into the last one of Solaris. Once again, they have all the timing in the world to set up and to delay fight after fight, right? The only win condition that we saw early on coming in for Wisp was the Transcendence that was played aggressively. But now, the time and the opportunities for it to be Bell start to run out. The momentum that can be going for Wisp, again, has to be played aggressive.
And that they will. Solaris returning that favor right on back, though. The aggression comes in their direction as well. And it gives Dub the space to find a pick onto Rocket. So now with no pressure on the back line, Wisp have to find ways to pressure otherwise. And that's going to be an engagement trance. Countered, though, by a rally to keep that back line alive. Now it's Solaris with the last laugh, with the pressure, with the engagement. Don't smells blood in the water and wants that opening pick, and it's going to throw the Bob in to make it happen. This fight does not look good for Wisp positionally, and it's not going to for a while. Solaris has taken over the point and gotten the space, but Maltha's in on the flank. Maltha's got J-Bubs there with them, and it's fallen to pieces. The House of Cards cripples beneath them as Maltha says no with the visor.
And finally, the momentum stopped coming in, and Solaris gets stopped right after they got that 99%. Wisp with a nice opportunity here. Once again, we talk about the rally, we talk about the potential that he has into a fight like this one, as it also enables all the rest of the ultimates to be built while the team is able to stay alive. That is everything that Wisp needs to stay alive in this map.
Been dead even heats either way, but for Wisp to win this gives them a lot more momentum. Honestly, getting 2-0'd on first map after you 2-0'd them in the last series would be quite demotivating. And you know what? It's not looking too good either. Maltha's down. Rhino has a great engage here. The mines are going to lock them in really effectively. And now we fight Nuno reverse carded. Solaris on the point, and Wisp having to attack into it with the help of their rally. J-Bubs does have mines, but they might be a little bit late. The ultimates have all come in for Solaris. They've all used them first, and every last one of them's connected. The point ticks down, and with that wick, burns away the hopes of Wisp to win map 1.
Solaris coming up with the revenge just to start it off. Again, this is a result. This is a map in a duel that we already saw between Wisp and between Solaris a little bit early on, and it was Wisp taking it 2-0. Now Solaris changing the narrative completely, getting away with the first map with Busan more than anything else. That already showed quite a lot of flexibility for them to adapt, right? There were a lot of very, very intense situations between these two teams. Just that 99 being able to make it back and being able to initiate those fights in ways that are not the most common to see. So now Solaris is able to do just that. They get away with that first map. But luckily, it's the grand finals, right? So there's more opportunities to see maps. We can even see a map 5 coming next.
It does make me a little nervous. Wisp's previous win up against Solaris looked really dominant for them. They looked in control of the entire match. I would argue that was probably the least in control we've seen Wisp look all day. Wisp has lost maps to people like ISU, but not like they lost that first control point. Downtown was, I honestly, like by Wisp standards, a bit of a disaster, right? Other people playing at that, sure, like it's perfectly fine. But when you're talking about a grand finals here, taking, you know, upwards of 80% to build up an EMP and then panic using it, and honestly, you have to remember Sombra is not just a one-player game. You can't just like look at Maltha and be like, oh, that's you. It takes the entire team to buy the Sombra space to allow them to build up the EMP, yada, yada, yada. I digress. It took that long to build up the EMP. The use case for it wasn't very clear, and then the comms kind of disintegrated after that. The second map looked relatively similar. They weren't staying organized, and the fight that they did win big, the fight that was super important for them, came off the back of a huge individual play from Maltha, who redeemed himself with that flank visor somewhere. Metro is just rolling over in his bed right now, having a great time about that. But outside of that one play, it feels like the opportunities that are coming from team play right now for Wisp are fewer and further between. So I expect them to take this break in between maps, take the map choice as well, make it something that they're comfortable with, regroup those comms, and get back into the game. Because as much as that break was nice for them, you can kind of see the rust.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a difficult one because it was it wasn't just a little bit of a small mistake that was made coming in for Wisp. And I once again, I want to highlight the importance of that communication that can do so much. And it feels like the communication for the side of Solaris was just shining a lot brighter. And it might be a factor of, you know, they've been playing for quite a long time, for about 5 hours today. Everyone has to be on top of their game, have to just be on time with the ultimates that they're going to use, with the targets that they're going to take down next. And that is why on the side of Wisp, they couldn't get away with it. But now it is going to be a second map that is Route 66, and it's one that we haven't seen much today, but we're going to face next, and it allows for a lot of variety and probably for a little bit more of that synergy that we talked about coming in for Wisp.
Yeah, and I expect relatively similar compositions. I mean, it's not unlikely that you see something like a Sigma Ball in situations like these, but Orisa Diva can be pretty effective on top of that. Wisp will lock in the former of those two, and put Malthol on a Hanzo, Rocket on a Tracer. It's all comfort picks here. It's really just a matter of getting their mojo back. That was not the same Wisp that we saw earlier on today, and we know what they can do. It's just a matter of getting right back to that good mental place.
Yeah, they already showed us today what they can do, just being undefeated in the winner's bracket. But in the grand finals, they are already looking like in difficulty. And again, hoping to solve those issues in a map like this one, making sure that it's as even as it can be. There's a rock flying. Oh.
Almost got a Tracer. But what I'm more worried about is that Dove's locked in the Cassidy. We saw what Dove just did when he dismantled ISU. He's here to take apart a few more teams, and Wisp is on the receiving end. But we do have to remember that as much as I am a caster, I am also a college student, and you know, I've learned a lot of math in my time studying computer science, and if there's one thing I know, it's theorems, and I've come up with one of my own. It is the non-zero Hanzo theorem. At any point in time during a match, there's a non-zero chance that you're about to catch a log to the dome if you're playing against Hanzo. And so Solaris solved that problem by just taking down the fight early, playing an early and aggressive one, putting King and Rhino into the back line, and following up beautifully.
Solaris, they get away with it so quickly as well, which is, it seems very uncommon in a map like this one when you know the defense are going to continue having the high ground control.
Is there even a contest?
For as long as they can. No, are they even close or not? Yeah,
that was the cleanest point A we've had all day.
Yeah, they're just gonna give it away. And again, it's so rare to see something like that into first point, because it's usually the defense holding the high ground with everything that they've got. But this time around, it was just given up so early on. It ends up being a high ground positioning that they think can get more value into that second point on the side of the defense. On the side of Wisp, but, I mean, they have nothing coming up next.
Position on the high ground's not bad for Wisp, but again, you're looking for a spark from them. You're looking for some sign of hope. King contesting the high ground will drop low here, but no first pick to be given over yet. Solaris playing patiently are looking for a pick on down the side lane. The Wrecking Ball will not be that, but it buys them time. J-Bubs has to walk away, has to go get health packs, and because of that, they don't have the pressure on the high ground that they'd like. Rhino and King can start pressuring up here, forcing people down into the welcoming arms of Dove, who's then ready to pick them off. Without Rocket in now, it's a straight front-to-back fight for Solaris to take, and there's no pressure, zero, nada on Icy, Dove, Rack Attack, Landon, who are just gonna go to town and clean things up.
And again, just look at the way those Solaris is able to play together and make it so nice as well. In the area upstairs, there were 3 members all around. Dove able to open up the fight, and then everyone else putting that pressure into the supports until Wisp, they had no supports to work with. Everyone got taken down. It does seem like it's going to be a pause, but it's a nice momentum again that Solaris has going on here.
Wisp, you're not feeling the mojo. They have it in them. They're just not choosing their engagements correctly. A lot of times they're not choosing their engagements, and then one person finds the confidence to go in, but it's not really being calmed, and then only half the team goes in, and then Rocket dies on the flank, and then the rest of the team, I mean, you're taking a front-to-back fight, 5 versus 6. It's one that you're going to lose like 99% of the time because your backline's being pressured by a Tracer, while theirs isn't, which means that Zenyatta just gets to go home free. And if that continues to be the storyline here, if like Rocket gets picked off and then it just falls apart for Wisp, that can't be the case, because as much as, yeah, he was the star player for them earlier on, you cannot just rely on the one player right now. We've got to find another avenue of victory for this team.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, the Tracer getting taken down shouldn't be an all for the team. But this time around for Solaris, it's going to be an engagement that happens so early on. A minefield that creates so much space to work with, denies the high ground control again for this team. And then Rally following next.
The fight's going to get hectic. Both rallies are out. Both main DPS are out. So both teams are lacking in you know, sheer amount of damage. It's up to the Tracers and the Sigmas for the most part to try and close these ones out, which is why you see Solaris playing so aggressively, trying to take that space away and force people into the AoE of this Sigma. That AoE gives them an ultimate that plops them right back down on the ground to take over a point B.
Solaris looks so strong. It is almost insane what we're seeing from them. Every single fight is going their way. In Wisp, they look so lost. They can't find the answer because Solaris is just able to engage first with different ultimates every single time with different picks as well. We saw Dove doing it once, taking down the Tracer. Then we got to see Rhino using that Minefield, denying the high ground control for the side of Wisp. And if they continue to do this, I mean, there's already so much time into this third point of the map. They have everything to take it away.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you're trying to say is like they have a strong understanding of their win condition, and I've never seen a better one than this from King! The Pulse Bomb connects, the Zenyatta's next in their sights, but you don't even need that pick to seal this one out. Gonna force him down to the low ground and just keep him pincered in here. You're stuck between a Rock and King on Tracer, which might be worse than a hard place if we're being completely honest.
Oh, it is a difficult one here. At least the spawn advantage is on the side of Wisp, but besides that, there's nothing else going their way, right? Support ultimates do not look like they're coming anytime soon on the side of Wisp, and Solaris, they're just getting away with that point control with some very early picks, and a single pulse bomb that guarantee that fight.
I mean, this card literally hasn't stopped. It just kept rolling forward. Doves potentially on the flank. He's just watching for the Wrecking Ball though, right? Zoning Rocket and Rhino away from the rest of the fight. J-Bub's going down does not spell good news though for Wisp as the main tank's gone. Now the D.Va has to contest the cart, but that means the D.Va can't peel up the backline, which means King is now a lot more free to run around. King now has a Pulse Bomb as well to try and close out another fight. Is just waiting for a target to show their unlucky face, and they might not even need to use it. The Pulse Bomb's out, but everybody's already dead!
It just might be one of the cleanest attacks that we've seen throughout the day, especially in a map like this one, right? In Route 66, it's just so unlikely for every single fight to go on the attacking side, but Solaris, they were able to do just that. And I feel like Wisp, the timing is just not going their way. It's starting off on the first point that we got to see, they gave up that recontest so early on. They wanted to position themselves and they couldn't even do that. So it's everything where they were prioritizing their positioning, and that wasn't the main thing to focus on, right? That was the kills, the picks that Solaris was getting right and left every single time.
Yeah, I mean, and you brought it up as well, like the strong understanding of win conditions, right? When do you actually need to make a big play? When can you just play consistently? When can you take a lead and just turn it into a full fight win? Dove's understanding of that on the Cassidy was really good, right? Sometimes going for those flanks to try and catch out J-Bubs before the engagement came in, and sometimes staying back to peel for the backline when they knew that Rocket or J-Bubs were going to be there. And every single time, that win condition understanding from every single player was perfectly on. Whether it's ultimates, whether it's picks, they know exactly what they're looking for. Solaris is playing extremely clean Overwatch.
It's so nice to the point that they're just getting away with fights. They're getting away with a lot of poke as well that is making Wisp back up and just try to protect themselves with everything. But that means that they're on the side of Wisp, they're not able to build the ultimates that they need the most, right? We didn't really see a rally towards the end, and that was the one thing that I was looking towards. It didn't happen, so now Solaris with a massive win condition here with a lot of confidence as well in a map like this one.
I mean, you can't not have confidence after playing like this. You just took down Redbirds, the previous victors. You've got Wisp up against the ropes right now. Solaris have everything going for them. A couple of good shots from Dove look to open things up, but the path to finding picks here is much less clear on the attacking side. Kind of just shoot from the high ground and wait for the mistakes to come to you, but Wisp aren't offering anything up quite yet. Rocket being a lot more passive about shooting away at this backline as well. After getting picked so many times on their defending side, you have to be. And you know what? That patience is rewarded. A beautiful dive. Vega, Crory, and J-Bubs come together to form just a perfect engagement for Wisp.
That is the opening that we've been waiting for so long at the side of Wisp, right? An aggressive one this time that is played together, and it brings already the results that we were expecting. So now Wisp are able to get away with the first fight, and I also do think there's going to be a recontest into this one. There's no time to work with, so Solaris positioning themselves again into the second part of the map where things can become a lot more difficult for Wisp.
So far, like you said, the time bank relatively even. This is a great start for Wisp, but let's see if they can keep that magic going. That is by far the most promising engagement that we've seen in this match from them. I think we can both agree on that.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're gonna have the one thing that I feel like is making Solaris stronger into the second point, right? Is going to be Dove. Dove, a player that we already highlighted, doing pretty good on the Ashe, having a lot of control, just knowing that you can take down someone in a bad position so early on. Also, as well, that's going to get Ian. Okay, nice way to start it off here for Wisp as they try to take and contest that space that the enemy has.
And you know what? That's exactly the right thing to do, right? Take away this high ground, dive the Ashe. Dove, who you said was going to be a problem, is quite literally deleted from the game. Blink and you miss it. Down goes your Ashe. Now without a big damage threat. Solaris have got to find picks to get their way through, but that's really difficult, right? King doesn't have a pulse bomb. Rack Attack can't dive. There's no Discord from Landon anymore to make it happen. Just a clean engagement all around from Wisp.
A clean one here. The second one that they get in a row. So Wisp, it seems like slowly waking up, right, compared to the first map where we were just questioning what was going on in that communication. And now they look so much better. They have the proper engagement tools more than anything, which should allow them to build into that win condition over and over again. Solaris, taken down, are going to try to recontest this one more.
A lot of tools to try and stop this, though. The mines will keep you locked in. It's hardly a winning fight for Solaris, who have to engage into so many ultimates. Malta holding the space on the high ground, just living, which is your job in these situations. And then you get the bomb up to zone them off even further. Solaris are going to commit everything, though. They're throwing in the trance. They're probably going to layer in a rally afterwards. And yep, Rack Attack pops it immediately. But that hasn't been enough to take down Wisp yet. They've got more ultimates to boot. A pulse bomb from Rocket looks to close things out, but that's not going to find True quite yet. Now as complete chaos reigns true on point, it's Dove finding the way through, zoning people away, but Wisp counter-aggress in just the perfect time. J-Bobs and Malta come together to form a beautiful point take.
There were a lot of ultimates invested into Solaris. There were so many lingers as well, and on the side of Wisp, they were able to break them one by one. And it seems like finally Solaris would get away with it, but it's just this attacking side that are doing so much for teams, are giving them so much potential to get away with an entire fight after a single pick happens. And it's really now Solaris, though, they have the opportunity to position themselves again. They have the opportunity to also protect their supports more than anything.
Oh, not tipping off the gas pedal, though. Rocket straight on into the back line. Malta resetting, taking their time before re-engaging on his high ground. They're going to let the health bars come back up, peel away for CJ to try and save the Zenyatta. Not able to do so successfully without using the Transcendence, so now it's up to them to try and turn it into an engagement, like we were talking about earlier, but that just falls short! Icy squashed the Brig like a bug! And you know, Solaris will use that momentum to come through, clean up the rest of the fight, and ensure that Wisp do not match the time bank.
I do have one concern, though, on the side of Solaris, is that sure, they were able to get away with this fight, but now you're going to have Dove using that Sombra and depending so much on that EMP to capitalize from. And the question is, Dove, can he build that EMP in time to the point that the Sombra is actually beneficial for the team? A single hack as well can do enough, especially when it comes to that Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, whether it's EMP engage, I mean, you have 2 fights to do it now, right? The card's backed up away to a place that you're pretty comfortable. The only thing that's a little tough here is that Wisp have a lot of ultimates. So if they stagger them correctly, and if they win this, they're in a good position. But one pulse bomb could end all of that. King into the backline. Spots a Zen, but it's a little tight. It's a little close. Not close enough, though, as the pulse bomb misses. Wisp look to re-engage, throwing a bomb into the backline. The health bar is dropping immediately for Solaris. Rhino not taken out, though. It's Icy instead who falls. On top of the cart, Rocket's looking for a pulse bomb and finally connects it. Down goes the Zenyatta. Wisp are careening towards the finish line here, and Solaris get one more say in whether or not that happens.
One less recontest here, and Dove does get taken down at the worst possible timing. About to have an EMP, can come online, but it depends on Solaris.
I don't think he's gonna get it.
Alive enough.
They've got to hold here for a long time without dying, but Rhino's gone. The rest of the team's gonna fall. This EMP will not see the light of day. It may just catch the darkness of a point cap from Wisp. EMP looks great, catches out the back line. Maybe, just maybe, King can do something here. But as King just starts to pop off, the point pops over the finish line. A Wisp, honestly, nearly equalized Solaris. That is a impressive feat.
It's a lot of really good attacking sides that we're seeing over and over again, and just plays that are going the way of teams that are playing so aggressive and capitalizing from it every single time. And again, I think Wisp, or in the side of Solaris, actually, I feel like they've had a lot of time to work with at the end. They could have positioned themselves a lot better, but that single pick, right, that Sombra, becomes such a massive win condition that you can and you have to capitalize from it every single time. And unfortunately, we didn't really get to see it at the end, getting the value they were expecting. It was a lot of damage, but it was also dope getting taken down at the worst time possible. Would have changed things around if we saw that EMP a little bit early, just right before they lost the entire fight. But now it's a match, and it's a map that is looking so even for both of them, right? Only 46 seconds making a difference here.
I'm just excited. We got a match back on our hands. Wisp have found whatever it was inside of them that was just like not on fire. They've cleaned it up. Every engagement looked fantastic. This is the real truth teller, though, is does this push change? Have Solaris adapted, and can they slow this card down?
Especially when it comes to that, the first point, right? For both of the teams, it hasn't looked the strongest on the defense. They've just given it up so early after they get taken down with 1 or 2 members playing a little too aggressive. So now you have to contest and you have to hold this with everything. And Solaris, I like the composition as well, right? With the Sigma, you get a little bit of extra protection to maintain yourself and the rest of the team here.
Mobility increase.
And last time it was Wisp finding a good dive onto the high ground that did it. This time they line up the exact same thing. Stunned out, though, it doesn't work for J-Bub. They find a bit of a dive, but that's enough for Rocket to clean up. A great engagement, but it's going to cost Malthal their life. It's a 1-for-1 trade now. Solaris are still on the high ground, but Rocket's still alive as well. And Rocket is quite a problematic person to leave alive. A third for the Tracer, looking for a fourth now as he hunts down the remaining health bars of Solaris.
It really seems like everyone in the side of Wisp are slowly waking up. Now we get to see a little bit of Rocket as well on the Tracer. You highlighted it before, an amazing player on the Tracer, and a lot of improvement that we can see after we get fight after fight from them. Now Wisp into so close to getting that point control into that checkpoint.
They got it.
Contest, but no one close enough.
Worth noting, this doesn't necessarily mean point control because time is not added onto your clock. Solaris can still engage and feel very happy about it. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but the spawn's gonna be close for Wisp. They need to close this out, but they're just not doing it. I'm afraid with the trades that have come in for Solaris, these last 2 members should be picked off, and the card will move like nothing ever happened.
And it's 30 seconds here, potentially one long fight that we get to see at the end here. Just making it as far as you can. It's already a pretty good situation, right? After you open up the doors, open up the street base here in Route 66, everything seems winnable for the attacking team. With a rally at hand, just making it so much easier for the side of Wisp.
Wisp have ultimates. Wisp have everything you can want to keep this one going, but Solaris, I've got Dove, they've got a Pulse Bomb, they've got a Dupe, a lot of offensive capability, but an opening pick from CJ is just what they wanted to do this. Malthal falls, it's 1-for-1. Mines waiting from J-Bubs. Very patient play coming out from Wisp right now. Then they drop the mines onto the back line. Both teams not wanting to fully commit to this fight. But finally, it looks like Solaris are going to. Throwing in a Gravitic Flux, trying to force Wisp off the cart. But you've got to step forward at some point. Unfortunately, that's right into mines. Wisp are feeling the hurt right now. The health bars are so low, but somehow they're still finding kills.
The kills are still going on the side of Wisp. We're getting away with an opening here to continue moving that payload. But Solaris as well giving everything that they got. And it seems like finally the payload will be stopped here. A minefield as well to guarantee that the space would be on the defensive side. And Solaris finally stopped that payload from moving further.
It's a trance from Landon. That's the final nail in the coffin. I thought Malthal was going to do it. Malthal dupes over a Brig, but doesn't manage to get up rally, or at least doesn't manage to keep it up for a very long time. If not that, had that rally gone off cleanly, it probably would have been in Wisp's hands just before Landon got a trance, but you're talking about margins that slim when you're talking about games this good. Solaris hold them at B, but still a respectable push coming out from Wisp.
Yeah, pretty good one as well. Again, after you make it through that first point, a lot of possibilities and a lot of win conditions have been set on the side of Wisp. And it just all falls down to Solaris and what they're able to do next, right? Those 46 seconds can signify a fight, but just looking at the compositions, we see a lot of very hybrid fights that take place in different parts of the map, and so early on and so late into the fight every single time over and over again. So for Solaris, it's gotta be making the first one a clean fight to work with.
And I mean, Wisp looked good on both attacks. Wisp looked proper abysmal on their defensive side. Let's see if that's been changed, since clearly they have cleaned a few things up, but that time bank is scary, and I don't think anything's going to save you from that. King will roll out from spawn with the Widowmaker to try and find a pick. It's not going to connect onto anything because Wisp are playing pretty safe. Be careful, Multiple. We saw somebody get their head taken off on Numbani earlier. I wouldn't want to try King right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit more passive here, and once again, the high ground has got to do everything for the defense of Wisp. That is going to set everything into this map as well to guarantee the first map that they are able to get into this grand finals for themselves. So Solaris, in the meantime, slowly moving the payload, slowly going to left hook damage, trying to push them off the high ground with everything, especially when you have an echo.
I mean, you can tell they're really testing the waters. They're not so sure it's going to be such an easy victory anymore. If the patience is there, waiting for the dive of Wisp. And you know what? The dive may have been too much. This is a bit of an overextension from the ball and Diva. Somehow, they both get out with their lives. Yeah, Crowry goes down. Okay, there's no way you both live after that. The engagement was just too early, too impatient from Wisp. And Solaris are going to connect on the other end. Great punish.
It was an engagement on the side of Wisp where you want to capitalize on the first pick, but it's actually happening the exact opposite way, where Solaris are just able to get away with it. A lot of HP that was melted coming in for the enemy team, and there is not so much that you can do to stay alive. Now Wisp, a lot of members, they couldn't even position themselves. They're gonna have to back up and in a position where they also already took quite a lot of damage. So Solaris still looking pretty good, opening up the doors here.
Yeah, the one concerning thing is just the ultimate charge right now. Solaris is pretty significantly ahead. We're approaching one fight territory, and if they open up a fight and continue raining in the picks just like this, it could say goodnight to map number 2. An opener onto the Zenyatta says that Landon will be the first and only one to get a Transcendence up within a reasonable amount of time, and that card approaching the end says that Wisp have to push into all this damage, but you don't want to do that. King's above. King's causing problems. Easily able to regroup with the rest of the team, pick up a Harmony Orb, and every second that passes by, you're living under the threat of one more pick. The cart nearly at the end now, and Wisp, it's now or never. A rally in. Landon doesn't have a Transcendence yet. There's a small opening for you to try and take advantage of, but CJ falls again! Despite the rally, despite the peel from Wisp, they can't find any foothold in the game. Solaris have the high ground. They're so patient in these positions, and you know what? That's paying off. Vega's out, Crowry's down, and Solaris can smell a map 2 coming right into their hands.
Solaris, you're finding the answers. I mean, they wasted the rally coming in on the side of Wisp. They used the rally of their own. That is all the last bits of confidence that they needed, and a little bit of the last fight as well that we got to see a 2-0 at match point, and a completely different result compared to the match between these two teams that we got to see earlier.
I mean, you could tell Solaris definitely had to take it a lot easier on that second push through, though. Yeah, they won, 2 fights in a row, and it looked good for them. Second one, you could argue, though, was just off the momentum from the first. Positionally, it was just a tough fight to take in general for Wisp, but Wisp are making it look a lot better now. You can see they've cleaned it up, but try it. They're out of time.
Yeah,
they can't lose any more maps.
It's gotta be a reverse sweep, if anything, for Wisp to get away with a victory here at the grand finals. And it's honestly insane, right? The maps, especially this map, has been so close. We got to see how close it was right into the last fight of every third and fourth round. But it's just a matter of ultimates as well, once again making the difference. One rally being used a little too early, the other one right at the perfect timing, and that is what's giving Solaris the second map.
Yeah, Whisper's starting to come back, but Solaris have clearly got them up against the ropes. Ladies and gentlemen, map 3 is coming up in just a bit, but stay tuned. Keep your eyes on your screens and your butts firmly planted in those seats. We're going to a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
To be the best, it's not about being first place or never losing. It's waking up every single day to get better than you were yesterday. It's about putting in the work. Because if you really want to be the best, you have to do the things the old you wasn't ready to do.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. Grand Finals continues now. Myself, Door, and Dryad on the mics, but it's looking like it might almost be over. Solaris have Wisp up against the ropes with a 2-0 lead.
And a reverse sweep that is going to be necessary on the side of Wisp if they want to get away with this Grand Finals victory. They're going to give everything that they've got, but I mean, when situations get to this point so quickly, everything can become so much more difficult, right? Solaris, they warm up. Again, they've been playing for quite a long time, and their results are really showing, right? The synergy seems to be on point compared to every single map that we saw before, right? Little by little, they just look stronger and stronger.
Yeah, and with that comes another loss for Wisp, but that also means that another map pick goes over to Wisp, which I do think they went down the right avenue this time. I like what they went with, going for Eichenwald to be the next map that Wisp have chosen. I think they're trying to force away from the Baldiva. You might still get a little bit of the Echo, some of the Tracer in the mix, but you're not too mad about that in most situations. But by and large, just trying to bring themselves to a more structured team composition with a more clear goal. It's definitely pretty chaotic when you get Baldiva versus Baldiva. I would argue it's probably the hardest composition in Overwatch to play, just like period. It's pretty... I don't even think another composition comes close right now. So trying to force to another composition where they can just take front-to-back fights, where they feel really confident, especially with their team lineup in general. I think they should be feeling confident in those fights, and it's what they know best on Wisp. So that's kind of what makes sense when it comes to the Eichenwald pick.
Yeah, absolutely. And you also want to rely a little bit more on those compositions where the communication seems to be easier for teams, especially now on the side of Wisp, right? And then for them to take a map, for them to take as many maps as they can into this one and to make a Grand Finals as competitive, right? Because it's so weird, right? It's a completely opposite result to what we saw a little bit earlier today between Solaris and Wisp. It was Wisp taking it 2-0, and now it just seems like it was the other way around. It's an interesting one as well. So you want to start from the very, very basics of going to a composition that is building up to everyone's comfort picks, and also that is enabling the communication that is going to be needed, right? What targets are you going to jump into next? What ultimates are you going to initiate a fight with? And with those little steps, you can get greater things back into a map, like it's Eichenwald. It's a long way to go, especially in the second area. You have a lot of payload space to move, and things can become very, very intense into it as well.
Yeah, I mean, we'd be remiss not to mention, it looked a lot better in the second half of that game on Route 66. They seem to have found their mojo, and despite still losing the map, they definitely have got it back. Let's see what they can get done on their own map pick. We'll see what's being locked in here in just a second, and it is, as we suspected, some form of rush coming out from this. They just want to change their win conditions up a little bit, play something that they can firmly believe in their ability to communicate on.
It's also the first time between the two teams and the maps that we've seen today that we see a completely different composition being played as well when it comes to especially the tanks, right? It's going to be more of the Sigma Wrecking Ball that is going to be played on the side of Solaris and the defense. That is a difficult composition as well to synergize with, but it can get quite a lot once you are the Wrecking Ball playing along with Dove as a Tracer and the backline, creating that disruption, creating that space for the team to work with. So Solaris, the very difficult but very well executed of composition that they already shown us today.
Yeah, it's not the easiest to play on Eichenwald, right? You're talking about small corridors. The ball and the Tracer getting through here is really hard, which is why you don't see them on the flank nearly as much. They're going to be trying for a few more hard engages onto this team, but Wisp aren't going to give it to them. Wisp want to make this engagement themselves. They're going to utilize that Lucio really, really well. The Tracer's got no footing on the back line at all. There's no real dive for Dub that's super duper obvious, and they're easily being zoned off. So now Solaris are the ones who have to control space, but they're still able to find a pick. King opening up with 2 on the Echo.
There's no one looking at this Echo, just enabling her for success on the kills as well. The fall, the weight of Solaris on the defensive side. Sure, they lost 1 tick because they were all playing so far back. They're able to get away with the fight, and you know, that is all that you need into a composition like this one, right? A lot of poke, a lot of damage that has to be taken on the other side.
So yet they're not going to stop anytime soon. The speed continues to show as Vega speeds them right on in. Great pile drive, puts pressure on the backline and forces out an immortality field, but that's not going to stop Wisp. Immediately running for the other team. They know exactly what they want, and it's blood, and lots of blood will be spilled from both teams, but a little bit more from Wisp, who end up losing the fight.
Another tick though, so now in 2 very quick fights that we see on the attacking side of Wisp, they're able to get the 33%. Now, I feel like Solaris is obviously going to be a little bit more aware of the situation. They have ultimates to work with and to play more aggressive rather than play back. Initiating with the rally and just taking advantage of knowing that Wisp doesn't have a break to work with.
Deadeye zone now. Wisp have a great engagement. Rhino's out of the way. This clears up the fight so much. There's no more. Actually, there's no more backline threat. Right? It's just King. Unless King can do what they did in the first fight and just magically kill 3 people. Which, wait a minute. This is a weirdly good position to kill 3 people from, but they're ready for it this time. Absolutely not. Says the remaining attacking members of Wisp as they move their way forward. They still have lost backline members, though. They spent so much time looking at King. They were worried about the Rhino right in front of them. Wisp fall again despite a perfect engagement.
And you lose Rhino early into the fight for Solaris, but Rhino, I mean, has so much mobility that is able to get back so quickly and just support the team into the last bits that we saw into the fight. So Solaris, once again, staying in control and being able to rotate those ultimates perfectly, like we saw Rack Attack using the rally, and then we saw the Flux as well to guarantee the last couple kills were going their way.
All right, Thunder engaged for Wisp. They want this one bad. There's nothing to block the Shatter, which means it's free. Down goes the main tank, down goes 1 support. I am not counting Solaris out of this time. I've done that one too many times, even after losing 3 players. As long as King's still alive, I'm a little nervous, but Wisp are looking good for it.
Yeah, this one is it. Finally for Wisp. And with quite a lot of time to work as the payload starts to move. So they find a way, they find the ultimates as well to make that fight. Solaris... And again, on the other side, though, they have quite a lot of time to position themselves to get the high ground control that they need, especially because they're not going to be changing their composition. They're going to continue to play a little bit of the same, which means that Rhino has to initiate that next recontest, coming in with a minefield, and then the support that comes with Dope.
Yeah, I mean, look, Icy, Rack Attack, and Landon are going to be chilling up there, but that's why you defeat them with the bomb. A good call, but it doesn't necessarily win you the fight, because there's still a dive in your backline. King, Dove, and now Icy are here to apply pressure on the team, and a bomb that was pretty unfortunate for Solaris. They really effectively turned into a reason to engage and do it perfectly.
And in a way, the Solaris is playing quite aggressive here. The payload hasn't moved as far as they wanted to. Ideally, after it passes this corner, the situation can become a lot easier to work with on the attacking side. To finally get to move a little bit more, and it gets to go into the poke phase that everyone is craving for.
Oh, this is great timing on the engagement, though, from Solaris. Just before the respawns come back, they throw the mines in to separate the remaining players away. You can see the Zen and the Drake are all the way back here, but they're not able to connect on the members that are a little further forward. So it's not fruitful, but it was a good idea for a play. And now that Wisp have regrouped with one another, now that the mines are gone, they can actually try and find a proper engagement. Question is, does it actually connect onto a player? With Malta coming in on the flank, it does look pretty good too, but they've lost Vega!
And that is a massive pick as well. You lose your rig and you lose so much of that support that you can get into a fight like this one. So now the payload starts to move back, and Solaris, they start to move forward into a fight that has so much to work with next.
It feels like Wisp are just taking a little too long to do a lot of these things. Solaris are engaging, and then Wisp is almost too patient in looking for opportunities.
And it's a lot of poke that we see early on for Wisp. That seems to be the opening for them. Seems like it's quite enough, but it never seems to be enough in a lot of these scenarios. So Solaris gets away with it. Once again, the payload, as he continues to move back, it's a matter of piecing those rallies probably at the same time for both of the teams.
A rally out from one Rack Attack, holding theirs, and Landon just easily takes down a Wrecking Ball. This push is dead. I mean, you cannot do without the Wrecking Ball. There's no access to high ground. Nothing is going to keep Landon in check at this point in time. One Discord Orb, and it's practically over. Maybe you can find some sort of big connection from a Pulse Bomb, but it's eaten immediately, so King doesn't connect either, but they've at least pushed the cart. I mean, that's a silver lining at the very least. A 1-for-1 trade does net you that much.
Yeah, it's not a clean fight that we've seen yet, and now it's a pretty aggressive contest on the side of Wisp, in the hands of their Wrecking Ball as well to get some space to work with into this one.
The mines from Wisp's Wrecking Ball might have actually saved the day here, pushing them off the high ground. That for versus 5, the one pick going either way looked a lot better for Solaris because they managed to maintain high ground control, but those mines single-handedly took it away, forced them down into Wisp's welcoming arms, and they'll be seeing at least the end of Point B.
Coming in at the end, and the last recontest in the hands of the DPS that are able to get there faster, but not for so long. The last opportunity here, though.
One's got to live for a long time, and Dub does live for a long time, suspiciously so, as a bomb is dropped on point. Cry times it well, though, and Wisp has dealt with this excellently. They just have to clean up the remaining kills. They just have to clean up the remaining kills. They just have to clean up the remaining kills. They just have to clean up the remaining kills! Just kill him! Shoot him! Shoot the same target! You can't do this again! Not again, Solaris! No, everyone's here! The cavalry have arrived! Wisp are being stopped again! Solaris win a fight they have no right winning!
It was just the timing, right? We saw for a couple of seconds of DPS being able to touch on the side of Solaris, then everyone else was coming right after, right? IC doing an amazing job there, putting the pressure to getting a single kill and just building from that one. It's a step-by-step case that Solaris was able to take, and were able to get the result that they were expecting. Again, Wisp, they had towards the beginning of the fight the numbers to work with. Solaris was just running to get into point, and it was just a momentum that could have gone so easily on the side of Wisp. Once again, it just seems like in so many scenarios, it's just they are playing against time. They're playing against themselves on the side of Wisp.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's definitely some sort of mental thing for them, but it's not over yet. We saw them turn it around on Route 66. The same very well could happen here, and from there, we've got plenty more Overwatch to play. Solaris, though, look fantastic. Every engagement they've taken has been measured, has been strong. All the players are looking at the top of their game. That final contest, as much as we can, talk about Wisp tripping up a little bit on it, Solaris did a fantastic job finding the kills in their own right. Now, they've got a win objective. End of point B, and you get the better share of that $5,000.
Solaris, they have everything right now, right? They have the two maps they already got. They have the momentum and the synergy that we've seen over and over again. And they have a win condition set in this map, right? They don't even have to make it all the way till the end. It's so nice the way they've been able to adapt on this side of Solaris. But it's got to be one more time at least where they have to prove it. And it's got to start on the attacking side. Now here in Iconwall, things can become difficult, and the same composition from them is going to be played.
They know exactly what they want to do to win. Wisp, on the other hand, looking a little shakier on the defense. They've given up a lot of space, and they're not finding an engagement that they love, but Rocket does find a Wrecking Ball out of position. Great follow-up from Wisp, and a cleanly won first fight.
There's an immediate backup coming in for Solaris, right? You lose your Brig, you lose your Wrecking Ball, and there's no other possibilities as well to keep your team alive. This is why I think it can be a lot more risky on the side of Solaris, because you're forcing the same composition as they did on the defense, which means the main tank is going to be in the backline of the enemy team, putting quite a lot of pressure and hoping to get a pick to start off everyone else. Now, you have IC, who is able to play aggressive, who is able to peel for everyone else here, but Wisp, they're also positioning themselves pretty well here.
Yeah, they've got a fantastic little side angle on the point. They have open dives, no members in their backline. In fact, Solaris are entirely grouped up with this dive composition. This is not a composition you want to be entirely grouped up on, just those three members that we do see right now. So they've taken a slightly better position, but it's at the cost of their Zenyatta immediately being punished. Solaris step a little bit too far forward, and Wisp take away more time off the clock.
For this time, and it seems like one of the only times in this grand finals we see Vega being able to hold that rally for a little bit longer, which is nice to set up the next win conditions, right? It's just fight after fight where you have to continue finding them on the side of Wisp, where they know the entire map and match is at stake into this one. So now Solaris is looking to play a little bit more aggressive. A rally coming up for them first, but Wisp, they have the advantage into this fight.
Without timing ultimates, though, if you lose a support player, your advantage is just gone. Right? We've seen this happen before when Landon or CJ just gets picked off before a fight starts. So they're going to pop the Transcendence a little early. But that means that Wisp can counter with just a rally of their own, save the Transcendence, and you know what? It looks like they won off the back of the rally. They might not even have to use that Transcendence to win the fight, and they're doing everything in their power to not have to. Eventually they will, though. CJ throws it in and will bend the knee, trying to find an engagement on Solaris to make absolutely sure that they win this one.
They gotta invest everything that they got into this one for Wisp, where situations, can become very risky. It was quite a lot, but at least, they're able to build a post-bomb fast. They got that going on for themselves, and ideally, the Zenyatta playing the back to do a little bit of poke on the side of Wisp. But besides that time, slowly running out, Solaris, finally, they have the ultimates to start off this aggressive push, and that can do everything, right? They already got one tick.
Spacing looking a lot better for Solaris. Now they're actually taking two side lanes. They're not looking grouped up like they were earlier on. much more comfortable angles for them to take onto Wisp, and Wisp are struggling to take this space back. Dove with a Pulse Bomb can now use these side angles to kind of get into the backline and look for that pulse. But Whisper ready for it. Great stop from them, but the health bars still continue to go down for both sides. The fight lies on a knife's edge, and with mines on point, it makes it even more uncomfortable. Wisp, though, group up and push forward together. Exactly the right call to make when the main tank is ulting in your backline. Unfortunately, that leaves you Zenyatta open. They trade out that. Now as a 5v5 goes down on point, everybody's dropping down. It's complete chaos, but the point's being backcapped. Solaris don't care. Yes, Rocket's finding kills, but Solaris are finding success.
Stop the payload.
Finally, they're able to get it. Quite a little bit of time that was wasted now on the side of Solaris. Probably the strongest that we've seen Wisp throughout this entire grand finals, coming in on the defense, just knowing and having the win condition over and over again. But now Solaris start to move that payload, and again, they don't have to make it too far. They just have to move it past the second point, so the high ground is going to be contested as soon as possible to make that task just a little bit easier on the attacking side.
Not being given away for free, that's for sure. Solaris can contest it all they want. Whisper not going to give it away without you committing a lot. Or they're just going to drop off it on you. That works too. Killer engagement. Immediately catches out Rack Attack. Unfortunately, this may not work how they wanted it to. Landon Trance after Vega used the rally. The answer to that was supposed to be CJ's Transcendence, but CJ died. CJ went down initially, so Wisp have got to fight their way through this one, and it's tough, but they just managed to do it. Oh,
And at this
Tracer.
point, yeah.
Tracer diff.
Yeah, it's just making it as far as you can in the meantime for Solaris, and it was a very intense fight, right? A little bit unexpected too. Wisp just dropping off.
Oh,
and trying to get something from it, Dope.
Hey, speaking of dropping off.
Yeah. It's going to be Dope as well. And coming back, don't worry about it. So Solaris positioning themselves pretty well and setting themselves up for this last fight that we see from them.
It's actually a pretty big death that Dove went down, because now you get a proper re-engage 65. Wisp can take an aggressive position on the high ground here and try and win the fight early. Dove finds a stick though, and unfortunately Vega's down. The numbers have been evened up, and this Tracer is such a nuisance in the backline, just refuses to go down, forces out a Transcendence, and now it's up to Solaris to close out this fight. Once the Transcendence is down, that is their opening. Transcendence goes, and with it falls Muffled. They're not able to turn it into much more though, because they lost a lot of space. Now they've got to fight their way out of this corner room, but unfortunately that's right on into mines. The cart nearly there. Wisp have to back up. Wisp have to respect it. It was right off the map. They're feeling a little bit more comfortable doing so.
Gonna be a reset now coming in for Solaris, but so close to get that victory. They can almost taste it here. Wisp on the other side, all able to regroup to take a little bit of high ground as well with the Echo that has duplicate to work with, and time that is going to run out. It's now or never. Solaris, they want to get this fight over with. They want to get this finals over with, but it comes down to this.
One fight for Solaris. Wisp throwing a bomb. Force out a trance. That is huge. That cannot be overstated. Vega throws in a rally in response just to make sure they can't turn that Transcendence into an engagement, but does waiting in the sidelines, waiting in the wings to connect the pulse bomb. Big Eat though coming out from Croy. The door's been open for Wisp. All they have to do is step through, finish off the picks, unlike they did in that first half, and they'll be able to get it there. The tanks are on there looking for a C9, but it's a desperation play from Solaris, as Wisp will not go home in tears. They will extend this series onto a map 4.
So close as well for Solaris, but this time around, and for the first time in this grand finals, is going to be Wisp who gets away with Iconwell. He gets away with a map, and it really, to me, it came down to the pulse bomb, right? It was a pulse bomb that would have connected into the break of Wisp that would have taken her down so early on that the winning condition and the numbers advantage would have gone for the side of Solaris. But that eat as well on the side of Wisp was massive, allowed the team to stay alive, allowed the supports as well to stay alive more than anything, and gave them the map. So at least one more map is going to be necessary if we're not going to be seeing a reverse sweep potentially. Just look at how much better Wisp was looking into this one.
I mean, let me tell you what, it's damn close. It's damn close now between these two. And Solaris aren't going to just let you have these victories. Even if Wisp want to make this reverse sweep, this is going to be one of the hardest reverse sweeps I've seen in a hot minute. That, man, well, that one was decided by, what, like a meter? Maybe less than that for the cart getting over the line. And I promise you, everyone following is going to be just as close. And now everyone following it also is on Solaris's map pick. It only gets harder for Wisp. But you can see they're catching their mojo. Route 66, they started to warm up. Here now they're getting a little bit more. That defense on point A looks really, really good. Question is, does it get better? Because Solaris only gets stronger. Solaris are only going to adapt to your play. They're only going to get more and more used to it. And look out for those little things, like the bombs coming in to start fights and force out your transcendences, like you diving off the high ground onto them to get those early holds on point B. They're going to start being ready for those kind of plays to come out, and you have to be more ahead of the curve in terms of your adaptation.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was so nice to see, because early on, it seems like Solaris was forcing Wisp into their composition, right? It seems like for a second it was forcing them into that wrecking ball to play, but it was at the end of the day Wisp who was able to play a little bit of that better dive as well, and it just worked out so well for them. Again, getting those eats right when they needed to, and also making those engagements happen fast, and just creating that distraction into the backline towards Wisp. Even though it was with barely any time, it gave them that victory. And now jumping into our next map, we know that it's going to be a Rialto that, again, we already saw today.
Yeah, I mean, we got Rialto earlier on. It was a double shield masterclass coming out from either side for very different reasons, but still a fun match nevertheless. Positionally, I think, though, that's the one thing that we want to talk about, right? If there's one thing we can carry from that match onto the grand finals, I want to see the positioning, especially that Maryville had. They looked fantastic on it. I want to see similar stuff being played here, right? The forward and backwards movement, understanding of the shield cooldowns, and the positioning that you need, and when to actually try and push for more of that on the defending side, are the kind of the critical points that we see coming into it.
Absolutely. And in the last match, when we got to see that Rialto, it was a lot of double shield presses, but it was a double shield that caught us with many surprises, right? It was a recess in the backline, it was a lot of aggression, and it was that not having fear to engage and to push forward when your team is needing to. So this is something that I'm also wanting to keep an eye on, right? Even if we don't see it right away when we just jump into the map, is very much a possibility for the defense, especially into that third point where things become very, very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, finishing the map is hard enough in its own right. The one thing also, I mean, when you talk about things to look for on this map, DPS lineups are probably going to shift at least to some degree. We're expecting Ashes, Hondo's, a little bit of the longer range spammier stuff, but also we can see more of Dove's Echo that looked really good. King's Echo also looked good. These two, somehow, I don't get how you get a functioning DPS lineup out of two players that play like 90% of the same heroes and just a few different ones, but hey, it doesn't seem to hurt Solaris at all, so I can't really complain about it. Wisp, on the other hand, between Rocket and Maltha, I think are pretty set in their roles and what they want to play on something like a Rialto. And I think that makes it a little more difficult to try and counter things, like if the Echo starts becoming a problem here. But outside of that, I think you're going to be all right. And they're bringing out, actually, hopefully, what I was talking about earlier. A Pharah would be a fun pick here to bring.
And I wonder if that is actually going to be the case towards the end, right? It's one that we haven't seen today. It's one that we haven't seen as much of. And it's just been the Echoes doing quite a lot more than anything. They are the ones controlling that sky and just getting that support for the rest of the team. So now, coming in on the side of the defense, we know for sure that the compositions are not going to be changing much, right? Solaris, they've been able to get away with it so many times that they want to try it once more.
Set up on the defending side, relatively standard. Everything that we've seen Solaris play, and it's more of the same. Wisp, on the other hand, like you said, I mean, no Pharah. Somewhat disappointing for fans of Pharah, but outside of that, no real complaints compositionally. This is the first time we've seen the ball comps go up against the double shield comps, especially in this context. And so far, it's working well for Wisp. The double shields are not being broken. They find a pick on the King, which means less pressure on the shields, which means the double shield stays up longer, which means you find more picks. It is a snowball that only gets bigger.
And I do, in a scenario like this one, prefer the double shield, right? It can work, and it can even counter a little bit of the wrecking ball and the mobility that this tank is trying to get over and over again, right? So it's giving the space for Wisp to work with so early on.
I love this positioning from Wisp as well. They're watching the backline. They're making sure they can't be flanked by the ball, by the Tracer. There's somebody patrolling their rear end literally at any given point in time. And that's exactly what you should be doing, this double shield into these ball competitions. Make sure they can't create chaos, play your fights front to back, and win them with your DPS. Beautifully done. Whoops. Oh my, that's tough.
Yeah, very clean into this one. I'm not so clean into that last duel that we got to see, but nonetheless, it's going to be that payload moving forward in a win condition again. I feel like it's just set by the simple composition that is being played, right? The double shield is controlling so much space, it's controlling that card control, and it just comes into a duel where you want to contest those stairs as soon as possible. Wisp, you're gonna go for it.
I mean, you literally can't contest this with your Solaris. Like, very few things will. A ball knocking them out actually does answer the question pretty effectively. They didn't have any ultimates to do it, but that certainly works. Knock them down to the low ground. Oh, but you still have to deal with Malthol. That shot on the King, my God. Clears out 2 more after that, and the fight's over as quick as you can say it. Gone on.
That is a single fight into second point, and that might just do it, right? The payload hasn't stopped moving. It continues to go forward, and Solaris, even though they have that rally to initiate with it, just all of that presence here, this looks so strong on Wisp.
Just getting near the end of the point, but it's not going to do it. They have a whole kitchen sink's worth of ultimates to use to get it across that line, though. So do Solaris, who take their own to try and come out with popping the dupe, popping a pulse bomb, and a Gritic Flux of their own. They use them second. They survive the first round of them, and they'll halt the card at point B.
And you start to wonder, was there too many ultimates on the side of Solaris? Might have been. I mean, quite a lot was invested, but they're going to make the last changes, right? They're going to also go for that Arista and that Sigma and see how much value they can get from it, especially in this position.
Oh, Malthol, chill out! You can't keep getting away with it, Dryad! You can't keep doing it, just like... Hey, you remember that theorem that I told you about earlier, the non-zero Hanzo?
Yep.
Hanzo theorem? It's just like, it's not even a non-zero chance. It's like a 99% chance guaranteed whenever Malthol's in the game. He's gonna do the, oh God, please, please spare them. They have families, Malthol. Mothers that love them. Brothers and sisters that would like to see them succeed, and you're just taking them out of the video game.
I mean, he can't continue to do that, right? He just needs the support for the team, and he'll do it again!
Not okay! He's cyberbullying. He's cyberbullying contenders plays. He's smurfing. He hasn't missed shots. Oh no, and now he's at the top of the stairs, uncontested. They don't know. They're not ready for it. This brig is in the middle of no man's land. Timbuktu, Narnia, what are you doing there? Rack attack. Oh man, Kim, Nikki, avert your eyes. You don't want to see him go down like that.
Okay, well, that is the fight coming in for Wisp, but single opening pick, that it was a little delayed, but then he got value once again, right? And it's just, look at how aggressive they're going to push forward on Wisp. They don't want to give a single space control on the side of Solaris. Rhino does get taken down already.
Oh my God, every time Malthol flicks his mouse, I flinch a little, and I'm not even playing. Oh, it's getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand, Dryad.
Oh yeah, things can get so messy, especially in an area like this one, right? Look at Solaris, they're regrouping, they're going to be playing all together. And just,
Wisp have ults.
Yeah, they have the ult to work with for this one.
Oh, and a lot of them. Dragon in to start. 2 support ultimates. Solaris will have them just a little bit later. Immortality Field to buy them the time, but Wisp aren't going to give them any room to breathe. Starting out with the Transcendence, they'll have the rally fall up. No, they won't! Vega goes down! Landon finds a huge pick through the M-Matrix, and Solaris clutch out the fight in quite literally like the 1 millisecond that was there to actually do so.
We might have been 2 seconds as well of that fight, and Solaris just taking over and taking everyone down. But there's a key though, right? Solaris, they invested their rally, while Wisp, they got taken down before they got the chance to. So Wisp still with a pretty good condition here to work with and to play aggressive, and Mindfield all the way in the back, creating that space for them. Then a rally as well to give them the confidence to work with.
The nice part for Solaris here that actually makes me not so scared of the rally though is like you have a lot of stall ultimates. You can pop a bongo and stop them from engaging. The dupe's really aggressive here because now the rally's going to come out, then you can grab them. It's going to take a lot of the rally time off the clock. In fact, it'll take rally out of the game. Vega's just gone. They don't even get the chance. Solaris play their ultimates perfectly in order to counter the support ultimate that was remaining from Wisp.
We got to see that rally for maybe 2 seconds again, and it just Solaris, I mean, they look so dominant into this last part, right? They know how to take control of fights that seem to not go their way at the beginning. So Wisp, it might be a sense to change something around, right? Because the ultimates haven't been enough. You're getting taken down before their rally even gets enough value. And so it's a recontest with very slow heroes to work with. Well,
now no ultimates on the board, at least very few for either side. A pulse bomb, maybe. and Amplification Matrix and Solaris have been deadly with it. Landon has killed a lot of people. Oh my god! Woo! Boy, dude, that was close. Thank goodness for Immortality Field. I think that's the first time anybody's literally ever said that. But Malthal is gonna say no. Throwing some arrows in, none of them connect. The Amplification Matrix from Landon is perfect yet again in Solaris. They're gonna hold on C.
Again, it just goes back. Everyone on this side of Wisp, they just have to go back. They just have to change whatever strategy they were bringing to the table, which seems like it was just getting very close. But when you're getting so close to Solaris, things become very scary for you to deal with. Now, Wisp, again, quite a lot of ultimates to work with, but this can be potentially the last full fight that we see from them. Those dragons are usually starting out their fights, but after that, it's a lot of question marks that are not being fulfilled on the attacking side.
And dragons are hard to connect here, right? If you throw them too far back, they can just stay forward. If you throw them to... Oh, Dove. No, that's a dead Hanzo. Later, Malthal no longer a problem for this. Is Dove actually going to get away with this? There's no way. Dove's also like looking for another one actively. You do not challenge this Cassie, not on a good day like this. Shooting down the Immortality Field, looking for more picks. If Solaris get anything else here, and 3 people is certainly anything else. What the hell?
He just
Like,
knows.
it doesn't matter in the grand scheme. Rocket was going to die no matter what, but that was like, Dove broke his wrist going for that flick.
Yeah, he just knows exactly where the tracer is going to be located, and to a clean fight for Solaris turns into an ultimate advantage coming for them, and a last chance for West.
Oh, this is an aggressive play though from Solaris. They put Dove forward behind this box to try and catch out a Wrecking Ball, but I'm not 100% sure it's working. They turned it into a forward hold, and you know what? It might be good. It's a little bit of a custy play, but I think it's the right one. Amplification Matrix is not going to say Wisp at this point in time. They need more kills. They need Rocket to find something in the backline, but with Rocket removed, no one can contest this card anymore, and Solaris hold on C. A great push from Wisp though. Certainly a respectable one.
Yeah, and that Malthal Reaper, it just comes and goes so fast, barely even having a chance to see it. That is why, I mean, I feel like so early on, I was saying you lose 1-2 fights on this 3rd point, and this is usually when teams get stuck. It's a point where you have to either change compositions early on, or you have to completely change that playstyle, become a little bit more dependent on Solaris. And it was happening over and over again. Wisp, they couldn't find an answer. At the end, it was Solaris. They were just looking so clean. They were looking so scary to deal with on the defensive side that, I mean, it was a momentum. It was once again a win condition that has been set for them. But it's also a pretty similar scenario to what we saw in Ekenwall, right? The payload goes far, doesn't quite go far enough, but it sets as well an opportunity for Solaris to see what they can bring on the attacking side. And I mean, they're still warm up. They are still ready to bring something new that maybe we haven't even seen today.
Yeah, I mean, if the matches keep staying this close, we're going to need like a fiber-based cereal sponsorship so I can keep my blood pressure down. Something like that. I don't know. Florida Mayhem are really going to have to step it up in terms of keeping me safe during these because they just keep heating up. Solaris, so like I said during our break earlier on, is just like, okay, so now, you know, you can't just win every map by inches. I mean, you can, but like, that is far from comfortable for
right?
Wisp. Yeah.
It hurts. It's so stressful to see as well, knowing that Wisp in so many scenarios have been so close, get so far to get away with the victory. But they're going to try it once again, right? They're going to see how much you're able to get away with on the defensive side. And Malthal is on the hand side, so that's already a good indication to work with.
Good start for Solaris. They force him back, but Whisper just waiting for the corner. Not getting too aggressive. There's no need for Vega to be over here. Do not get yourself picked off. That is rule number 1. Rule number 2 is don't let the Tracer ruin your backline. Good Immortality Field will keep him alive, but it's only for a second. They can't really afford to turn around right now, so Rocket just gets free reign. Beautiful positioning. Great patience being shown, but Dove comes back from spawn. It's a bit ill-timed, but yet the fight stays relatively even. Wisp getting the better of it at the end, though, as Vega's now found a great engagement. They are going to win the fight, but they're going to have to fall back to wait for those spawns.
Vega's getting so many of those final blows as well on the side of Wisp, as we see a little bit more control coming in. Now the greatest thing as well for Solaris to work with a proper engagement here, but the double shield is going to be brought to the table once more, and just trying to build that flux as soon as you can.
And that's really the main goal, right? Find that first big fight winning ultimate to get yourself in. Solaris have had a lot of success with their own amplification matrices, so you have to be careful you don't engage in this too far. If Wisp overstep here and the amp matrix goes up, you're in trouble, and they're in trouble right now. The amp matrix is tearing them to shreds, but they're just able to answer with 2 kills of their own. Rocket connecting a pulse bomb is good news, and there's that big ultimate you were talking about, Dryad, just in the nick of time. A Gravitic Flux buys Wisp some time, at least time to back away. It's not going to be a fight win, but they will be able to regroup.
Sometime as well, but they might not get away with their life. There's another Flux as well coming in. This time around it's out of Solaris, and this time around actually getting kills and getting the value that was expected for them. So now Solaris, with all the momentum as well, will continue moving that payload, will get away with that first checkpoint, and have a long way to go for second.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea that Wisp engaged with there, right? Use your amp matrix to take pressure onto the other team. Just they didn't really realize that they were walking into the perfect placement for Landon to throw it on his and throw the same amount of damage back in their direction.
I see just has been one of those players that sometimes is quiet, but is able to do so much for the team. We see it over and over again with that feeling. And speaking of feeling, Rhino immediately getting taken down, not feeling that was enough for this one in a fight. The Wisp went from so far away.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think Solaris had any right trying to take that high ground with just 4 people. That really felt like a shortcoming. They could have committed more, but they kept it a little greedy, keeping some players on cart. Now Wisp are really comfy.
A pretty good high ground positioning as well, and it just goes back to the conversation, right? All of the stairs presence that a team on the defense is able to hold is everything that they need to set themselves up for success. So as of right now, Wisp, they look pretty comfortable. They have quite a lot of poke to work with and a lot of protection as well to keep contesting the high ground.
The cart has been pushed, at least to the corner. Dove's done a great job of taking over at least that much space. Dragon will split them away, and the cart's now being stopped by Rocket. So we've arrived at the point of no return. Either team really gets one shot here. Malto's throwing a few arrows into the back line, but the danger of peeking into that amplification matrix is just too high. They've got to take it front to back. They start the engagement to catch out both the DPS who are separated away from the tanks, and now Malto can look for the back line without that threat of amplification matrix and easily clean them up.
Still, sometimes you work with on the side of Solaris, they're going to walk in, but with so much damage and so much poke, again, the Wisp is able to take from the distance that it just benefits them so much more. They have the opportunity, they have the ultimates in Wisp, and they have all the win conditions to continue holding the way that they've been doing so far up. I mean, no one can get close enough, right? There's no speed. Yeah. There's also an amplification to delay it even more. This is a nightmare to deal with.
I mean, this is very, very cheap for Wisp too, because they're gonna have a bongo in a couple seconds. They can throw out I mean, you just pop the flux here. You just pop the flux, yeah, and then you lift them up on the bridge, and now they have to back up again. And then you're gonna have a bongo in a couple seconds. You do the same thing, or if they try to engage on you, you stick them and rally and try and pop one of your own. Now Wisp is gonna look for a counter engagement, drop off that high ground for a few players, and look to try and chip away at the back line. Down goes Dove, traded for multiple, not too bad for Solaris, but now you're worried. The team's getting a little discombobulated. You spent your immortality field. Either team could win this. It's down to the DPS and the off tanks now to find those picks, but it's all red in the feed. Try taking down King slows down the fight massively for Solaris as they try to breathe new life into it with an amplification matrix, but it's just not gonna work.
The payload is going to continue to move after that one. London does get taken down, but the amplification creates enough space for Solaris to figure a way in to this one. A supercharger as well will finalize this fight, but push everyone off the stairs. At least it is trying to do that, but the Dragon's coming in all the way in the back.
Positionally, this fight was pretty good for Wisp up until right about now, actually. Right when Dove started contesting the high ground, that's when it became a bit of a problem, because now they're not really trading anything for the high ground. They don't get it at all. Dove gets to walk into the back line, and Solaris are firmly in control of the cart. Will regroup for a proper 6v6. But with no ultimates for Solaris, it's really all down to this flank to try and find the opening pick. You've got 50 seconds on the clock and one objective. Pulse bomb sent out. Doesn't catch much of anything, but will force out an immortality field. It's still value being pulled from Rocket as they wait for the next opportunity to dive, but they've spotted Dove out. The cat is out of the bag. Solaris now have to find a way to win this fight without the initial plan of that Reaper walking into the backline, and Wisp know it. Wisp want to win the fight early. They're looking for the engagement, trying to take space away, but they realize they're running out of resources. They can only do that so much. Solaris are coming up on an amplification matrix. and a Gravitic Flux. They bought time for the ultimates to come up, but Wisp have got theirs at the ready, throwing in a Gravitic Flux, taking away the high ground. Positionally, a fight is now better for Wisp. Malthus come in on a Cassidy, and you know what? That one pick might have just been enough, Dryad.
It seems like it's enough, right? Landon also goes down. No Baptiste on the field coming in for Solaris, and the kills finally connect. On the side of Wisp, no one else able to contest it. It's a 5-map banger that we jump into. 2-2 that we have right now in Wisp. They are actually coming back.
Insane, dude. Oh my god, they can't keep doing it. Like, Malto can't keep getting away with it. They can't keep winning games that are this close. Wisp were putting on a masterclass. Their control of the high ground was perfect. That last fight from both teams was incredibly played. The trap being set by Dove was perfect. The engagement from Rocket forcing out the immortality field, understanding that they can't necessarily follow up on that immediately, but they've got a fair bit of time to, so they pull back to breathe. That is rewarded because they find Dove, then understanding that they have to back out. Solaris says, okay, we're going to respect you. We back away, wait for our own cooldowns. They get their own ultimates up, but it's just a hair too late. And like, this fight lasted so long because the teams were playing it so perfectly between the two of them, both with massive amounts of respect for one another. This is the top level of tier 2 Overwatch that we wanted when we came to the Winter Classic.
And this is also the grand finals that we expected and we wanted to see so bad, right? Maps that were looking so close and small decisions that would make a big difference into who was winning each fight and who was winning the map. As we see Wisp, who started honestly not looking too good into that first map, but slowly warming up, slowly looking so much better, and forcing us to one last map to define who was going to get away with those grand finals victory.
Yeah, I mean, look, map 5, it ends here. Final map question is, what is it? Control point has looked traditionally a lot better for Solaris, but that was also when Wisp didn't really have their mojo with them. They were looking really shaky. I don't even think we want to talk about that EMP or probably even any of that Busan map. We're being completely honest with ourselves. The question is, was it a control point thing, or was it just a we're not playing hot thing?
It's so hard to tell, right? But
I think it's the latter, yeah.
To me, it's got to be a slow start that they took. And now, I mean, Wisp, more than ever, they have to feel ready for this control map. Especially because even if it was Busan that didn't benefit them, luckily for them, it's not gonna be Busan again.
Yeah, no Busan, thankfully. But, you know, we'll be finding out which control map we do end up getting in just a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, a moment for players and all of us to breathe. Go get your popcorn, go get your drinks, go get your Zaxby's. We'll be back in just a bit.
To be the best, it's not about being first place or never losing. It's waking up every single day to get better than you were yesterday. It's about putting in the work. Because if you really want to be the best, you have to do the things the old you wasn't ready to do.
And now we got one more match, one anything for this one. It's gotta be the last one. Hey Thor, what's up?
Oh yeah, no, I fixed it. Mike muted, caster fix audio, this, that, and the other. It actually was my fault. I digress though. Like I was saying when you guys couldn't hear me, but you should have heard me because you guys can all read lips, I trust. This is a verifiable schlobber knocker between these two teams. Wisp has been spanked to Saturn and back in maps number 1 and 2, and have come back with a vengeance for these remaining ones. And for them, it's a story of trying to get a reverse sweep. For Solaris, it's about taking home 2 big Overwatch tournaments in a row.
Yeah, and so I was gonna say it's just one more map, and it's gonna be I mean, what are we thinking? Control map for last to guarantee who's going to win is gotta be Legion Tower, right? What else would it be for this one? It's just there's no other possibility. I feel like if we would have started with Lijiang, we would have ended in Busan, but it was the other way around. So now we're gonna adapt and we're gonna deal with it because Legion Tower is one of those maps that, more than anything, are going to test the skills that we've seen throughout the entire match and the entire tournament itself, right? So many compositions that you're going to be forced to play more than anything, right? Those dives that we saw a little bit of, those rushes as well that we got to see here and there are going to be more present than ever.
I think kind of the weird telling thing is actually whether or not on Gardens you play 6-man or whether you want to play Ball Diva. Because both these teams have offered us very different looks. Wisp really, like, the Ball Diva's been okay, but it kind of falls apart. And there's a good reason. Like, even the top teams, like, genuinely, like, I've done some coaching of teams. I've talked to a lot of players. It's like the general consensus is like, teams beneath like Diamond or Masters are scared to even touch this composition. And there's Overwatch League teams that still aren't even like confident playing in the Overwatch League because like the only people who can reliably play it are the Shanghai Dragons. There's a lot of room for error, is what I'm saying. It's a very hard composition. So regardless of whether you're good at it or not, you're going to make mistakes. It's just up to the other side to try and punish it. Wisp and Solaris both going back in to try and play the ball comps. It's going to get hectic.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, it's a lot about what we've seen throughout this grand finals. It's how can you capitalize out of the mistakes of the enemy team and how can you turn them into your own win conditions? We've seen it over and over again. We get to see it once again. Those TPs are out, but more than anything, it's going to be the Echoes once again, flying in the sky, taking control and putting that pressure into the enemy before the point goes any side.
Difficult point, but Solaris are going to allow themselves to give away control. Wisp walk in calmly, make the point. Both teams relenting to one another, allowing them to take space, but in favor of trading another thing off. Malthus and King kill each other with sticky bombs, but King takes another with them. Fortunately, it's a one-man advantage now for Solaris. Far from over, though, as Rocket finds an equalizer. Rocket is then equalized on. Feels bad, man, but you lose the point off the back of it. There's no DPS left for Wisp, and they're going to have to call it a day.
And with that is going to be Solaris getting away with the point control right away, as the poke that we saw early on, especially between the two Echoes, can do so much and can build up to do so much on this side of Solaris. Because of that, they're going to be pushing forward. They want to take those fights and those duels as early on as possible without the point and every percentage that they can get be contested.
Certainly the hard part when there's balls on the field. Every percentage point you get is going to be contested. But Solaris are going to try and hold it for as long as they can. No big ultimates online as of yet, but Dove has been known to connect the Pulse Bomber 2 in their past life. Just waiting for the right moment to do so. Gets spotted out by a Wrecking Ball, though, as Whisper playing, like I said, clean Overwatch.
Now, once again, just poke damage before Wisp is able to properly engage in. They're relying more than anything on that Wrecking Ball to put the pressure all the way back. And there it is. In the meantime, with it, there's no way.
3! They caught the Diva too! Huge from Dove. And honestly, blinking past to bait out the defense matrix and then going for it. This is high-level Tracer play.
What a nice pulse bomb. Probably one of the best ones that we've seen in this entire tournament. It's so rare. I mean, to even get one, but make it 3 as well because the D.Va gets Steam-Egg. What an ideal situation to work with. The win condition is set. Solaris has a rally to work with. Wisp, they have to engage with it first.
And that's the hard part, right? Both teams are going to pop rally. It comes down to damage. This Horde Orb is going to help you out a lot, but also Transcendences are here after this. Which of these Zens is getting more value? CJ actually holds it. They found one pick. They're confident playing with this. CJ ends up having to pop it later, but it is by far a winning fight for Wisp because of that reason.
Oh, and now it's gonna be fighting to stay alive into this one. I do believe that turns into a break as well. With that point control towards the end, like you said, it's Wisp's side and Wisp's advantage to work with. Now Flex here in the back, and that recontest that Solaris is hungry to get.
Oh man, imagine being zoned by 2 Brigs at once this fall. What a miserable experience. Solaris do have a way back in somehow, though. Wisp have not managed to close out this fight cleanly at all. Something we've seen them struggle with before. It happened on the second point of Icawall, and it's happening again here. They've allowed Solaris to recontest. They did manage to get the point going in their favor, but the recontest is even just a recontest. It's a very real fight for them now, as all 6 members of Solaris are here, and they're angry, finding virtually every member of Wisp and themselves while they're at it.
Isaac does get taken down, but like you said, yeah, those recontests that happen so fast for Solaris, they can be riskier, right? But for this one, and knowing the percentage, knowing all the advantage, would have gone their way and ends up doing that. But at 99, and Wisp had one more chance here.
One last shot. King's gonna shut it down though. That one chance is almost down the drain. I mean, you've got a shot. Rocket has a pulse bomb, and you've got a prayer. One pick from Multiple. You need more than this. A rally in to try and save them. Solaris is going to hold on to the point here. Solaris regroup with one another. Everybody goes and picks up their armor. Very, very ordered Overwatch coming out from Solaris, as they know exactly what they need to do to get this thing across the finish line.
It really goes back to the recontest that Solaris was able to get, right? Again, I was saying it's so risky because sometimes when you don't have the numbers and the enemy team is just taking control of that percentage and just taking control of that point at the end, the situation can turn into a nightmare for Solaris to deal with. But they were able to adapt, and knowing that IC alone and that Sigma was enough to put pressure into point to get that break as well, and to get the enemy one by one with that collaboration that we saw, with the synergy that shines so bright for the side of Solaris. So they get away with it. There's one more, and this one is where the rush is where we get to see it the most.
We have not seen these 2 teams play rush against one another. It is going to get hectic. It is going to get hectic fast. Junkrats on either side, and a lot of damage being thrown in. I love this off angle from King. It's so dangerous to the Baptistes and some of the later people who are going to be getting in on the point. It allows them to do a lot of damage, but positionally, it is definitely a better place to be if you're Wisp. They have the high ground. They can shoot on. Solaris have a lot less to actually use as cover in these situations. The sightlines are far less clear, but once that point unlocks, it'll be a little bit of a different story, as now Wisp have to make their way forward, step out into the open, where Solaris now have the cover to work with, and the point surrounded. A lot of damage being thrown either way, but no first pick quite yet. It happens in an instant, and the first team to lose that first pick, especially if it's a Symmetra, is in a bad position. Dove's gone. A majority of the damage is now out of the way, and Wisp collapse on the weakened team.
And the point goes on the side of Wisp. They get away with that proper fight, right? It was a lot of point control that Solaris was trying to get. They were able to get for a little bit, but then it was given up just with the damage that Wisp was able to put. And it was a matter of timing it together, right? Making sure that everyone was hiding behind that Reinhardt and everyone was able to stay alive. So Solaris, wanting to go for this recontest, is going to start up with the amplification here, and then seeing how they can position themselves better after.
I mean, we've seen this song and dance play out before, right? One amplification matrix comes out, you push your way onto the point, the other team backs up to the high ground, pops an amplification matrix of their own, and actually a re-engage with the sound barrier is an interesting way to actually try and play this from Wisp, because it allows Solaris to do the exact same thing, but they get to do their second. This is a position that should have been better for Solaris, but they got zoned away, I believe, by the tire of Malthal, which you just kind of have to respect. So all in all, a completely neutral fight, but Solaris are going to try and end up contesting the high ground. That's into the welcoming arms of Symmetra and a Junkrat, though, and I'm not sure that's where you want to be.
Oh no, and it turns into so much more. Shattered here coming in for both sides. It gets blocked and protected as well, but Wisp, once again, with the fight, with the damage that it's able to connect a self-destruct to end it all, and Wisp, who haven't given their point away for a single second. It's been all about them, all about the dominance that they're able to implant to the enemy. Solaris here can be running out of ideas.
I mean, dude, the positioning games that are being played between these fights are like 4D chess. Trying to break it down is so difficult. Every movement is being planned out by them, but this one's pretty clear. Wisp have the high ground, they have a Junkrat. Solaris have to contest the point given the timer, which means that Junkrat's going to get free range. Solaris have to find a way to find an advantage early, and they're going to try and dive with a D.Va. This is Not the answer you were looking for. It's easy cleanup for the DPS of Wisp. They'll throw in the Amplification Matrix and the wall just to be sure they can take away this final fight. But by and large, Solaris have struggled to find an answer on this map. Walking into the open isn't quite the move for Rocket 2 making a time like this. We've seen Dove 1v6s before, and I'm a little scared that they might do the same exact thing. But no. Wisp reassert their dominance with the sound barrier to maintain their positioning on point, and they should see that overtime wick burn down to even up the score. It's map 5.3 here in the grand finals.
And then 99, they should be turning into 100 any second now for Wisp. Pushing us to yet another map here in Legion Tower. See who's going to take it all. It really is going as far as it can go.
Series that just doesn't end, and you know what? I couldn't be any happier too. I know. Look, it's tiring. I'm gonna be hungry. The players are all gonna be hungry. We all get together, go get some Zaxby's after that. But for now, this point is all that matters, and I literally cannot think of a worse point to end it on. I'll be completely honest.
No.
I told you about it. This is the stuff that happens in my nightmares. Watching ball versus ball on this map turning into 99%. Is going to be the most chaotic end to a Winter Classic, but there's no more appropriate way to end a Winter Classic.
Absolutely, and it's just so much chaos coming in for both of the teams. So much action into a map like this one that is just enabled to happen by the map itself. So yeah, like you said, those dives, the dive composition gets to shine. We get to also see those echoes being played, and it's been so many highlights that turn into this one, turn into a last opportunity to take it all.
I mean, I think it tells you something. Malto's back on the Sombra. The last time we saw this, it was... I'm not even going to say, like, not a great showing. It was a bad showing for the team. Malto's back on it. They're feeling confident again. They've got their mojo, but this EMP has got to be well found, like, found early enough and timed perfectly if they want to find success in this match. Wisp have a good position on the point, though. You're playing exactly where you want to as 6-man, and now they're going to look for the engage, immediately diving on Zenyatta, deciding better of themselves, which I think was absolutely the right call. It's a good disengage from Solaris, but they don't disengage cleanly enough. Rocket still gets taken down, but the point flips over for Wisp. Another pick over to land, and those spells defeat for the red side.
And one pick here, the Winston does get taken down, but the Space Hunter continues to go for the side of Wisp, and the decision here can do everything as the cold lessons comes out on this side of Wisp, and the trades continue to come right and left. Wisp, though, they continue having the advantage. They're
Wait, what?
away with it, and they have some control. Oh, as well, Rack Attack, goodbye.
Let's remind ourselves, Wisp lost 2 players and the entirety of the point, you know, map control-wise at the beginning of that fight. That comeback was absurd.
I like the way that was contested, right? And we talked about Motho and how much we just weren't really impressed by the Sombra, but look at that. A single fight is going to enable the EMP to come up for next one, and that is all the one conditions that you're looking for on this side of Wisp, right? Solaris, even a rally is not enough to deal with an EMP. You're just hoping for a stun, maybe.
Or an engagement on the backline beforehand. Trying to hack out Rhino, though, doesn't quite work. The mines will be popped, but they're welcome to engage. They're happy to engage. Maltho pops that EMP, catches out both the supports. The rally's not going to keep you alive forever, and with the Zenyatta dead, there's no longer Transcendence to answer. Solaris have to frag their way through this one, and Dove's going to do it alongside Rakzak. Looking for the opposing side's Tracer. Dove smells blood, and Dove wants it. Catches out the other Tracer, and Solaris EMP support down. Be damned are going to take away this fight.
And the control as well, and the slowly but surely W approach is high percentages for both teams. The Solaris should be taking this point any minute now, but the last cleanups are the hardest to complete, as everyone on the side of Wisp getting as much as they can, making it as easy as possible for the next fight that is about to come next. But finally, a regroup that is going to take place on the side of Wisp, and a little bit of calm before in the storm the Solaris is able to see.
The question is, how do Wisp want to play this, right? You can save up for one big fight and pop ultimates, but then you allow Solaris to do the same. You can try and spend ultimates here and get the Transcendence out before your EMP play. There's another option. Seems like they're going to do the form of the Trance has been forced out. That is huge for Wisp. 1 kill onto Rack Attack, even despite that as well. Trying to juggle them off the map. J-Bubs is trying to take this game into their own hands, and they might just have a beautiful Primal Rage enables Wisp to take the point back without so much as a whisper from Solaris.
A single primary rage and how much it can do. We got to see it there, and a fast control once again coming in for this side of Wisp.
It's final fight.
Out the truck to get something here, and a last opportunity for Solaris to take this over.
They've got control of the point, though. A rally is a good engage tool for them to make their way in. so they have gotten on cleanly. That is step number 1. Winning in the fight is a whole other deal, though. Wisp are coming up on ultimates of their own, and the kills are going to start raining in just a second. Wisp staying grouped up, not wanting to throw this fight in the blink of an eye. They're going to let the other team aggress onto them, and that's Rhino falling. Now they can use this beat without so much as sweating. Their re-engage is beautiful. It's victory in their sights as Wisp takes down the remaining members of Solaris, take the point back over, and take the lion's share of $5,000, so long as they can just clean up these final kills, something that has much been easier said than done for them in the past.
There's so much desperation coming in for Solaris. They know this is the last chance, and they get to come back in time to get more members alive. And
it's a good re-engage.
Create some space here. A pulse bomb as well. King goes down, and this is just a disaster coming in.
The minefield's good, but taking down King before they can re-engage takes away the DPS, it takes away the teeth from the re-engage. So Solaris now have got to find someone to put a big play. The overtime Wisp burning down. With it, their chances of winning it all. Wisp can smell sweet victory, and it tastes a lot like Zaxby's chicken, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're crowning our 2022 Mayhem Winter Classic champions. It's just down to knocking this Lucio off. Somehow they're back. Solaris is somehow alive, but Wisp are just cleaning up these kills so effectively. It doesn't look like it's going to happen for probably the 3rd time in the past minute and a half that they've contested this point. It's all desperation from Solaris, and a victorious EMP from Molthal will seal the deal, put a ribbon on it, and put Solaris in the dirt. Wisp are your victors.
Absolute insane performance, insane comeback and reverse sweep to get this victory in the hands of Wisp. It's been a long day. It's been a long match for them. They're able to just play the last map more than anything better than Solaris, getting ahead and always knowing the last opportunities. I mean, the EMPs as well were going crazy into the last fight. It was 1-2 EMPs that we got to see, and it was all the advantage. We saw Solaris really fighting for their lives. They fought with everything that they've got, touching the point 1 by 1, but it just wasn't enough. It was all the control, all the synergy finally connected into the last map, into the last moment that just crowns Wisp as the ones who get away with the victory, who get away with being the #1 champions. It's an amazing journey that they've had, and just ends here.
Yeah, and I mean, how they got there, let's be quite frank with ourselves, a pretty stupid reverse sweep.
It's insane. It's
like,
just...
they were, I think now that they've won, I can flame them a little bit more for this. Borderline asleep at the wheel for the first 2 maps. I have no clue what's going on, but the latter ones, like the Route 66, showed so much promise towards the end of it, and just in the nick of time at that. Icon Walt's first push, he got a little scared towards the end, but they tighten things up. They bring it together. The composition looked a lot more clean for them in the remaining maps. Their double shield looked good, their rush looked good, and their 6-man looked good. Once they got things off of the ball comps, everything fell into place.
It's just also able to fix those very, very crucial mistakes that they were making at the beginning, and we didn't really see them towards the end, right? They were fixed.
Oh, it's super clean.
Yeah, synergy was so much better, and the ultimate timing as well. That was the biggest thing that didn't allow them to win that first map, was so much better into this one, right? Knowing what ultimate was going to give them the opening fight, the winning condition, and just giving away the victory as well. It just really went to the distance to guaranteed, honestly. I mean, shout out to Solaris as well, because it's been a long day for them to make it. They get 2nd place. Of course, it's not the first one, but such an amazing performance from them.
Yeah, they look fantastic. In fact, let's take a look at our entire bracket, how this all shook down today, because we got 8 teams to thank for being here. From the bottom of everybody here at the broadcast hearts: Solaris, Gators, Slept On, Maryville, Wisp, Shoes Money Crew, Redbird, Esports, HU, Storm. Every last one of you came, you showed up, you put on a hell of matches. We got some great collegiate matches going through. Solaris nearly makes the comeback after getting 2-0'd earlier on. Maryville looked fantastic. My favorite double shield performance of the day. I have positive things to say about everybody. And of course, positive things to say about everyone else here. Thank you guys so much for watching. It's been an incredibly fun stream from the beginning to the end. One very long day of Overwatch, especially thanks to that grand finals. Huge thanks to you guys for sticking around to the entire time. Of course, huge thank you as well to our sponsors, XS, ASUS, ROG, and Zaxby's, for helping us put the entire thing on. The folks over at the Bad Patch Amari League for their fantastic job on production, the unsung heroes of this entire thing. But our show ends there. From all of us here with the Florida Mayhem, with Bad Patch Amari League, from the casting booth, thank you so much for watching. See you next time.
What does it mean to be the best? It's not about being first place or never losing. It's waking up every single day to get better than you were yesterday. It's about putting in the work. Because if you really want to be the best, you have to do the things the old you wasn't ready to do.